Chapter 1, The Riddle House, the Villages of Little Hangleton still called it the Riddle House, even though it had been many years since the Riddle family had lived there. It stood on a hill overlooking the village, some of its windows boarded tiles, missing from its roof, and ivy spreading unchecked over. Its face once a Fennell-looking manor, and easily the largest and grandest building. For miles around the Riddle House was now damp, derelict, and unoccupied. The little Hangletons all agreed that the old house was creepy. Half a century ago, something strange and horrible had happened. There's something that the older inhabitants of the village still liked to discuss when topics for gossip were. Scarce the story had been picked over so many times and had been embroidered in so many places that nobody was quite sure what the truth was anymore. Every version of the tale, however, started in the same place 50 years before at daybreak on a fine summer's morning when the Riddle House had still been well kept and impressive. A maid had entered the drawing room to find all three Riddles dead. The maid had run screaming down the hill into the village and roused as many people as she could, lying there with their eyes wide open, cold as ice still in their dinner things. The police were summoned, and the whole of Little Hangleton had seethed with shocked curiosity and ill-disguised excitement. Nobody wasted their breath, pretending to feel very sad about the Riddles, for they had been most unpopular. Elderly Mr. and Mrs. Riddle had been rich, snobbish, and rude, and their grown-up son Tom had been, if anything, worse. All the villagers cared about was the identity of their murderer, for plainly three apparently healthy people did not all drop dead of natural causes on the same night. The hanged man, the village pub, did a roaring trade that night. The whole village seemed to have turned out to discuss the murders. They were rewarded for leaving their firesides when the Riddle's cook arrived dramatically in their midst and announced to the suddenly silent pub that a man called Frank Bryce had just been arrested. Frank cried. Several people. Never Frank Bryce was the Riddle's gardener. He lived alone in a run-down cottage on the grounds of the Riddle House. Frank had come back from the war with a very stiff leg and a great dislike of crowds and loud noises, and had been working for the Riddles ever since there was a rush to buy the cook drinks and hear more details. Always thought he was odd, she told the eagerly listening villagers after her fourth sherry. Unfriendly, like I'm sure if I've offered him a cupper. Once I've offered it 100 times, never wanted to mix. He did not now, said a woman at the bar. He had a hard war, Frank. He likes the quiet life. That's no reason to who else had a key to the back door. Then barked the cook. There's been a spare key hanging in the gardener's cottage far back as I can remember. Nobody forced the door last night. No broken windows. All Frank had to do was creep up to the big house while we was all sleeping. The villagers exchanged dark looks. I always thought he had a nasty look about him. Right enough, grunted a man at the bar. War turned him funny, if you ask me. So the landlord told you I wouldn't like to get on the wrong side of Frank, didn't I, Dot? Said an excited woman in the corner. Horrible temper, said, nodding fervently. I remember when he was a kid. By the following morning, hardly anyone in Little Hangleton doubted that Frank Bryce had killed the Riddles. But over in the neighboring town of Great Hangleton, in the dark and dingy police station, Frank was stubbornly repeating again and again that he was innocent and that the only person he had seen near the house on the day of the Riddles' deaths had been a teenage, boyish stranger, dark-haired and pale, nobody else in the Village had seen any such boy, and the police were quite sure that Frank had invented him. Then, just when things were looking very serious, for Frank, the report on the Riddles' bodies came back and changed. Everything the police had never read an odd report. A team of doctors had examined the bodies and had concluded that none of the Riddles had been poisoned, stabbed, shot, strangled, suffocated, or as far as they could tell, harmed at all. In fact, the report continued in a tone of unmistakable bewilderment. The Riddles all appeared to be in perfect health apart from the fact that they were all dead. The doctors did note, as though determined to find something wrong with the bodies, that each of the Riddles had a look of terror upon his or her face. But as the frustrated police said, whoever heard of 3 people being frightened to death? As there was no proof that the Riddles had been murdered at all, the police were forced to let Frank go. The Riddles were buried in the little Hangleton churchyard, and their graves remained objects of curiosity for a while, too. Everyone surprised, and amid a cloud of suspicion, Frank Bryce returned to his cottage on the grounds of the Riddle house. As far as I'm concerned, he killed them, and I don't care what the police say, said Dutton the hangman, and if he had any decency, he'd leave here knowing as how he knows he did it. But Frank did not leave. He stayed to tend the garden for the next family who lived in the Riddle house, and then the next 4. Neither family stayed long. Perhaps it was partly because of Frank that the new owners said there was a nasty feeling about the place, which in the absence of inhabitants started to fall into disrepair. The wealthy man who owned the Riddle house these days neither lived there nor put it to any use. They said in the village that he kept it for tax reasons, though nobody was very clear what these might be. The wealthy owner continued to pay Frank to do the gardening. However, Frank was nearing his 77th birthday, now very deaf, his bad legs stiffer than ever, but could be seen pottering around the flower beds in fine weather, even though the weeds were starting to creep up on him. Try as he might to suppress them, weeds were not the only things Frank had to contend with. Either boys from the village made a habit of throwing stones through the windows of the Riddle house. They rode their bicycles over the lawns. Frank worked so hard to keep smooth. Once or twice they broke into the old house for a dare. They knew that old Frank's devotion to the house and grounds amounted almost to an obsession, and it amused them to see him limping across the garden, brandishing his stick and yelling crossly at them. Frank, for his part, believed the boys tormented him because they, like their parents and grandparents, thought him a murderer. So when Frank awoke one night in August and saw something very odd up at the old house, he merely assumed that the boys had gone one step further in their attempts to punish him. It was Frank's bad leg that woke him. It was paining him worse than ever in his old age. He got up and limped downstairs into the kitchen with the idea of refilling his hot water bottle to ease the stiffness in his knee, standing at the sink, filling the kettle. He looked up at the Riddle house and saw lights glimmering in its upper windows. Frank knew at once what was going on. The boys had broken into the house again, and judging by the flickering quality of the light, they had started a fire. Frank had no telephone, and in any case, he had deeply mistrusted the police ever since they had taken him in for questioning about the Riddles' deaths. He put down the kettle, at once hurried back upstairs as fast as his bad leg would allow, and was soon back in his kitchen fully dressed, and removing a rusty old key from its hook by the door, he picked up his walking stick, which was propped against the wall, and set off into the night. The front door of the Riddle house bore no sign of being forced. nor did any of the windows Frank limped around to. The back of the house, until he reached a door almost completely hidden by ivy, took out the old key, put it into the lock, and opened the door. Noiselessly, he let himself into the cavernous kitchen Frank had not entered. If for many years, nevertheless, although it was very dark, he remembered where the door into the hall was, and he groped his way toward it, his nostrils full of the smell of decay, ears pricked for any sound of footsteps or voices from overhead. He reached the hall, which was a little lighter, owing to the large mullioned windows on either side of the front door, and started to climb the stairs, blessing the dust that lay thick upon the stone because it muffled the sound of his feet and stick on the landing. Frank turned right and saw at once where the intruders were. At the very end of the passage, a door stood ajar, and a flickering light shone through the gap, casting a long sliver of gold across the black floor. Frank edged closer and closer, grasping his walking stick firmly. Several feet from the entrance, he was able to see a narrow slice of the room beyond the fire he now saw had been lit in the grate. This surprised him. Then he stopped moving and listened intently, for a man's voice spoke within the room. It sounded timid and fearful. "There is a little more in the bottle, my lord, if you're still hungry later," said a second voice. This, too, belonged to a man, but it was strangely high-pitched and cold as a sudden blast of icy wind. Something about that voice made the sparse hairs on the back of Frank's neck stand up. "Move me closer to the fire, Wormtail." Frank turned his right ear toward the door, the better to hear. There came the clink of a bottle being put down upon some hard surface, and then the dull scraping noise of a heavy chair being dragged across the floor. Frank caught a glimpse of a small man, his back to the door, pushing the chair into place. He was wearing a long black cloak, and there was a bald patch at the back of his head. Then he went out of sight. Again, "Where is Niagini?" said the cold voice. "I don't know, my lord," said the first voice nervously. "She set out to explore the house. I think you will milk her before we retire, Wormtail," said the second voice. "I will need feeding in the night. The journey has tired me greatly." Brow furrowed, Frank inclined his good ear still closer to the door, listening very hard. There was a pause, and then the man called Wormtail spoke again. "My lord, may I ask how long we are going to stay here?" "A week," said the cold voice. "Perhaps longer. The place is moderately comfortable, and the plan cannot proceed. Yet it would be foolish to act before the Quidditch World Cup is over." Frank inserted a lead finger into his ear and rotated it, owing no doubt to a build-up of earwax. He had heard the word Quidditch, which was not a word at all. "The Quidditch World Cup, my lord," said Wormtail. Frank dug his finger still more vigorously into his ear. "Forgive me, but I do not understand. Why should we wait until the World Cup is over?" "Because, fool, at this very moment wizards are pouring into the country from all over the world, and every meddler from the Ministry of Magic will be on duty, on the watch for signs of unusual activity, checking and double-checking identities. They will be obsessed with security, lest the muggles notice anything. So we wait." Frank stopped, trying to clear out his ear. He had distinctly heard the words Ministry of Magic, Wizards, and Muggles plainly. Each of these expressions meant something secret, and Frank could think of only two sorts of people who would speak in code: spies and criminals. Frank tightened his hold on his walking stick once more and Listen more closely still, your lordship is still determined. Then Wormtail said quietly, certainly I am determined. Wormtail, there was a note of menace in the cold voice. Now a slight pause followed, and then Wormtail spoke. The words tumbling from him in a rush, as though he was forcing himself to say this before he lost his nerve. It could be done without Harry Potter, my lord. Another pause, more protracted, and then, without Harry Potter, breathed the second voice softly, I see, my lord, I do not say. This out of concern for the boy, said Wormtail, his voice rising squeakily. The boy is nothing to me, nothing at all. It is merely that if we were to use another witch or wizard, any wizard, the thing could be done so much more quickly if you allowed me to leave you for a short while. You know that I can disguise myself most effectively. I could be back here in as little as 2 days with a suitable person. I could use another wizard, said the cold voice softly. That is true, my lord, it makes sense, said Wormtail, sounding thoroughly relieved. Now laying hands on Harry Potter would be so difficult. He is so well protected. And so you volunteer to go and fetch me a substitute. I wonder perhaps the task of nurse me has become wearisome for you. Wormtail, could this suggestion of abandoning the plan be nothing more than an attempt to desert me? My lord, I have no wish to leave you, none at all. Do not lie to me, hissed the second voice. I can always tell, Wormtail, you are regretting that you ever returned to me. I revolt you. I see you flinch when you look at me, feel you shudder when you touch me. No, my devotion to your lordship, your devotion is nothing more than cowardice. You would not be here if you had anywhere else to go. How am I to survive without you when I need feeding every few hours? Who is to milk Nagini? But you seem so much stronger, my lord. Liar, breathed the second voice. I am no stronger, and a few days alone would be enough to rob me of the little health I have regained under your clumsy care. Silence. Wormtail, who had been sputtering incoherently, fell silent at once for a few seconds. Frank could hear nothing but the fire crackling. Then the second man spoke once more in a whisper that was almost a hiss. I have my reasons for using the boy, as I have already explained to you, and I will use no other. I have waited 13 years. A few more months will make no difference. As for the protection surrounding the boy, I believe my plan will be effective. All that is needed is a little courage from you. Wormtail, courage you will find, unless you wish to feel the full extent of Lord Voldemort's wrath. My lord, I must speak, said Wormtail, panic in his voice. Now, all through our journey, I have gone over the plan in my head, my lord. Bertha Judkins's disappearance will not go unnoticed for long, and if we proceed, if I murder, if, whispered the second voice, if you follow the plan, Wormtail, the ministry need never know that anyone else has died. You will do it quietly and without fuss. I only wish that I could do it myself, but in my present condition, come, Wormtail, one more death, and our path to Harry Potter is clear. I am not asking you to do it alone. By that time, my faithful servant will have rejoined us. I am a faithful servant, said Wormtail, the merest trace of sullenness in his voice. Wormtail, I need somebody with brains, somebody whose loyalty has never wavered, and you, unfortunately, fulfill neither requirement. I found you, said Wormtail, and there was definitely a sulky edge to his voice now. I was the one who found you. I brought you Bertha Jawkins. That is true, said the second man, sounding amused, a stroke of brilliance I would not have thought possible from you, Wormtail, though, if truth be told, you were not aware how useful she would be When you caught her, were you? I thought she might be useful, my Lord Liar, said the second voice again, the cruel amusement more pronounced than ever. However, I do not deny that her information was invaluable. Without it, I could never have formed our plan. And for that you will have your reward, Wormtail. I will allow you to perform an essential task for me, one that many of my followers would give their right hands to perform. Really, my lord, what Wormtail sounded terrified again. Ah, Wormtail, you don't want me to spoil the surprise here. Part will come at the very end, but I promise you, you will have the honor of being just as useful as Bertha Jawkins. You Wormtail's voice suddenly sounded horsero, as though his mouth had gone very dry. You are going to kill me. To Wormtail, said the cold voice, silky, why would I kill you? I killed Bertha because I had she was fit for nothing after my questioning, quite useless in any case. Awkward questions would have been asked if she had gone back to the ministry with the news that she had met you on her holidays. Wizards who are supposed to be dead would do well not to run into Ministry of Magic witches at Wayside. In's Wormtail muttered something so quietly that Frank could not hear it, but it made the second man laugh, and entirely. Murr's laugh cold as his speech. We could have modified her memory, but memory charms can be broken by a powerful wizard, as I proved when I questioned her. Would be an insult to her memory not to use the information I extracted from her. Wormtail out in the corridor. Frank suddenly became aware that the hand gripping his walking stick was slippery with sweat. The man with the cold voice had killed a woman. He was talking about it without any kind of remorse, with amusement. He was dangerous, a madman, and he was planning more murders. This boy Harry Potter, whoever he was in danger. Frank knew what he must do now. If ever was the time to go to the police, he would creep out of the house and head straight for the telephone box in the village. But the cold voice was speaking again, and Frank remained where he was, frozen to the spot, listening with all his might. One more murder, my faithful servant at Hogwarts. Harry Potter is as good as mine. Wormtail, it is decided. There will be no more argument, but quiet. I think I hear Nagini, and the second man's voice changed. He started making noises such as Frank had never heard before. He was hissing and spitting without drawing breath. Frank thought he must be having some sort of fit or seizure, and then Frank heard movement behind him in the dark passageway. He turned to look and found himself paralyzed with fright. Something was slithering toward him along the dark corridor floor, and as it drew nearer to the sliver of firelight, he realized with a thrill of terror that it was a gigantic snake at least 12 feet long. Horrified, transfixed, Frank stared as its undulating body cut a wide, curving track through the thick dust on the floor, coming closer and closer. What was he to do? The only means of escape was into the room where two men sat plotting murder. Yet if he stayed where he was, the snake would surely kill him. But before he had made his decision, the snake was level with him, and then incredibly, miraculously, it was passing. It was following the spitting, hissing noises made by the cold voice beyond the door, and in seconds the tip of its diamond patterned tail had vanished through the gap. There was sweat on Frank's forehead now, and the hand on the walking stick was trembling inside the room. The cold voice was continuing to hiss, and Frank was visited by a strange idea, an impossible idea. This man could talk to snakes. Frank didn't understand what was going on. He wanted more than anything to be back in his bed with his hot water bottle. The problem was that his legs didn't seem to want to move as he stood. They're shaking and trying to master himself. The cold voice switched abruptly to English again. Nogany has interesting. News, Wormtail, it said. Indeed, my lord said. Wormtail, indeed, yes, said the voice. According to Nogany, there's an old muggle standing right outside this room, listening to every word we say. Frank didn't have a chance to hide himself. There were footsteps, and then the door of the room was flung wide open. A short, balding man with graying hair, a pointed nose, and small, watery eyes stood before Frank. A mixture of fear and alarm in his face invite him inside. Wormtail, where are your manners? The cold voice was coming from the ancient armchair before the fire, but Frank couldn't see the speaker. The snake, on the other hand, was curled up on the rotting hearth rug like some horrible travesty of a pet dog. Wormtail beckoned Frank into the room, though still deeply shaken. Frank took a firmer grip upon his walking stick and limped over the threshold. The fire was the only source of light in the room. It cast long, spidery shadows upon the walls. Frank stared at the back of the armchair. The man inside, it seemed to be even smaller than his servant, for Frank couldn't even see the back of his head. You heard everything, Muggle, said the cold voice. What's that you're calling me? Said Frank defiantly, for now that he was inside the room, now that the time had come for some sort of action, he felt braver. It had always been so in the war. I am calling you a Muggle, said the voice coolly. It means that you're not a wizard. I don't know what you mean by wizard, said Frank, his voice growing steadier. All I know is I've heard enough to interest the police tonight. I have you've done murder, and you're planning more. And I'll tell you this, too, he added on a sudden inspiration. My wife knows I'm up here, and if I don't come back, you have no wife, said the cold voice very quietly. Nobody knows you are here. You told nobody that you were coming due. Not lie to Lord Voldemort, Muggle, for he knows, he always knows. Is that right, said Frank roughly. Lord, is it? Well, I don't think much of your manners, my lord. Turn round and face me like a man. Why don't you? But I am not a man, Muggle, said the cold voice, barely audible now over the crackling of the flames. I am much, much more than a man. However, why not? I will face you, Wormtail. Come turn my chair around. The servant gave a whimper. You heard me, Wormtail, slowly, with his face screwed up, as though he would rather have done anything than approach his master and the hearth rug where the snake lay. The small man walked forward and began to turn the chair. The snake lifted its ugly, triangular head and hissed slightly as the legs of the chair snagged on its rug. And then the chair was facing Frank, and he saw what was sitting in it. His walking stick fell to the floor with a clatter. He opened his mouth and let out a scream. He was screaming so loudly that he never heard the words the thing in the chair spoke. As it raised a wand, there was a flash of green light, a rushing sound, and Frank Bryce crumbled. He was dead before he hit the floor. 200 away, the boy called Harry. Potter woke with a start. Chapter 2. The scar. Harry lay flat on his back, breathing hard as though he had been running. He had awoken from a vivid dream with his hands pressed over his face. The old scar on his forehead, which was shaped like a bolt of lightning, was burning beneath his fingers as though someone had just pressed a white-hot wire to his skin. He sat up, one hand still on his scar, the other reaching out in the darkness for his glasses, which were on the bedside table. He put them on, and his bedroom came into clearer focus, lit by a faint, misty orange light that was filtering through the curtains from the street lamp outside window. Harry ran his fingers over the scar again, it was still painful. He turned on the lamp beside him, scrambled out of bed, crossed the room, opened his wardrobe, and peered into the mirror on the inside of the door. A skinny boy of 14 looked back at him, his bright green eyes puzzled under his untidy black hair. He examined the lightning bolt scar of his reflection more closely. It looked normal, but it was still stinging. Harry tried to recall what he had been dreaming about before he had awoken it. It seemed so real. There had been two people he knew and one he didn't. He concentrated hard, frowning, trying to remember the dim picture of a darkened room came to him. There had been a snake on a hearth rug, a small man called Peter, nicknamed Wormtail, and a cold, high voice. The voice of Lord Voldemort. Harry felt as though an ice cube had slipped down into his stomach at the very thought. He closed his eyes tightly and tried to remember what Voldemort had looked like, but it was impossible. All Harry knew was that at the moment when Voldemort's chair had swung around and Harry had seen what was sitting in it, he had felt a spasm of horror which had awoken him. Or had that been the pain in his scar? And who had the old man been? For there had definitely been an old man. Harry had watched him fall to the ground. It was all becoming confused. Harry put his face into his hands, blocking out his bedroom, trying to hold on to the picture of that dimly lit room. But it was like trying to keep water in his cupped hands. The details were now trickling away as fast as he tried to hold on to them. Voldemort and Wormtail had been talking about someone they had killed, though Harry could not remember the name, and they had been plotting to kill someone else. Harry took his face out of his hands, opened his eyes, and stared around his bedroom as though expecting to see something unusual there. As it happened, there were an extraordinary number of unusual things in this room. A large wooden trunk stood open at the foot of his bed, revealing a cauldron broomstick, black robes, and assorted spellbooks. Rolls of parchment littered that part of his desk that was not taken up by the large empty cage in which a snowy owl, Hedwig, usually perched on the floor. Beside his bed, a book lay open. Harry had been reading it before he fell asleep last night. The pictures in this book were all moving men in bright orange robes were zooming in and out of sight on broomsticks, throwing a red ball to one another. Harry walked over to the book, picked it up, and watched one of the wizards score a spectacular goal by putting the ball through a 50-feet-high hoop. Then he snapped the book shut. Even Quidditch, in Harry's opinion, the best sport in the world, couldn't distract him at the moment. He placed flying with the cannons on his bedside table, crossed to the window, and drew back the curtains to survey the street. Below, Private Drive looked exactly as a respectable suburban street would be expected to look in the early hours of Saturday morning. All the curtains were closed as far as Harry could see through the darkness. There wasn't a living creature in sight, not even a cat. And yet Harry went restlessly back to the bed and sat down on it, running a finger over his scar again. It wasn't the pain that bothered him. Harry was no stranger to pain and injury. He had lost all the bones from his right arm once and had them painfully regrown in a night. The same arm had been pierced by a venomous foot-long fong not long afterward. Only last year Harry had fallen 50 feet from an airborne broomstick. He was used to bizarre accidents and injuries. They were unavoidable if you attended Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry and had a knack for attracting a lot of trouble. No, the thing that was bothering Harry was that the last time his scar had hurt him, it had been because Voldemort had been close by. But Voldemort couldn't be here. Now the idea of Voldemort lurking in Privet Drive was absurd, impossible. Harry listened closely to the silence around him. Was he half expecting to hear the creak of a stair or the swish of a cloak? And then he jumped slightly as he heard his cousin Dudley give a tremendous grunting snore from the next room. Harry shook himself mentally. He was being stupid. There was no one in the house with him except Uncle Vernon, Aunt Petunia, and Dudley, and they were plainly still asleep, their dreams untroubled and painless. Asleep was the way Harry liked the Dursleys best. It wasn't as though they were ever any help to him awake. Uncle Vernon, Aunt Petunia, and Dudley were Harry's only living relatives. They were muggles who hated and despised magic in any form, which meant that Harry was about as welcome in their house as dry rot. They had explained away Harry's long absences at Hogwarts over the last 3 years by telling everyone that he went to St. Brutus Secure Center for incurably criminal boys. They knew perfectly well that as an underage wizard, Harry wasn't allowed to use magic outside Hogwarts, but they were still apt to blame him for anything that went wrong about the house. Harry had never been able to confide in them or tell them anything about his life in the wizarding world. The very idea of going to them when they awoke and telling them about his scar hurting him and about his worries about Voldemort was laughable, and yet it was because of Voldemort that Harry had come to live with the Dursleys in the first place. If it hadn't been for Voldemort, Harry would not have had the lightning scar on his forehead. If it hadn't been for Voldemort, Harry would still have had parents. Harry had been a year old the night that Voldemort, the most powerful dark wizard for a century, a wizard who had been gaining power steadily for 11 years, arrived at his house and killed his father and mother. Voldemort had then turned his wand on Harry. He had performed the curse that had disposed of many full-grown witches and wizards in his steady rise to power, and incredibly, it had not worked. Instead of killing the small boy, the curse had rebounded upon Voldemort. Harry had survived with nothing but a lightning-shaped cut on his forehead, and Voldemort had been reduced to something barely alive, his powers gone, his life almost extinguished. Voldemort had fled the terror in which the secret community of witches and wizards had lived for so long had lifted. Voldemort's followers had disbanded, and Harry Potter had become famous. It had been enough of a shock for Harry to discover on his 11th birthday that he was a wizard. It had been even more disconcerting to find out that everyone in the hidden wizarding world knew his name. Harry had arrived at Hogwarts to find that heads turned and whispers followed him wherever he went, but he was used to it now. At the end of this summer, he would be starting his 4th year at Hogwarts, and Harry was already counting the days until he would be back at the castle again, but there was still a fortnight to go before he went back to school. He looked hopelessly around his room again, and as I paused on the birthday cards his 2 best friends had sent him at the end of July, what would they say if Harry wrote to them and told them about his scar? Hurting at once, Hermione Granger's voice seemed to fill his head, shrill and panicky. Your scar hurt, Harry. That's really serious. Write to Professor Dumbledore, and I'll go and check common magical ailments and afflictions. Maybe there's something in there about cursed scars. Yes, that would be Hermione's advice. Go straight to the headmaster of Hogwarts, and in the meantime, consult a book. Harry stared out of the window at the inky blue-black sky. He doubted very much whether a book could help him now. As far as he knew, he was the only living person to have survived a curse like Voldemort's. It was highly unlikely, therefore, that he would find his symptoms listed in common magical ailments and afflictions as 4. Informing the headmaster, Harry had no idea where Dumbledore went during the summer holidays. He amused himself for a moment picturing Dumbledore with his long silver beard, full-length wizard's robes, and pointed hat stretched out on a beach somewhere, rubbing suntan lotion onto his long, crooked nose wherever Dumbledore was, though Harry was sure that Hedwig would be able to find him. Harry's owl had never yet failed to deliver a letter to anyone, even without an address. But what would he write? Dear Professor Dumbledore, sorry to bother you, but my scar hurt this morning. Yours sincerely, Harry Potter. Even inside his head the words sounded stupid, and so he tried to imagine his other best friend, Ron Weasley's reaction, and in a moment Ron's red hair and long-nosed freckled face seemed to swim before Harry, wearing a abused expression. Your scar hurt, but you know who can't be near you now? Can he? I mean, you'd know, wouldn't you? He'd be trying to do you in again. Wouldn't he? I don't know, Harry. Maybe cursed scars always twinge a bit, I'll ask. Dad, Mr. Weasley, was a fully qualified wizard who worked in the misuse of Muggle artifacts office at the Ministry of Magic, but he didn't have any particular expertise in the matter of curses, as far as Harry knew, in any case. Harry didn't like the idea of the whole Weasley family knowing that Harry, was getting jumpy about a few moments' pain. Mrs. Weasley would fuss worse than Hermione and Fred, and George, Ron's 16-year-old twin brothers, might think. Harry was losing his nerve. The Weasleys were Harry's favorite family in the world. He was hoping that they might invite him to stay any time. Now, Ron had mentioned something about the Quidditch World Cup, and he somehow didn't want his visit punctuated with anxious inquiries about his scar. Harry kneaded his forehead with his knuckles. What he really wanted, and it felt almost shameful to admit it to himself, was someone like a parent, an adult wizard whose advice he could ask without feeling stupid, someone who cared about him, who had experience with dark magic. And then the solution came to him. It was so simple and so obvious that he couldn't believe it had taken so long. Serious Harry leapt up from the bed, hurried across the room, and sat down at his desk. He pulled a piece of parchment toward him, loaded his eagle feather quill with ink, wrote, "Dear Sirius," then paused, wondering how best to phrase his problem, still marveling at the fact that he hadn't thought of Sirius straight away. But then perhaps it wasn't so surprising after all. He had only found out that Sirius was his godfather too. Months ago, there was a simple reason for Sirius's complete absence from Harry's life. Until then, Sirius had been in Azkaban, the terrifying wizard jail guarded by creatures called Dementors, sightless, soul-sucking fiends who had come to search for Sirius at Hogwarts when he had escaped, yet Sirius had been innocent. The murders for which he had been convicted had been committed by Wormtail, Voldemort's supporter, whom nearly everybody now believed dead. Harry, Ron, and Hermione knew otherwise, however. They had come face to face with Wormtail only the previous year, though only Professor Dumbledore had believed their story. For one glorious hour, Harry had believed that he was leaving the Dursleys at last, because Sirius had offered him a home once his name had been cleared, but the chance had been snatched away from him. Wormtail had escaped before they could take him to the Ministry of Magic, and Sirius had to flee for his life. Harry had helped him escape on the back of a hippogriff called Buckbeak, and since then Sirius had been on the run the home Harry might have had if Wormtail had not escaped had been haunting him all summer. It had been doubly hard to return to the Dursleys knowing that he had so nearly escaped. Them forever, nevertheless Sirius, had been of some help to Harry, even if he couldn't be with him. It was due to Sirius that Harry now had all his school things in his bedroom with him. The Dursleys had never allowed this before, their general wish of keeping Harry as miserable as possible, coupled with their fear of his powers, had led them to lock his school trunk in the cupboard under the stairs every summer prior to this. But their attitude had changed since they had found out that Harry had a dangerous murderer for a godfather, for Harry had conveniently forgotten to tell them that Sirius was innocent. Harry had received 2 letters from Sirius since he had been back at Private Drive. Both had been delivered not by owls, as was usual with wizards, but by large, brightly colored tropical birds. Hedwig had not approved of these flashy intruders. She had been most reluctant to allow them to drink from her water tray before flying off again. Harry, on the other hand, had liked them. They put him in mind of palm trees and white sand, and he hoped that wherever Sirius was, Sirius never said in case the letters were intercepted. He was enjoying himself. Somehow Harry found it hard to imagine Dementors survive for long in bright sunlight. Perhaps that was why Sirius had gone south. Sirius's letters, which are now hidden beneath the highly useful loose floorboard under Harry's bed, sounded cheerful, and in both of them he had reminded Harry to call on him if ever Harry needed to. Well, he needed to. Now all right. Harry's lamp seemed to grow dimmer as the cold gray light that precedes sunrise slowly crept into the room. Finally, when the sun had risen, when his bedroom walls had turned gold, and when sounds of movement could be heard from Uncle Vernon and Aunt Petunia's room, Harry cleared his desk of crumpled pieces of parchment and reread his finished letter. Dear Sirius, thanks for your last letter. That bird was enormous. It could hardly get through my window. Things are the same as usual here. Dudley's diet isn't going too well. My aunt found him smuggling donuts into his room yesterday. They told him they'd have to cut his pocket money if he keeps doing it. So he got really angry and chucked his PlayStation out of the window. That's a sort of computer thing. You can play games on. Bit stupid, really. Now he hasn't even got Mega Mutilation Part 3 to take his mind off things. I'm okay, mainly because the Dursleys are terrified you might turn up and turn them all into bats if I ask you to. A weird thing happened this morning, though. My scar hurt again. Last time that happened was because Voldemort was at Hogwarts, but I don't reckon he can be anywhere near me now. Can he? Do you know if cursed scars sometimes hurt years afterward? I'll send this with Hedwig when she gets back. She's off hunting at the moment. Say hello to Buckbeak for me. Yes, thought Harry, that looked all right. There was no point putting in the dream. He didn't want it to look as though he was too worried. He folded up the parchment and laid it aside on his desk, ready for when Hedwig returned. Then he got to his feet, stretched, and opened his wardrobe. Once more, without glancing at his reflection, he started to get dressed before going down to breakfast. Chapter 3. The invitation. By the time Harry arrived in the kitchen, the 3 Dursleys were already seated around the table. None of them looked up as he entered or sat down. Uncle Vernon's large red face was hidden behind the morning's Daily Mail, and Aunt Petunia was cutting a grapefruit into quarters, her lips pursed over her horse-like teeth. Dudley looked furious and sulky and somehow seemed to be taking up even More space than usual, this was saying something, as he always took up an entire side of the square table by himself when Aunt Petunia put a quarter of unsweetened grapefruit onto Dudley's plate with a tremulous "There you are, Diddy darling." Dudley glowered at her. His life had taken a most unpleasant turn since he had come home for the summer with his end-of-year report. Uncle Vernon and Aunt Petunia had managed to find excuses for his bad marks. As usual, Aunt Petunia always insisted that Dudley was a very gifted boy whose teachers didn't understand him, while Uncle Vernon maintained that he didn't want some swotty little Nancy boy for a son. Anyway, they also skated over the accusations of bullying in the report. He's a boisterous little boy, but he wouldn't hurt a fly, Aunt Petunia had said tearfully. However, at the bottom of the report, there were a few well-chosen comments from the school nurse that not even Uncle Vernon and Aunt Petunia could explain away, no matter how much Aunt Petunia wailed that Dudley was big-boned, and that his poundage was really puppy fat, and that he was a growing boy who needed plenty of food. The fact remained that the school outfitters didn't stock knickers big enough for him any more. The school nurse had seen what Aunt Petunia's eyes, so sharp when it came to spotting fingerprints on her gleaming walls and in observing the comings and goings of the neighbors, simply refused to see that far from needing extra nourishment, Dudley had reached roughly the size and weight of a young killer whale. So after many tantrums, after arguments that shook Harry's bedroom floor, and many tears from Arpunia, the new regime had begun. The diet sheet that had been sent by the smelting school nurse had been taped to the fridge, which had been emptied of all Dudley's favorite things: fizzy drinks and cakes, chocolate bars, and burgers, and filled instead with fruit and vegetables and the sorts of things that Uncle Vernon called rabbit food to make Dudley feel better about it all. Aunt Petunia had insisted that the whole family follow the diet too. She now passed a grapefruit quarter to Harry. He noticed that it was a lot smaller than Dudley's. Aunt Petunia seemed to feel that the best way to keep up Dudley's morale was to make sure that he did at least get more to eat than Harry, but Aunt Petunia didn't know what was hidden under the loose floorboard upstairs. She had no idea that Harry was not following the diet at all. The moment he had got wind of the fact that he was expected to survive the summer on carrot sticks, Harry had sent Hedwig to his friends with pleas for help, and they had risen to the occasion magnificently. Hedwig had returned from Hermione's house with a large box stuffed full of sugar-free snacks. Hermione's parents were dentists. Hagrid, the Hogwarts gamekeeper, had obliged with a sack full of his own homemade rock cakes. Harry hadn't touched these. He had had too much experience of Hagrid's cooking. Mrs. Weasley, however, had sent the family owl Errol with an enormous fruit cake and assorted meat pies. Poor Errol, who was elderly and feeble, had needed a full 5 days to recover from the journey, and then on Harry's birthday, which the Dursleys had completely ignored, he had received 4 superb birthday cakes, one each from Ron, Hermione, Hagrid, and Sirius. Harry still had 2 of them left, and so, looking forward to a real breakfast, when he got back upstairs, he ate his grapefruit without complaint. Uncle Vernon laid aside his paper with a deep sniff of disapproval and looked down at his own grapefruit quarter. "Is this it?" he said grumpily to Aunt Petunia. Aunt Petunia gave him a severe look and then nodded pointedly at Dudley, who had already finished his own grapefruit quarter and was eyeing Harry's with a very sour look in his piggy little eyes. Uncle Vernon gave a great sigh, which ruffled his large bushy mustache, and picked up his spoon. The doorbell rang. Uncle Vernon heaved himself out of his chair and set off down the hall. Quick as a flash, while his mother was occupied with the kettle, Dudley stole the rest of Uncle Vernon's. Grapefruit Harry heard talking at the door, and someone laughing, and Uncle Vernon answering curtly, then the front door closed, and the sound of ripping paper came from the hall. Aunt Petunia set the teapot down on the table and looked curiously around to see where Uncle Vernon had got to. She didn't have to wait long to find out. After about a minute, he was back. He looked livid. He barked at Harry in the living room, now bewildered, wondering what on earth he was supposed to have done this time. Harry got up and followed Uncle Vernon out of the kitchen and into the next room. Uncle Vernon closed the door sharply behind both of them. "So," he said, marching over to the fireplace and turning to face Harry as though he were about to pronounce him under arrest. So Harry would have dearly loved to have said, "So what?" But he didn't feel that Uncle Vernon's temper should be tested this early in the morning, especially when it was already under severe strain from lack of food. He therefore settled for looking politely puzzled. "This just arrived," said Uncle Vernon. He brandished a piece of purple writing paper at Harry. "A letter about you." Harry's confusion increased. Who would be writing to Uncle Vernon about him? Who did he know who sent letters by? The postman. Uncle Vernon glared at Harry, then looked down at the letter and began to read aloud. "Dear Mr. and Mrs. Dursley, we have never been introduced, but I am sure you have heard a great deal from Harry about my son Ron, as Harry might have told you. The final of the Quidditch World Cup takes place this Monday night, and my husband Arthur has just managed to get prime tickets through his connections at the Department of Magical Games and Sports. I do hope you will allow us to take Harry to the match, as this really is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Britain hasn't hosted the Cup for 30 years, and tickets are extremely hard to come by. We would, of course, be glad to have Harry stay for the remainder of the summer holidays and to see him safely onto the train back to school. It would be best for Harry to send us your answer as quickly as possible in the normal way, because the Muggle postman has never delivered to our house, and I'm not sure he even knows where it is. Hoping to see Harry soon. Yours sincerely, Peace. I do hope we've put enough stamps on." Uncle Vernon finished reading, put his hand back into his breast pocket, and drew out something else. "Look at this," he growled. He held up the envelope in which Mrs. Weasley's letter had come, and Harry had to fight down a laugh. Every bit of it was covered in stamps except for a square inch on the front, into which Mrs. Weasley had squeezed the Dursleys' address and minute writing. "She did put enough stamps on, then," said Harry, trying to sound as though Mrs. Weasley's was a mistake. Anyone could make. His uncle's eyes flashed. "The postman noticed," he said through gritted teeth, very interested to know where this letter came from. He was. That's why he rang the doorbell. Seemed to think it was funny Harry didn't say anything other people might not understand. Why Uncle Vernon was making a fuss about too many stamps, but Harry had lived with the Dursleys too long not to know how touchy they were about anything even slightly out of the ordinary. Their worst fear was that someone would find out that they were connected, however distantly, with people like Mrs. Weasley. Uncle Vernon was still glaring at Harry, who tried to keep his expression neutral. If he didn't do or say anything stupid, he might just be in for the treat of a lifetime. He waited for Uncle Vernon to say something, but he merely continued to glare. Harry decided to break the silence. "So can I go then?" he asked. A slight spasm crossed Uncle Vernon's large purple face, the mustache. Bristled Harry thought he knew what was going on behind the mustache, a furious battle as two of Uncle Vernon's most fundamental instincts came into conflict. Allowing Harry to go would make Harry happy, something Uncle Vernon had struggled against for 13 years. On the other hand, allowing Harry to disappear to the Weasleys for the rest of the summer would get rid of him 2 weeks earlier than anyone could have hoped, and Uncle Vernon hated having Harry in the house to give himself thinking time. It seemed he looked down at Mrs. Weasley's letter again. "Who is this woman?" said, staring at the signature with distaste. "You've seen her," said Harry. "She's my friend Ron's mother, she was. Meeting him off the school train at the end of last term." He had almost said Hogwarts Express, and that was a sure way to get his uncle's temper up. Nobody ever mentioned the name of Harry's school aloud in the Dursley household. Uncle Vernon screwed up his enormous face as though trying to remember something very unpleasant. "Dumpy sort of woman," he growled. "Finally load of children with red hair." Harry frowned. He thought it was a bit rich of Uncle Vernon to call anyone dumpy when his own son Dudley had finally achieved what he'd been threatening to do since the age of 3 and become wider than he was tall. Uncle Vernon was perusing the letter again. "Quidditch," he muttered under his breath. "Quidditch, what is this rubbish?" Harry felt a second stab of annoyance. "It's a sport," he said shortly. "Played on broom." All right, said Uncle Vernon loudly. Harry saw with some satisfaction that his uncle looked vaguely panicky. Apparently his nerves couldn't stand the sound of the word broomsticks in his living room. He took refuge in perusing the letter again. Harry saw his lips form the words, "Send us your answer in the normal way." He scowled. "What does she mean, a normal way?" He spat. "Normal for us," said Harry, and before his uncle could stop him, he added, "You know, Owlpost, that's what's normal for wizards." Uncle Vernon looked as outraged as if Harry had just uttered a disgusting swear word, shaking with anger. He shot a nervous look through the window, as though expecting to see some of the neighbors with their ears pressed against the glass. "How many times do I have to tell you not to mention that unnaturalness under my roof?" He hissed, his face now a rich plum color. "You stand there in the clothes petunia, and I have put on your ungrateful back." "Only after Dudley finished with them," said Harry coldly, and indeed he was dressed in a sweatshirt so large for him that he had to roll back the sleeves 5 times so as to be able to use his hands, and which fell past the knees of his extremely baggy jeans. "I will not be spoken to like that," said Uncle Vernon, trembling with rage. But Harry wasn't going to stand for this. Gone were the days when he had been forced to take every single one of the Dursleys' stupid rules. He wasn't following Dudley's diet, and he wasn't going to let Uncle Vernon stop him from going to the Quidditch World Cup. Not if he could help it. Harry took a deep studying breath and then said, "Okay, I can't see the World Cup. Can I go now?" "Then only I've got a letter to Sirius. I want to finish, you know, my godfather." He had done it, he had said the magic words. Now he watched the purple recede blotchily from Uncle Vernon's face, making it look like badly mixed black currant ice cream. You're writing to him, are you?" said Uncle Vernon in a would-be calm voice, but Harry had seen the pupils of his tiny eyes contract with sudden fear. "Well, yeah," said Harry casually. "It's been a while since he heard from me, and you know, if he doesn't, he might start thinking something's wrong." He stopped there to enjoy the effect of these words. He could almost see the cogs working under Uncle Vernon's thick, dark, neatly parted hair if he tried to stop. Harry, writing to Sirius, would think Harry was being mistreated if he told Harry he couldn't go to the Quidditch World Cup. Harry would write and tell Sirius, who would know Harry was being mistreated, there was only one thing for Uncle Vernon to do. Harry could see the conclusion forming in his uncle's mind as though the great mustache face were transparent. Harry tried not to smile, to keep his own face as blank as possible, and then, well, all right, then you can go to this this stupid this World Cup thing you write, and tell these Weasleys there to pick you up. Mind, I haven't got time to go dropping you off all over the country, and you can spend the rest of the summer there, and you can tell your godfather. Tell him you're going okay, then said Harry brightly. He turned and walked toward the living room door, fighting the urge to jump into the air and whoop. He was going to the Weasleys. He was going to watch the Quidditch World Cup outside in the hall. He nearly ran into Dudley, who had been lurking behind the door, clearly hoping to overhear Harry being told off. He looked shocked to see the broad grin on Harry's face. That was an excellent breakfast, wasn't it? Said Harry. I feel really full, don't you? Laughing at the astonished look on Dudley's face, Harry took the stairs 3 at a time and hurled himself back into his bedroom. The first thing he saw was that Hedwig was back. She was sitting in her cage, staring at Harry with her enormous amber eyes and clicking her beak in a way that meant she was annoyed about something. Exactly what was annoying her became apparent almost at once. Ouch, said Harry, as what appeared to be a small, gray, feathery tennis ball collided with the side of his head. Harry massaged the spot furiously, looking up to see what had hit him, and saw a minute owl small enough to fit into the palm of his hand, whizzing excitedly around the room like a loose firework. Harry then realized that the owl had dropped a letter at his feet. Harry bent down, recognized Ron's handwriting, then tore open the envelope. Inside was a hastily scribbled note. Harry, Dad got the tickets, Ireland versus Bulgaria Monday night. Mom's writing to the Muggles to ask you to stay. They might already have the letter. I don't know how fast Muggle Post is. Thought I'd send this with Pig. Anyway, Harry stared at the word pig, then looked up at the tiny owl, now zooming around the light fixture on the ceiling. He had never seen anything that looked less like a pig. Maybe he couldn't read Ron's writing. He went back to the letter. We're coming for you, whether the Muggles like it or not. You can't miss the World Cup. Only Mom and Dad reckon it's better if we pretend to ask their permission first. If they say yes, send Pig back with your answer pronto, and we'll come and get you at 5 o'clock on Sunday. If they say no, send Pig back pronto, and we'll come and get you at 5 o'clock on Sunday. Anyway, Hermione is arriving this afternoon. Percy's started work the Department of International Magical Cooperation. Don't mention anything about abroad while you're here, unless you want the pants board off. You see, you soon calm down, Harry said, as the small owl flew low over his head, twittering madly with what Harry could only assume was pride at having delivered the letter to the right person. Come here. I need you to take my answer back. The owl fluttered down on top of Hedwig's cage. Hedwig looked coldly up at it as though daring it to try and come any closer. Harry seized his eagle feather quill once more, grabbed a fresh piece of parchment and wrote, Ron, it's all okay. The Muggles say I can come see you 5 o'clock tomorrow. Can't wait. He folded this note up very small and with immense difficulty tied it to the tiny owl's leg as it hopped on the spot with excitement. The moment the note was secure, the owl was off again. It zoomed out of the window and out of sight. Harry turned to Hedwig, feeling up to a long journey. He asked her, Hedwig, hooted in a dignified sort of a way, "Can you take this to Sirius for me?" He said, picking up his letter. "Hang on, I just want to finish it." He unfolded the parchment and hastily added a postscript. "If you want to contact me, I'll be at my friend Ron Weasley's for the rest of the summer. His dad's got us tickets for the Quidditch World Cup." The letter finished, he tied it to Hedwig's leg. She kept unusually still, as though determined to show him how a real post owl should behave. "I'll be at Ron's when you get back, all right," Harry told her. She nipped his finger affectionately, then, with a soft swooshing noise, spread her enormous wings and soared out of the open window. Harry watched her out of sight, then crawled under his bed, wrenched up the loose floorboard, and pulled out a large chunk of birthday cake. He sat there on the floor, eating it, savoring the happiness that was flooding through him. He had cake, and Dudley had nothing but grapefruit. It was a bright summer's day. He would be leaving private drive tomorrow. His scar felt perfectly normal again, and he was going to watch the Quidditch World Cup. It was hard just now to feel worried about anything, even Lord Voldemort. Chapter 4. Back to the Burrow by 12 o'clock the next day. Harry's school trunk was packed with his school things and all his most prized possessions, the invisibility cloak he had inherited from his father, the broomstick he had gotten from Sirius, the enchanted map of Hogwarts he had been given by Fred and George Weasley last year. He had emptied his hiding place under the loose floorboard of all food, double-checked every nook and cranny of his bedroom for forgotten spell books or quills, and taken down the chart on the wall, counting down the days to September, the first on which he liked to cross off the days remaining until his return to Hogwarts. The atmosphere inside number 4 Privet Drive was extremely tense. The imminent arrival at their house of an assortment of wizards was making the Dursleys' uptight and irritable uncle Vernon had looked downright alarmed when Harry informed him that the Weasleys would be arriving at 5 o'clock the very next day. "I hope you told them to dress properly, these people," he snarled at once. "I've seen the sort of stuff you're lot where they'd better have the decency to put on normal clothes, that's all." Harry felt a slight sense of foreboding. He had rarely seen Mr. or Mrs. Weasley wearing anything that the Dursleys would call normal there. Children might don Muggle clothing during the holidays, but Mr. and Mrs. Weasley usually wore long robes in varying states of Shabbos. Harry wasn't bothered about what the neighbors would think, but he was anxious about how rude the Dursleys might be to the Weasleys if they turned up looking like their worst idea of wizards. Uncle Vernon had put on his best suit. To some people this might have looked like a gesture of welcome, but Harry knew it was because Uncle Vernon wanted to look impressive and intimidating. Dudley, on the other hand, looked somehow diminished. This was not because the diet was at last taking effect, but due to fright. Dudley had emerged from his last encounter with a fully grown wizard with a curly pig's tail poking out of the seat of his trousers, and Aunt Petunia and Uncle Vernon had had to pay for its removal at a private hospital in London. It wasn't altogether surprising, therefore, that Dudley kept running his hand nervously over his backside and walking sideways from room to room so as not to present the same target to the enemy. Lunch was an almost silent meal. Dudley didn't even protest at the food cottage cheese and grated celery. Aunt Petunia wasn't eating anything at all. Her arms were folded, her lips were pursed, and she seemed to be chewing her tongue as though biting back the furious diatribe she longed to throw at Harry. They'll be driving, of course. Uncle Vernon barked across the table. Said Harry he hadn't thought of. That. How were the Weasleys going to pick him up? They didn't have a car any more of the old Fort Anglia they had. Once owned was currently running wild in the forbidden forest at Hogwarts, but Mr. Weasley had borrowed a Ministry of Magic. Car last year, possibly he would do the same today. I think so, said Harry. Uncle Vernon snorted into his mustache. Normally Uncle Vernon would have asked what car Mr. Weasley drove. He tended to judge other men by how big and expensive their cars were, but Harry doubted whether Uncle Vernon would have taken to Mr. Weasley. Even if he drove a Ferrari, Harry spent most of the afternoon in his bedroom. He couldn't stand watching Aunt Petunia peer out through the net curtains every few seconds, as though there had been a warning about an escaped rhinoceros. Finally, at 4:45, Harry went back downstairs and into the living room. Aunt Petunia was compulsively straightening cushions. Uncle Vernon was pretending to read the paper, but his tiny eyes were not moving, and Harry was sure he was really listening with all his might for the sound of an approaching car. Dudley was crammed into an armchair, his porky hands beneath him clamped firmly around his bottom. Harry couldn't take the tension. He left the room and went and sat on the stairs in the hall, his eyes on his watch and his heart pumping fast from excitement and nerves. But 5 o'clock came, and then went. Uncle Vernon, perspiring slightly in his suit, opened the front door, peered up and down the street, then withdrew his head quickly. They're late, he snarled at Harry. I know, said Harry. Maybe the traffic's bad or something. 10:05. Then A45. Harry was starting to feel anxious himself now. He heard Uncle Vernon and Aunt Petunia conversing intermutters in the living room. No consideration at all. We might have had an engagement. Maybe they think they'll get invited to dinner. If they're late, well, they most certainly won't be, said Uncle Vernon, and Harry heard him stand up and start pacing the living room. They'll take the boy and go. There'll be no hanging around. That's if they're coming at all. Probably mistaken. The day, I dare say their kind don't set much store by punctuality. Either that or they drive some tin pot car that's broken dirt. Harry jumped up from the other side of the living room door. Came the sounds of the 3 Dursleys scrambling panic-stricken across the room. Next moment, Dudley came flying into the hall, looking terrified. What happened, said Harry. What's the matter? But Dudley didn't seem able to speak. Hands still clamped over his buttocks, he waddled as fast as he could into the kitchen. Harry hurried into the living room. Loud bangings and scrapings were coming from behind the Dursleys' boarded-up fireplace, which had a fake coal fire plug in front of it. What is it? Gasped Aunt Petunia, who had backed into the wall and was staring terrified toward the fire. What is it, Vernon? But they were left in doubt. Barely a second longer, voices could be heard from inside the blocked fireplace. Ouch, Fred, no go. Back, go back. There's been some kind of mistake. Tell George not to. Ouch, George. No, there's no room. Go back quickly and tell Ron. Maybe Harry can hear us, Dad. Maybe he'll be able to let us out. There was a loud hammering of fists on the boards behind the electric fire. Harry, can you hear us? The Dursleys rounded on Harry like a pair of angry wolverines. What is this? Growled Uncle Vernon. What's going on? They've tried to get here by Floo powder, said Harry, fighting a mad desire to laugh. They can travel by fire. Only you've blocked the fireplace. Hang on, he approached the fireplace and called through the boards, "Mr. Weasley, can you hear me?" The hammering stopped somebody. Inside the chimney piece said, Mr. Weasley, it's Harry, the fireplace has been blocked up. You won't be able to get through there." "Damn," said Mr. Weasley's voice. "What on earth did they want to block up the fireplace for? They've got an electric fire," Harry explained. "Really," said Mr. Weasley's voice. "Excitedly eclectic, you say, with a plug gracious. I must see that. Let's think." Outron Ron's voice. "Now join the others. What are we doing here? Has something gone wrong?" "Oh no, Ron," came Fred's voice, very sarcastically. "No, this is exactly where we wanted to end up. Yeah, we're having the time of our lives here," said George, whose voice sounded muffled as though he was squashed against the wall. Boys, said Mr. Weasley vaguely. "I'm trying to think what to do." "Yes, only way, stand back." Harry retreated to the sofa. Uncle Vernon, however, moved forward. "Wait a moment," he bellowed at the fire. "What exactly are you going to bang?" The electric fire shot across the room as the boarded-up fireplace burst outward, expelling Mr. Weasley, Fred, George, and Ron. In a cloud of rubble and loose chippings, Aunt Petunia shrieked and fell backward over the coffee table. Uncle Vernon caught her before she hit the floor and gaped speechless at the Weasleys, all of whom had bright red hair, including Fred and George, who were identical to the last freckle. "That's better," panted Mr. Weasley, brushing dust from his long green robes and straightening his glasses. You must be Harry's aunt and uncle, tall, thin, and balding." He moved toward Uncle Vernon, his hand outstretched, but Uncle Vernon backed away several paces, dragging Aunt Petunia. Words utterly failed Uncle Vernon. His best suit was covered in white dust which had settled in his hair and mustache and made him look as though he had just aged 30 years. "Yes, sorry about that," said Mr. Weasley, lowering his hand and looking over his shoulder at the blasted fireplace. "It's all my fault. It just didn't occur to me that we wouldn't be able to get out of the other end. I had your fireplace connected to the flue network, you see, just for an afternoon, so we could get Harry Muggle. Fireplaces aren't supposed to be connected, strictly speaking, but I've got a useful contact at the flue regulation panel, and he fixed it for me. I can put it right in a jiffy, though don't worry, I'll light a fire to send the boys back. And then I can repair your fireplace before I disapparate." Harry was ready to bet that the Dursleys hadn't understood a single word of this. They were still gaping at Mr. Weasley, thunderstruck. Aunt Petunia staggered upright again and hid behind Uncle Vernon. "Hello," Harry said. Mr. Weasley brightly. "Got your trunk ready?" "It's upstairs," said Harry, grinning back. "We'll get it," said Fred, at once winking at Harry. He and George left the room. They knew where Harry's bedroom was, having once rescued him from it in the dead of night. Harry suspected that Fred and George were hoping for a glimpse of Dudley. They had heard a lot about him from Harry. "Well," said Mr. Weasley, swinging his arm slightly while he tried to find words to break the very nasty silence. Very nice place you've got here." As the usually spotless living room was now covered in dust and bits of brick, this remark didn't go down too well with the Dursleys. Uncle Vernon's face purpled once more, and Aunt Petunia started chewing her tongue again. However, they seemed too scared to actually say anything. Mr. Weasley was looking around. He loved everything to do with Muggles. Harry could see him itching to go and examine the television and the video recorder. "They run off electricity, do they?" he said knowledgeably. "Ah, yes, I can see the plugs. I collect plugs," he added to Uncle Vernon. "And Batteries gotta vary. Large collection of batteries, my wife thinks I'm mad. But there your Uncle Vernon clearly thought, mister. Weasley was mad too. He moved ever so slightly to the right, screening Aunt Petunia from view, as though he thought Mr. Weasley might suddenly run at them and attack. Dudley suddenly reappeared in the room. Harry could hear the clunk of his trunk on the stairs and knew that the sounds had scared Dudley out of the kitchen. Dudley edged along the wall, gazing at Mr. Weasley with terrified eyes, and attempted to conceal himself behind his mother and father. Unfortunately, Uncle Vernon's bulk, while sufficient to hide bony Aunt Petunia, was nowhere near enough to conceal Dudley. "Ah, this is your cousin, is it, Harry?" said Mr. Weasley, taking another brave stab at making conversation. "Yep," said Harry, "that's Dudley." He and Ron exchanged glances and then quickly looked away from each other. The temptation to burst out laughing was almost overwhelming. Dudley was still clutching his bottom, as though afraid it might fall off. Mr. Weasley, however, seemed genuinely concerned at Dudley's peculiar behavior. Indeed, from the tone of his voice when he next spoke, Harry was quite sure that Mr. Weasley thought Dudley was quite as mad as the Dursleys thought he was, except that Mr. Weasley felt sympathy rather than fear. "Having a good holiday, Dudley?" he said kindly. "Dudley," whimpered Harry, saw his hands tighten still harder over his massive backside. Fred and George came back into the room, carrying Harry's school trunk. They glanced around as they entered and spotted Dudley. Their faces cracked into identical evil grins. "Right," said Mr. Weasley, "better get cracking." Then he pushed up the sleeves of his robes and took out his wand. Harry saw the Dursleys draw back against the wall as one. "Incendio," said Mr. Weasley, pointing his wand at the hole in the wall. Behind him, flames rose at once in the fireplace, crackling merrily as though they had been burning for hours. Mr. Weasley took a small drawstring bag from his pocket, untied it, took a pinch of the powder inside, and threw it onto the flames, which turned emerald green and roared higher than ever. "Off you go then, Fred," said Mr. Weasley. "Coming," said Fred. "Oh no, hang on." A bag of sweets had spilled out of Fred's pocket, and the contents were now rolling in every direction, big fat toffs in brightly colored wrappers. Fred scrambled around, cramming them back into his pocket, then gave the Dursleys a cheery wave, stepped forward, and walked right into the fire, saying the burrow. Aunt Petunia gave a little shuddering gasp. There was a whooshing sound, and Fred vanished right. Then George said, "Mr. Weasley, you in the trunk." Harry helped George carry the trunk forward into the flames and turn it onto its end so that he could hold it better. Then with a second whoosh, George had cried the burrow and vanished too. "Ron, you next," said Mr. Weasley. "See you," said Ron brightly to the Dursleys. He grinned broadly at Harry, then stepped into the fire, shouted the burrow, and disappeared. Now Harry and Mr. Weasley alone remained. Well, by then, Harry said to the Dursleys, they didn't say anything at all. Harry moved toward the fire, but just as he reached the edge of the hearth, Mr. Weasley put out a hand and held him back. He was looking at the Dursleys in amazement. "Harry said goodbye to you," he said. "Didn't you hear him?" "It doesn't matter," Harry muttered to Mr. Weasley. "Honestly, I don't care." Mr. Weasley did not remove his hand from Harry's shoulder. "You aren't going to see your nephew till next summer," he said to Uncle Vernon in mild indignation. "Surely you're going to say goodbye Uncle Vernon's face worked furiously the idea of being taught consideration by a man who had just blasted away half his living room wall seemed to be causing him intense suffering, but Mr. Weasley's wand was still in his hand, and Uncle Vernon's tiny eyes darted to it once before he said very resentfully, "Goodbye then, you," said Harry, putting one foot forward into the green flames, which felt pleasantly like warm breath at that moment, however. A horrible gagging sound erupted behind him, and Aunt Petunia started to scream. Harry wheeled around. Dudley was no longer standing behind his parents. He was kneeling beside the coffee table, and he was gagging and sputtering on a foot-long purple slimy thing that was protruding from his mouth, one bewildered. Second later, Harry realized that the foot-long thing was Dudley's tongue and that a brightly colored toffee wrapper lay on the floor before him. Aunt Petunia hurled herself onto the ground beside Dudley, seized the end of his swollen tongue, and attempted to wrench it out of his mouth. Unsurprisingly, Dudley yelled and sputtered worse than ever, trying to fight her off. Uncle Vernon was bellowing and waving his arms around, and Mr. Weasley had to shout to make himself heard. "Not to worry, I can sort him out," he yelled, advancing on Dudley with his wand outstretched, but Aunt Petunia screamed worse than ever and threw herself on top of Dudley, shielding him from Mr. Weasley. "No, really," said Mr. Weasley desperately. "It's a simple process. It was the toffee my son Fred, real practical joker, but it's only in engorgement charm, at least. I think it is. Please, I can correct it," but far from being reassured, the Dursleys became more panic-stricken. Aunt Petunia was sobbing hysterically, tugging Dudley's tongue as though determined to rip it out. Dudley appeared to be suffocating under the combined pressure of his mother and his tongue, and Uncle Vernon, who had lost control completely, seized a china figure from on top of the sideboard and threw it very hard at Mr. Weasley, who ducked, causing the ornament to shatter in the blasted fireplace. "Now really," said Mr. Weasley, angrily brandishing his wand, "I'm trying to help." Bellowing like a wounded hippo, Uncle Vernon snatched up another ornament. "Harry, go, just go." Mr. Weasley shouted his wand on Uncle Vernon. "I'll sort this out." Harry didn't want to miss the fun, but Uncle Vernon's second ornament narrowly missed his left ear, and on balance he thought it best to leave the situation to Mr. Weasley. He stepped into the fire, looking over his shoulder as he said, "The burrow." His last fleeting glimpse of the living room was of Mr. Weasley blasting a third ornament out of Uncle Vernon's hand with his wand. Aunt Petunia screaming and lying on top of Dudley, and Dudley's tongue lolling around like a great slimy python. But next moment Harry had begun to spin very fast, and the Dursleys' living room was whipped out of sight. A rush of emerald green flames. Chapter 5. Weasley's Wizard Wheezes. Harry spun faster and faster, elbows tucked tightly to his sides, blurred fireplaces flashing past him until he started to feel sick and closed his eyes. Then when at last he felt himself slowing down, he threw out his hands and came to a halt in time to prevent himself from falling face forward out of the Weasleys' kitchen fire. "Did he eat it?" said Fred, excitedly holding out a hand to pull Harry to his feet. "Yeah," said Harry, straightening up. "What was it?" "Tongue toffee," said Fred brightly. "George and I invented them, and we've been looking for someone to test them on all summer." The tiny kitchen exploded with laughter. Harry looked around and saw that Ron and George were sitting at the scrubbed wooden table with two red-haired people. Harry had never seen before, though he knew immediately who they must be: Bill and Charlie, the two eldest Weasley. "Brothers, how are you doing, Harry?" said the nearer of the two, grinning at him and holding out a large hand, which Harry shook, feeling calluses and blisters under his fingers. This had to be Charlie, who worked with dragons in Romania. Charlie was built like the twins, shorter and stockier than Percy and Ron, who were both long and lanky. He had a broad, good-natured face, which was weather-beaten and so freckly that he looked almost tanned. His arms were muscular, and one of them had a large, shiny burn on it. Bill got to his feet, smiling, and also shook Harry's hand. Bill came as something of a surprise. Harry knew that he worked for the Wizarding Bank Gringotts, and that Bill had been head of Hogwarts. Harry had always imagined Bill to be an older version of Percy, fussy about rule-breaking and fond of bossing everyone around. However, Bill there was no other word for it: cool. He was tall, with long hair that he had tied back in a ponytail. He was wearing an earring with what looked like a thong dangling from it. Bill's clothes would not have looked out of place at a rock concert, except that Harry recognized his boots to be made not of leather, but of dragon hide. Before any of them could say anything else, there was a faint popping noise, and Mr. Weasley appeared out of thin air at George's shoulder. He was looking angrier than Harry had ever seen him. "That wasn't funny, Fred," he shouted. "What on earth did you give that muggle boy?" "I didn't give him anything," said Fred, with another evil grin. "I just dropped it. It was his fault. He went and ate it. I never told him." "So you dropped it on purpose," roared Mr. Weasley. "You knew he'd eat it. You knew he was on a diet." "How big did his tongue get?" George asked eagerly. "It was 40 long. Before his parents would let me shrink it." Harry and the Weasleys roared with laughter again. "It isn't funny," Mr. Weasley shouted. "That sort of behavior seriously undermines wizard-muggle relations. I spend half my life campaigning against the mistreatment of muggles, and my own sons. We didn't give it to him because he's a muggle," said Fred indignantly. "No, we gave it to him because he's a great bullying git," said George. "Isn't he, Harry?" "Yeah, he is," Mr. Weasley said. Harry earnestly. "That's not the point," raged Mr. Weasley. "You wait until I tell your mother." "Tell me what," said a voice behind them. Mrs. Weasley had just entered the kitchen. She was a short, plump woman with a very kind face, though her eyes were presently narrowed with suspicion. "Oh, hello, Harry dear," she said, spotting him and smiling. Then I snapped back to her husband. "Tell me what Arthur—" Mr. Weasley hesitated. Harry could tell that however angry he was with Fred and George, he hadn't really intended to tell Mrs. Weasley what had happened. There was a silence while Mr. Weasley eyed his wife nervously. Then two girls appeared in the kitchen doorway behind Mrs. Weasley, one with very bushy brown hair and rather large front teeth was Harry's and Ron's friend Hermione Granger. The other, who was small and red-haired, was Ron's younger sister, Ginny. Both of them smiled at Harry, who grinned back, which made Ginny go scarlet. She had been very taken with Harry ever since his first visit to the burrow. "Tell me what Arthur," Mrs. Weasley repeated in a dangerous sort of voice. "It's nothing, Molly," mumbled Mr. Weasley. "Fred and George, but I've had words with them." "What have they done this time?" said Mrs. Weasley. "If it's got anything to do with Weasley's wizard wheezes, why don't you show Harry where he's sleeping?" "Ron," said Hermione from the doorway. "He knows where he's sleeping," said Ron. "In my room. He slept there last. We can all go," said Hermione pointedly. "Oh," said Ron, catoning on. "Right, you'll come too," said George. "You stay where you were sled," Mrs. Weasley, Harry, and Ron edged out of the kitchen, and Hermione and Ginny set off along the narrow hallway and up the rickety staircase that zigzagged through. The house to the upper stories. What are Weasley's wizard wheezes? Harry asked. As they climbed, Ron and Ginny both laughed, although Hermione didn't. Mom found this stack of order forms when she was cleaning Fred and George's room, said Ron quietly. Great long price lists. For stuff they've invented, joke stuff, fake wands, and trick sweets loads of stuff. It was brilliant. I never knew they'd been inventing all that we've been hearing explosions out of their room for ages, but we never thought they were actually making things, said Ginny. We thought they just liked the noise, only most of the stuff, well, all of it really was a bit dangerous, said Ron. And they were planning to sell at Hogwarts to make some money. And Mom went mad at them, told them they weren't allowed to make any more of it, and burned all the order forms. She's furious at them anyway. They didn't get as many owls as she expected. Owls were ordinary wizarding levels. The examinations Hogwarts students took at the age of 15, and then there was this big row. Ginny said because Mom wants them to go into the Ministry of Magic like Dad, and they told her all they want to do is open a joke shop. Just then a door on the second landing opened and a face poked out, wearing horn-rimmed glasses and a very annoyed expression. Hi, Percy, said Harry. Oh, hello, Harry, said Percy. I was wondering who was making all the noise. I'm trying to work in here, I've got a report to finish for the office, and it's rather difficult to concentrate when people keep thundering up and down the stairs. We're not thundering, said Ron irritably. We're walking. Sorry if we've disturbed the top secret workings of the Ministry of Magic. What are you working on, said Harry. A report for the Department of International Magical Cooperation, said Percy smugly. We're trying to standardize cauldron thickness. Some of these foreign imports are just a shade too thin. Leakages have been increasing at a rate of almost 3% a year. That'll change the world. That report will, said Ron. Front page of the Daily Prophet. I expect cauldron leaks. Percy went slightly pink. You might sneer on, he said heatedly, but unless some sort of international law is imposed, we might well find market flooded with flimsy, shallow bottom products that's seriously in danger. Yeah, all right, said Ron, and he started off upstairs again. Percy slammed his bedroom door shut as Harry, Hermione, and Ginny followed Ron up 3 more flights of stairs. Shouts from the kitchen below echoed up to them. It sounded as though Mr. Weasley had told Mrs. Weasley about the tops. The room at the top of the house where Ron slept looked much as it had the last time that Harry had come to stay. The same posters of Ron's favorite Quidditch team, the Chudley Cannons, were whirling and waving on the walls and sloping ceiling, and the fish tank on the windowsill, which had previously held frog spawn, now contained one extremely large frog. Ron's old rat Scabbers was here no more, but instead there was the tiny gray owl that had delivered Ron's letter to Harry in Privet Drive. It was hopping up and down in a small cage and twittering madly. Shut up, pig, said Ron, edging his way between 2 of the 4 beds that had been squeezed into the room. Fred and George are in here with us because Bill and Charlie are in their room, he told Harry. Percy gets to keep his room all to himself because he's got to work. And why are you calling that owl pig? Harry asked Ron. Because he's being stupid, said Ginny. Its proper name is Pigwidgeon. Yeah, and that's not a stupid name at all, said Ron sarcastically. Ginny named him, he explained to Harry. She reckons it's sweet and I try to change it, but it was too late. He won't answer to anything else, so now he's Pig. I gotta keep him up here because he annoys Errol and Hermes. He annoys me too. Come to that, Pig Wiggins zoomed happily. Around his cage, hooting shrilly, Harry knew Ron too well to take him seriously. He had moaned continually about his old rat Scabbers, but had been most upset when Hermione's cat Crookshanks appeared to have eaten him. Where's Crookshanks? Harry asked Hermione now. Out in the garden, I expect. She said, he likes chasing gnomes he's never seen any before. Percy's enjoying work then, said Harry, sitting down on one of the beds and watching the Chudley cannons zooming in and out of the posters on the ceiling. Enjoying it, said Ron darkly. I don't reckon he'd come home if Dad didn't make him. He's obsessed, just don't get him. Onto the subject of his boss, according to Mr. Crouch, as I was saying to Mr. Crouch is of the opinion Mr. Crouch was telling me they'll be announcing their engagement any day. Now have you had a good summer, Harry? Said Hermione, did you get her food parcels and everything? Yeah. Thanks a lot, said Harry. They saved my life, those cakes. And have you heard from Ron began, but at a look from Hermione, he fell silent. Harry knew Ron had been about to ask about Sirius Ron, and Hermione had been so deeply involved in helping Sirius escape from the Ministry of Magic that they were almost as concerned about Harry's godfather as he was. However, discussing him in front of Ginny was a bad idea. Nobody but themselves and Professor Dumbledore knew about how Sirius had escaped or believed in his innocence. I think they've stopped arguing, said Hermione to cover the awkward moment, because Ginny was looking curiously from Ron to Harry. Shall we go down and help your mom with dinner? Yeah, all right, said Ron. The four of them left Ron's room and went back downstairs to find Mrs. Weasley alone in the kitchen, looking extremely bad-tempered. We're eating out in the garden, she said when they came in. There's just not room for 11 people in here. Could you take the plates outside? Girls Bill and Charlie are setting up the tables, knives and forks. Please, you too, she said to Ron and Harry, pointing her wand a little more vigorously than she had intended at a pile of potatoes in the sink which shot out of there, skins so fast that they ricocheted off the walls and ceiling. Oh, for heavens. Sake, she snapped, now directing her wand at a dustpan which hopped off the sideboard and started skating across the floor, scooping up the potatoes. Those too, she burst out savagely, now pulling pots and pans out of a cupboard, and Harry knew she meant Fred and George. I don't know what's going to happen to them. I really don't know. Ambition, unless you count making as much trouble as they possibly can. Mrs. Weasley slammed a large copper saucepan down on the kitchen table and began to wave her wand around. Inside it, a creamy sauce poured from the wand tip. As she stirred, it's not as though they haven't got brains, she continued irritably, taking the saucepan over to the stove and lighting it with a further poke of her wand. But they're wasting them, and unless they pull themselves together soon, they'll be in real trouble. I've had more owls from Hogwarts about them than the rest put together. If they carry on the way they're going, they'll end up in front of the improper use of magic office. Mrs. Weasley jabbed her wand at the cutlery drawer, which shot open. Harry and Ron both jumped out of the way as several knives soared out of it, flew across the kitchen, and began chopping the potatoes, which had just been tipped back into the sink by the dustpan. I don't know where we went wrong with them, said Mrs. Weasley, putting down her wand and starting to pull out still more sauce buns. It's been the same for years, one thing after another, and they won't listen to on not again. She had picked up her wand from the table, and it had emitted a loud squeak and turned into a giant rubber mouse. One of their fake wands again. She shouted, "How many times have I told them not to leave them lying around?" She grabbed her real wand and turned around, to find that the source on the stove was smoking. "Come on," Ron said hurriedly too. Harry seizing a handful of cutlery from the open drawer. "Let's go and help Bill and Charlie." They left Mrs. Easily and headed out the back door into the yard. They had only gone a few paces when Hermione's band-legged ginger cat, Crookshanks, came pelting out of the garden bottle brush, tail held high in the air, chasing what looked like a muddy potato on legs. Harry recognized it instantly as a gnome barely 10 and high. Its horny little feet pattered very fast as it sprinted across the yard and dived headlong into one of the Wellington boots that lay scattered around the door. Harry could hear the gnome giggling madly as Crookshanks inserted a paw into the boot, trying to reach it. Meanwhile, a very loud crash noise was coming from the other side of the house. The source of the commotion was revealed as they entered the garden and saw that Bill and Charlie both had their wands out and were making two battered old tables fly high above the lawn, smashing into each other, each attempting to knock the others out of the air. Fred and George were cheering, Ginny was laughing, and Hermione was hovering near the hedge, apparently torn between amusement and anxiety. Bill's table caught Charlie's with a huge bang and knocked one of its legs off. There was a clatter from overhead, and they all looked up to see Percy's head poking out of a window on the second floor. "Will you keep it down?" he bellowed. "Sorry, Perce," said Bill, grinning. "How are the cauldron bottoms coming on?" "Very badly," said Percy peevishly, and he slammed the window shut, chuckling. Bill and Charlie directed the table safely onto the grass, end to end, and then with a flick of his wand, Bill reattached the table leg and conjured tablecloths from nowhere. By 7 o'clock, the two tables were groaning under dishes and dishes of Mrs. Weasley's excellent cooking and the 9 Weasleys. Harry and Hermione were settling themselves down to eat beneath a clear, deep blue sky. To somebody who had been living on meals of increasingly stale cake all summer, this was paradise, and at first Harry listened rather than talked, as he helped himself to chicken and ham pie, boiled potatoes, and salad. At the far end of the table, Percy was telling his father all about his report on Cauldron Bottoms. "I've told Mr. Crouch that I'll have it ready by Tuesday." Percy was saying pompously, "That's a bit sooner than he expected it, but I like to keep on top of things. I think he'll be grateful I've done it in good time. I mean, it's extremely busy in our department just now, what with all the arrangements for the World Cup. We're just not getting the support we need from the Department of Magical Games and Sports." "Ludo Bagman, I like Ludo," said Mr. Weasley mildly. "He was the one who got us such good tickets for the cup. I did him a bit of a favor. His brother Otto got into a spot of trouble, a lawnmower with unnatural powers. I smoothed the whole thing over." "Oh, Bagman's likable enough, of course," said Percy dismissively, "but how he ever got to be head of department? When I compare him to Mr. Crouch, I can't see Mr. Crouch losing a member of our department and not trying to find out what's happened to them. You realize Bertha Jawkins has been missing for over a month now, went on holiday to Albania and never came back." "Yes, I was asking Ludo about that," said Mr. Weasley, frowning. "He says Bertha's gotten lost plenty of times before now, though I must say if it was someone in my department, I'd be worried." "Oh, Bertha's hopeless all right," said Percy. "I hear she's been shunted from. Department to department for years, much more trouble than she's worth, but all the same Bagman ought to be trying to. Finder Mr. Crouch has been taking a personal interest. She worked in our department at one time, and I think Mr. Crouch was quite fond of her, but Bagman just keeps laughing and saying she probably misread the map and ended up in Australia instead of Albania. However, Percy heaved an impressive sigh and took a deep swig of elderflower wine. We've got quite enough on our plates at the Department of International Magical Cooperation without trying to find members of other departments too. As you know, we've got another big event too. Organized right after the World Cup. Percy cleared his throat significantly and looked down toward the end of the table, where Harry, Ron, and Hermione were sitting. The one I'm talking about, Father. He raised his voice. Slightly the top secret one. Ron rolled his eyes and muttered to Harry and Hermione, he's been trying to get us to ask what that event is ever since he started work, probably an exhibition of thick-bottomed cauldrons in the middle of the table. Mrs. Weasley was arguing with Bill about his earring, which seemed to be a recent acquisition with a horrible great fawn on it. Really, Bill, what do they say at the bank, Mom? No one at the bank gives a damn how I dress, as long as I bring home plenty of treasure, said Bill patiently. And your hair's getting silly, dear, said Mrs. Weasley, fingering her wand lovingly. I wish you'd let me give it a trim eye. Like it said Ginny, who was sitting beside. Bill, you're so old-fashioned, Mom. Anyway, it's nowhere near as long as Professor Dumbledore's next to Mrs. Weasley. Fred, George, and Charlie were all talking spiritedly about the World Cup. It's got to be Ireland, said Charlie. Thickly through a mouthful of potato, they flattened Peru in the semi-final. Bulgaria has got Victor Crumb, though, said Fred. Crumb's one decent player. Ireland has got 7, said Charlie shortly. I wish England had got through. That was embarrassing, that was. What happened, said Harry, eagerly, regretting more than ever his isolation from the wizarding world when he was stuck on private drive. Went down to Transylvania. 390-10, said Charlie, gloomily. Shocking performance, and Wales lost to Uganda, and Scotland was slaughtered by Luxembourg. Harry had been in the Gryffindor house Quidditch team ever since his first year at Hogwarts and owned one of the best racing brooms in the world, a firebolt flying Claymore. Naturally to Harry than anything else in the magical world, and he played in the position of seeker on the Gryffindor house team. Mr. Weasley conjured up candles to light the darkening garden before they had their homemade strawberry ice cream, and by the time they had finished, moths were fluttering low over the table, and the warm air was perfumed with the smells of grass and honeysuckle. Harry was feeling extremely well-fed and at peace with the world as he watched several gnomes sprinting through the rose bushes, laughing madly. And closely pursued by Crookshanks, Ron looked carefully up the table to check that the rest of the family were all busy talking. Then he said very quietly to Harry, "So have you heard from Sirius lately?" Hermione looked around, listening closely. "Yeah," said Harry softly twice. "He sounds okay. I wrote to him yesterday. He might write back while I'm here." He suddenly remembered the reason. He had written to Sirius, and for a moment was on the verge of telling Ron and Hermione about his scar hurting again and about the dream that had awoken him, but he really didn't want to worry them just now, not when he himself was feeling so happy and peaceful. Look at the time, Mrs. Weasley said suddenly, checking her wristwatch. "You really should be in bed, the whole lot of you. You'll be up at the crack of dawn to get to the cup, Harry. If you leave your school list out, I'll get your things for you tomorrow." in Diagon Alley. I'm getting everyone else's there might not be time after the World Cup. The match went on for 5 days last. Time wow, hope it does this time, said Harry enthusiastically. Well, I certainly don't, said Percy sanctimoniously. I shudder to think what the state of my tray would be if I was away from work for 5 days. Yeah, someone might slip dragon dung in it again. Aper, said Fred. That was a sample of fertilizer from Norway, said Percy, going very red in the face. It was nothing personal. It was, Fred whispered to Harry as they got up from the table we sent. In Chapter 6, the port key, Harry felt as though he had barely lain down asleep in Ron's room when he was being shaken awake by Mrs. Weasley. Time to go, Harry dear, she whispered, moving away to wake Ron. Harry felt around for his glasses, put them on, and sat up. It was still dark outside. Ron muttered indistinctly as his mother roused him at the foot of Harry's mattress. He saw 2 large, disheveled shapes emerging from tangles of blankets. It's time already, said Fred groggily. They dressed in silence too, sleepy to talk, then yawning and stretching. The 4 of them headed downstairs into the kitchen. Mrs. Weasley was stirring the contents of a large pot on the stove, while Mr. Weasley was sitting at the table checking a sheath of large parchment tickets. He looked up as the boys entered and spread his arms so that they could see his clothes more clearly. He was wearing what appeared to be a golfing sweater and a very old pair of jeans, slightly too big for him, and held up with a thick leather belt. What do you think? He asked anxiously. We're supposed to go incognito. Do I look like a muggle, Harry? Yeah, said Harry, smiling. Very good. Where are Bill and Charlie and Perpy? Said George, failing to stifle a huge yawn. Well, they're apparating, aren't they? Said Mrs. Weasley, heaving the large pot over to the table and starting to ladle porridge into bowls so they can have a bit of a lie. And Harry knew that apparating meant disappearing from one place and reappearing almost instantly in another, but had never known any Hogwarts student to do it, and understood that it was very difficult. So they're still in bed, said Fred grumpily, pulling his bowl of porridge toward him. Why can't we apparate too? Because you're not of age and you haven't passed your test, snapped Mrs. Weasley. And where have those girls got to? She bustled out of the kitchen, and they heard her climbing the stairs. You have to pass a test to operate? Harry asked. Oh, yes, said Mr. Weasley, tucking the ticket safely into the back pocket of his jeans. The Department of Magical Transportation had to find a couple of people the other day for operating without a license. It's not easy apparition, and when it's not done properly, it can lead to nasty complications. This pair I'm talking about went and splinched themselves. Everyone around the table except Harry winced. Splinage said. Harry, they left half of themselves behind, said Mr. Weasley, now spooning large amounts of trial onto his porridge. So of course they were stuck, couldn't move. Either way, had to wait for the accidental magic reversal squad to sort them out. Meant a fair old bit of paperwork. I can tell you what, with the muggles who spotted the body parts they'd left behind. Harry had a sudden vision of a pair of legs and an eyeball lying abandoned on the pavement. A private drive. Were they okay? He asked, startled. Oh, yes, said Mr. Weasley matter-of-factly, but they got a heavy fine, and I don't think they'll be trying it again in a hurry. You don't mess around with apparition. There are plenty of adult wizards who don't bother with it, prefer brooms, slower but safer. But Bill and Charlie and Percy can all do it. Charlie had to take the test twice, said Fred grinning. He failed the first time opera 5 miles south of where he meant to ride on top of some poor old dear doing her shopping, remember? Yes, well, he passed the second time, said Mrs. Weasley, marching back into the kitchen amid hearty sniggers. Percy only passed 2 weeks ago. Said George he's been apparating downstairs every morning since, just to prove he can hear footsteps down the passageway, and Hermione and Ginny came into the kitchen, both looking pale and drowsy. Why do we have to be up so early? Ginny said, rubbing her eyes and sitting down at the table. We've got a bit of a walk, said Mr. Weasley. Walk? Said Harry. What are we walking to the World Cup? No, that's miles away, said Mr. Weasley, smiling. We only need to walk a short way. It's just that it's very difficult for a large number of wizards to congregate without attracting Muggle attention. We have to be very careful about how we travel at the best of times, and on a huge occasion like the Quidditch World Cup, George, said Mrs. Weasley sharply, and they all jumped what said George in an innocent tone that deceived nobody. What is that in your pocket? Nothing, don't you lie, too. Me. Mrs. Weasley pointed her wand at George's pocket and said, Accio. Several small, brightly colored objects zoomed out of George's pocket. He made a grab for them, but missed, and they sped right into Mrs. Weasley's outstretched hand. We told you to destroy them, said Mrs. Weasley furiously, holding up what were unmistakably more toned to, we told you to get rid of the lot. Empty your pockets. Go on, both of you. It was an unpleasant scene. The twins had evidently been trying to smuggle as many toffs out of the house as possible, and it was only by using her summoning charm that Mrs. Weasley managed to find them all. Accio, 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 she shouted, and toffees zoomed from all sorts of unlikely places, including the lining of George's jacket and the turn-ups of Fred's jeans. We spent 6 months developing those, Fred shouted at his mother as she threw the toffs away. Oh, a fine way to spend 6 months, she shrieked. No wonder you didn't get more owls all, and all the atmosphere was not very friendly as they took their departure. Mrs. Weasley was still glowering as she kissed Mr. Weasley on the cheek, though not nearly as much as the twins, who had each hoisted their rucksacks onto their backs and walked out without a word to her. Well, have a lovely time, said Mrs. Weasley, and behave yourselves, she called after the twins' retreating backs, but they did not look back or answer. I'll send Bill, Charlie, and Percy along around midday, Mrs. Weasley said to Mr. Weasley as he, Harry, Ron, Hermione, and Ginny set off across the dark yard after Fred and George. It was chilly, and the moon was still out, only a dull greenish tinge along the horizon to their right showed that daybreak was drawing closer. Harry, having been thinking about thousands of wizards speeding toward the Quidditch World Cup, sped up to walk with Mr. Weasley. So how does everyone get there without all the Muggles noticing? He asked. It's been a massive organizational problem, sighed Mr. Weasley. The trouble is about 100,000 wizards turn up at the World Cup, and of course we just haven't got a magical site big enough to accommodate them. All there are places Muggles can't penetrate. But imagine trying to pack 100,000 wizards into Diagon Alley or Platform 9 and March 4th. So we had to find a nice, deserted moor and set up as many anti-Muggle precautions as possible. The whole ministry's been working on it for months. First, of course, we have to stagger the arrivals. People with cheaper tickets have to arrive 2 weeks beforehand. A limited number use Muggle transport, but we can't have too many clogging up their buses and trains. Remember, wizards are coming from all over the world, some apparate, of course, but we have to set up safe points for them to appear well away from muggles. I believe there's a handy wood they're using as the apparition point for those who don't want to apparate, or can't we use port? Keys are objects that are used to transport wizards from one spot to another at a prearranged time you can. Do large groups at a time. If you need to, there have been 200 port keys placed at strategic points around Britain, and the nearest one to us is up at the top of Stowzad Hill, so that's where we're headed. Mr. Weasley pointed ahead of them where a large black mass rose beyond the village of Ottery St. Catchpole. What sort of objects are port keys? Said Harry curiously. Well, they can be anything, said Mr. Weasley, unobtrusive things. Obviously, so muggles don't go picking them up and playing with them stuff they'll just think is litter. They trudged down the dark, dank lane toward the village, the silence broken only by their footsteps. The sky lightened very slowly as they made their way through the village, its inky blackness diluting to deepest blue. Harry's hands and feet were freezing. Mr. Weasley kept checking his watch. They didn't have breath to spare for talking as they began to climb Stowed Hill, stumbling occasionally in hidden rabbit holes, slipping on thick black tuffets of grass. Each breath Harry took was sharp in his chest, and his legs were starting to seize up when at last his feet found level ground. Woo! Panted Mr. Weasley, taking off his glasses and wiping them on his sweater. Well, we've made good time. We've got 10 minutes. Hermione came over the crest of the hill last, clutching a stitch in her side. Now we just need the port key, said Mr. Weasley, replacing his glasses and squinting around the ground. It won't be big. Come on. They spread out, searching. They had only been at it for a couple of minutes, however, when a shout rent the still air. Over here, Arthur, over here, son, we've got it. 2 tall figures were silhouetted against the starry sky on the other side of the hilltop. Amos, said Mr. Weasley, smiling, as he strode over to the man who had shouted. The rest of them followed. Mr. Weasley was shaking hands with a ruddy-faced wizard with a scrubby brown beard who was holding a moldy-looking old boot in his other hand. This is Amos Diggory, everyone, said Mr. Weasley. He worked for the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures, and I think you know his son, Cedric Diggory, was an extremely handsome boy of around 17. He was captain and seeker of the Hufflepuff House Quidditch team at Hogwarts High, said Cedric, looking around at them all. Everybody said hi back, except Fred and George, who merely nodded. They had never quite forgiven Cedric for beating their team Gryffindor in the first Quidditch match of the previous year. Long walk, Arthur? Cedric's father asked. Not too bad, said Mr. Weasley. We live just on the other side of the village there. You had to get up at 2, didn't we? Said. I tell you, I'll be glad when he's got his apparition test. Still not complaining. Quidditch World Cup wouldn't miss it for a sack full of galleons, and the tickets cost about that, mind you. Looks like I got off easy. Amos Diggory peered good-naturedly around at the 3 Weasley boys, Harry, Hermione, and Ginny. All these yours, Arthur? Oh no, only the redheads, said Mr. Weasley, pointing out his children. This is Hermione, friend of Ron, and Harry, another friend, Merlin's. Beard, said Amos Diggory, his eyes widening. Harry Potter. Yes, said Harry. Harry was used to people looking curiously at him when they met him, used to the way their eyes moved at once to the lightning scar on his forehead, but it always made him feel uncomfortable. Said, talked about you of Course, said Amos Diggory told us all about playing against you last year. I said to him, I said, that'll be something to tell your grandchildren, that will you beat Harry Potter. Harry couldn't think of any reply to this, so he remained silent. Fred and George were both scowling again. Cedric looked slightly embarrassed. Harry fell off his broom, Dad. He muttered, I told you it was an accident. Yes, but you didn't fall off. Did you? Roared Amos, genially slapping his son on the back. Always modest, I said. Always the gentleman, but the best man won. I'm sure Harry'd say the same. Wouldn't you? A one falls off his broom, one stays on. You don't need to be a genius to tell which one's the better flyer. Must be nearly time, said Mr. Weasley, quickly pulling out his watch again. Do you know whether we're waiting for any more? Amos, no, the loved goods have been there for a week already, and the Fawcett's couldn't get tickets, said Mr. Diggory. There aren't any more of us in this area. Are there not, that I know of, said Mr. Weasley. Yes, it's a minute off weed. Better get ready. He looked around at Harry and Hermione. You just need to touch the port key. That's all a finger will do. With difficulty, owing to their bulky backpacks, the 9 of them crowded around the old boot held out by Amos Diggory. They all stood there in a tight circle as a chill breeze swept over the hilltop. Nobody spoke. It suddenly occurred to Harry how odd this would look if a muggle were to walk up here now, and 9 people, 2 of them grown men, clutching this manky old boot in the semi-darkness, waiting. 3, muttered Mr. Weasley. 1, I still on his watch. 2, 1. It happened immediately. Harry felt as though a hook just behind his navel had been suddenly jerked irresistibly forward. His feet left the ground. He could feel Ron and Hermione on either side of him, their shoulders banging into his. They were all speeding forward in a howl of wind and swirling color. His forefinger was stuck to the boot as though it was pulling him magnetically onward, and then his feet slammed into the ground. Ron staggered into him, and he fell over. The port key hit the ground near his head with a heavy thud. Harry looked up. Mr. Weasley, Mr. Diggory, and Cedric were still standing, though looking very windswept. Everybody else was on the ground. 7-5 from Stowed Hill, said a voice. Chapter 7. Bagman and Crouch. Harry disentangled himself from Ron and got to his feet. They had arrived on what appeared to be a deserted stretch of misty moor. In front of them were a pair of tired and grumpy-looking wizards, one of whom was holding a large gold watch, the other a thick roll of parchment and a quill. Both were dressed as muggles, though very inexpertly. The man with the watch wore a tweed suit with thigh-length galoshes, his colleague a kilt and a poncho. Morning, Basil, said Mr. Weasley, picking up the boot and handing it to the kilted wizard, who threw it into a large box of used port keys. Beside him, Harry could see an old newspaper, an empty drinks can, and a punctured football. Hello there, Arthur, said Basil wearily. Not on duty, yeah? It's all right for some. We've been here all night. You'd better get out of the way. We've got a big party coming in from the Black Forest at 5:15. Hang on, I'll find your campsite. Weasley, he consulted his parchment list. About a quarter of a mile's walk over their first field, you come to site managers called Mr. Roberts Diggory's second field. Asked for Mr. Payne. Thanks, Basil, said Mr. Weasley, and he beckoned everyone to follow him. They set off across the deserted moor, unable to make out much through the mist. After about 20 minutes, a small stone cottage next to a gate swam into view. Beyond it, Harry could Just make out the ghostly shapes of hundreds and hundreds of tents rising up the gentle slope of a large field toward a dark wood on the horizon. They said goodbye to the Diggories and approached the cottage. Dora Mann was standing in the doorway, looking out at the tents Harry knew at A. Glanced that this was the only real muggle for several acres. When he heard their footsteps, he turned his head to. "Look at the morning," said Mr. Weasley, brightly morning, said the muggle, "would you be Mr. Roberts?" "I would," said Mr. Roberts. "And who are you?" "Weasley, 2 tents booked A. Couple of days ago," I said Mr. Roberts, consulting a list tacked to the door. "You've got a space up by the wood there, just the one night." "That's it," said Mr. Weasley. "You'll be paying now." Then said Mr. Roberts. "All right, certainly," said Mr. Weasley. He retreated a short distance from the cottage and beckoned Harry toward him. "Help me, Harry," he muttered, pulling a roll of muggle money from his pocket and starting to peel the notes apart. "This one's a 10. Ah, yes, I see. The little number on it now. So this is a 5. A 20, Harry corrected him in an undertone, uncomfortably aware of Mr. Roberts, trying to catch every word. "Ah, yes, so as I don't know these little bits of paper, you foreign," said Mr. Roberts as Mr. Weasley returned with the correct notes. "Foreign," repeated Mr. Weasley, puzzled. "You're not the first one who's had trouble with money," said Mr. Roberts, scrutinizing Mr. Weasley closely. "I had 2 try and pay me with great gold coins the size of hubcaps 10 minutes ago." "Did you really?" said Mr. Weasley nervously. Mr. Roberts rummaged around in a tin for some change. "Never been this crowded," he said, suddenly looking out over the misty field again. "Hundreds of pre-bookings, people usually just turn up." "Is that right?" said Mr. Weasley, his hand held out for his change, but Mr. Roberts didn't give it to him. He said thoughtfully, "People from all over, loads of foreigners, and not just foreigners, weirdos, you know. There's a bloke walking around in a kilt and a poncho shouldn't," he said Mr. Weasley anxiously. "It's like some sort of, I don't know, like some sort of rally," said Mr. Roberts. "They all seem to know each other, like a big party." At that moment, a wizard and plus 4s appeared out of thin air next to Mr. Roberts's front door. "Obliviate," he said sharply, pointing his wand at Mr. Roberts. Instantly, Mr. Roberts's eyes slid out of focus, his brows unknitted, and a look of dreamy unconcern fell over his face. Harry recognized the symptoms of one who had just had his memory modified. A map of the campsite for you, Mr. Roberts said placidly to Mr. Weasley. "In your change." "Thanks very much," said Mr. Weasley. The wizard and plus 4 accompanied them toward the gate to the campsite. He looked exhausted. His chin was blue with stubble, and there were deep purple shadows under his eyes. Once out of earshot of Mr. Roberts, he muttered to Mr. Weasley, "Been having a lot of trouble with him. Needs a memory charm 10 times a day to keep him happy, and Ludo Bagman's not helping trotting around, talking about bludgers and quaffles at the top of his voice. Not a worry about anti-muggle security. Blimey, I'll be glad when this is over. See you later, Arthur." He disapparated. "I thought Mr. Bagman was head of magical games and sports," said Ginny, looking surprised. "He should know better than to talk about bludgers near muggles, shouldn't he?" He should, said Mr. Weasley, smiling and leading them through the gates into the campsite. But Ludo's always been a bit lax about security. You couldn't wish for a more enthusiastic head of the sports department, though he played Quidditch for England himself, you know, and he was the best beater the Vimborn Wasps ever had they trudged up the misty field. Between long rows of tents, most looked almost ordinary. Their owners had clearly tried to make them as muggle-like as possible, but had slipped up by adding chimneys or belts or weather vanes. However, here, and there was a tent so obviously magical that Harry could hardly be surprised that Mr. Roberts was. Getting suspicious halfway up the field stood an extravagant confection of striped silk like a miniature palace. With several live peacocks tethered at the entrance a little farther on, they passed a tent that had 3 floors and several turrets, and a short way beyond that was a tent that had a front garden attached complete with bird bath sundial. "And fountain always the same," said Mr. Weasley, smiling. "We can't resist showing off when we get together. I hear we are look this is us." They had reached the very edge of the wood at the top of the field, and here was an empty space with a small sign hammered into the ground that read "Weasley couldn't have a better spot," said Mr. Weasley happily. "The field is just on the other side of the wood. There we're as close as we could be." He hoisted his backpack from his shoulders, right? He said excitedly, "No magic allowed, strictly speaking not. When we're out in these numbers on Muggle land, we'll be putting these tents up by hand. Shouldn't be too difficult. Muggles do it all the time here. Harry, where do you reckon we should start?" Harry had never been camping in his life. The Dursleys had never taken him on any kind of holiday, preferring to leave him with Mrs. Figg, an old neighbor. However, he and Hermione worked out where most of the poles and pegs should go, and though Mr. Weasley was more of a hindrance than a help, because he got thoroughly overexcited when it came to using the mallet, they finally managed to erect a pair of shabby 2-man tents. All of them stood back to admire their handiwork. Nobody looking at these tents would guess they belonged to Wizards Harry thought, but the trouble was that once Bill, Charlie, and Percy arrived, they would be a party of 10. Hermione seemed to have spotted this problem too. She gave Harry a quizzical look as Mr. Weasley dropped to his hands and knees. "And enter the first tent. We'll be a bit cramped," he called, "but I think we'll all squeeze and come and have, eh? Look." Harry bent down, ducked under the tent flap, and felt his jaw drop. He had walked into what looked like an old-fashioned 3-room flat, complete with bathroom and kitchen, oddly enough. It was furnished in exactly the same sort of style as Mrs. Figg's house. There were crocheted covers on the mismatched chairs and a strong smell of cats. "Well, it's not for long," said Mr. Weasley, mopping his bald patch with a handkerchief and peering in at the 4 bunk beds that stood in the bedroom. "I borrowed this from Perkins at the office. Doesn't camp much anymore, poor fellow he's got. Lamgo." He picked up the dusty kettle and peered inside it. "We'll need water. There's a tap marked on this map the Muggle gave us," said Ron, who had followed Harry inside the tent and seemed completely unimpressed by its extraordinary inner proportions. "It's on the other side of the field." "Well, why don't you, Harry and Hermione, go and get us some water?" Then Mr. Weasley handed over the kettle and a couple of saucepans, "and the rest of us will get some wood for a fire." "But we've got an oven," said Ron. "Why can't we just run anti-Muggle security?" said Mr. Weasley, his face shining with anticipation. "When real Muggles camp, they cook on fires outdoors. I've seen them at." And after a quick tour of the girls' tent, which was slightly smaller than the boys, though without the smell of cats, Harry, Ron, and Hermione set off across the campsite with the kettle and saucepans. Now, with the sunly risen and the mist lifting, they could see the city of tents that stretched in every direction. They made their way slowly through the rows, staring eagerly around. It was only just dawning on Harry how many witches and wizards there must be in the world. He had never really thought much about those in other countries. Their fellow campers were starting to wake up. First to stir were the families with small children. Harry had never seen witches and wizards this young before. A tiny boy, no older than 2, was crouched outside a large, pyramid-shaped tent holding a wand and poking happily at a slug in the grass, which was swelling slowly to the size of a salami. As they drew level with him, his mother came hurrying out of the tent. "How many times, Kevin, you don't touch Daddy's wand yet?" She had trodden on. The giant slug which burst her scolding carried after them on the still air, mingling with the little boy's yells. "You bust slug, you bust slug." A short way farther on they saw 2 little witches, barely older than Kevin, who were riding toy broomsticks that rose only high enough for the girls' toes to skim the dewy grass. A ministry wizard had already spotted them as he hurried past Harry, Ron, and Hermione. He muttered distractedly, "In broad daylight, parents having a lion, I suppose, here and there." Adult wizards and witches were emerging from their tents and starting to cook breakfast, some with furtive looks around. Them conjured fires with their wands, others were striking matches with dubious looks on their faces, as though sure this couldn't work. 3 African wizards sat in serious conversation, all of them wearing long white robes and roasting what looked like a rabbit on a bright purple fire, while a group of middle-aged American witches sat gossiping happily beneath a spangled banner stretched between their tents that read the Salem Witches Institute. Harry caught snatches of conversation in strange languages from the inside of tents they passed, and though he couldn't understand a word, the tone of every single voice was excited. "Or is it my eyes, or has everything gone green?" said Ron. It wasn't just Ron's eyes. They had walked into a patch of tents that were all covered with a thick growth of shamrocks, so that it looked as though small, oddly shaped hillocks had sprouted out of the earth. Grinning faces could be seen under those that had their flaps open. Then, from behind them, they heard their names. Harry, Ron, Hermione. It was Seamus Finnegan, their fellow Gryffindor 4th year. He was sitting in front of his own shamrock-covered tent with a sandy-haired woman who had to be his mother and his best friend. Dean Thomas, also of Gryffindor like the decorations, said, "Seamus, grinning, the ministry is not too happy." "Why shouldn't we show our colors?" said Mrs. Finnegan. "You should see what the Bulgarians have got dangling all over their tents. You'll be supporting Ireland, of course," she added, eyeing Harry, Ron, and Hermione Bailey. When they had assured her that they were indeed supporting Ireland, they set off again, though, as Ron said, like we'd say anything else surrounded by that lot. "I wonder what the Bulgarians have got dangling all over their tents," said Hermione. "Let's go and have a look," said Harry, pointing to a large patch of tents upfield where the Bulgarian flag, white, green, and red, was fluttering in the breeze. The tents here had not been becked with plant life, but each and every one of them had the same poster attached to it, a poster of a very surly face with heavy black eyebrows. The picture was, of course, moving, but all it did was blink and scowl. "Crumb," said Ron quietly. "What?" said Hermione. "Crumb," said Ron. "Victorum, the Bulgarian seeker. He looks really grumpy," said Hermione, looking around the many crumbs, blinking and scowling at them. "Really grumpy?" Ron raised his eyes to the heavens. "Who cares what he looks like? He's unbelievable. He's really young, too." Only just 18 or something. He's a genius. You wait until tonight, you'll see. There's already a small queue for the tap in the corner of the field. Harry, Ron, and Hermione joined it right behind a pair of men who were having a heated argument. One of them was a very old wizard who was wearing a long, flowery nightgown. The other was clearly a ministry wizard. He was holding out a pair of pinstripe trousers and almost crying with exasperation. Just put them on Archie. There's a good chap. You can't walk around like that. The muggle at the gates, already getting suspicious. I bought this in a muggle shop, said the old wizard. Stubbornly, muggles wear them, muggle women wear them, Archie not. The men, they wear these, said the ministry wizard, and he brandished the pinstripe trousers. I'm not putting them on, said old Archie in indignation. I like a healthy breeze around my privates. Thank Hermione was overcome with such a strong fit of the giggles at this point that she had to duck out of the queue and only returned when Archie had collected his water and moved away, walking more slowly now because of the weight of the water. They made their way back through the campsite here, and there they saw more familiar faces, other Hogwarts students with their families. Oliver, with the old captain of Harry's house Quidditch team, who had just left Hogwarts, dragged Harry over to his parents' tent to introduce him and told him excitedly that he had just been signed to the Puddle United Reserve team. Next, they were hailed by Ernie Macmillan, a Hufflepuff fourth year, and a little farther on they saw Cho Chang, a very pretty girl who played Seeker on the Ravenclaw team. She waved and smiled at Harry, who slopped quite a lot of water down his front as he waved back more too. Stop Ron from smirking than anything. Harry hurriedly pointed out a large group of teenagers whom he had never seen before. Who do you reckon they are? He said. They don't go to Hogwarts, do they? Expect they go to some foreign school, said Ron. I know. There are others never met anyone who went to one, though. Bill had a pen friend at a school in Brazil. This was years and years ago, and he wanted to go on an exchange trip, but Mom and Dad couldn't afford his pen. Friend got all offended when he said he wasn't going and sent him a cursed hat that made his ears shrivel up. Harry laughed, but didn't voice the amazement he felt at hearing about other wizarding schools. He supposed now that he saw representatives of so many nationalities in the campsite that he had been stupid never to realize that Hogwarts couldn't be the only one. He glanced at Hermione, who looked utterly unsurprised by the information. No doubt she had run across the news about other wizarding schools in some book or other. You've been ages, said George when they finally got back to the Weasleys' tents. Met a few people, said Ron, setting the water down. You not got that fire started yet? Dad's having fun with the matches, said Fred. Mr. Weasley was having no success at all in lighting the fire, but it wasn't for lack of trying. Splintered matches littered the ground around him, but he looked as though he was having the time of his life. Oops, he said as he managed to light a match and promptly dropped it in surprise. Come here, Mr. Weasley, said Hermione, kindly taking the box from him and showing him how to do it properly. At last they got the fire lit, though it was at least another hour before it was hot enough to cook anything. There was plenty to watch while they waited. However, their tents seemed to be pitched right alongside a kind of thoroughfare to the field, and ministry members kept hurrying up and down it, greeting Mr. Weasley cordially as they passed. Mr. Weasley kept up a running commentary, mainly for Harry's and Hermione's benefit. His own children knew too much about the ministry to be greatly interested. That was Cuthbert Mockridge, head of the Goblin Liaison Office here. comes Gilbert Wimple. He's with the committee on experimental. Charms, he's had those horns for a while now. Hello, honey, Arnold P's good he's in. Obliviator member of the Accidental Magic Reversal Squad, you know, and that's. Bode and Croker, they're unspeakables. They're what from the Department of Mystery's top secret, no idea what they get up to at last. The fire was ready, and they had just started cooking eggs and sausages when Bill, Charlie, and Percy came strolling out of the woods toward them. Just apparated, Dad, said Percy loudly. Our excellent lunch. They were halfway through their plates of eggs and sausages when Mr. Weasley jumped to his feet, waving and grinning at a man who was striding toward them. He said, the man of the moment, Ludo. Ludo Bagman was easily the most noticeable person Harry had seen so far, even including old Archie in his flower night dress. He was wearing long Quidditch robes and thick horizontal stripes of bright yellow and black. An enormous picture of a wasp was splashed across his chest. He had the look of a powerfully built man, gone slightly too. See, the robes were stretched tightly across a large belly he surely had not had in the days when he had played Quidditch for England. His nose was squashed, probably broken by a stray bludger, Harry thought, but his round blue eyes, short blonde hair, and rosy complexion made him look like a very overgrown school boy. Ahoy there, Bagman called happily. He was walking as though he had springs attached to the balls of his feet and was plainly in a state of wild excitement. Arthur, old man, he puffed as he reached the campfire. What a day could we have asked for more perfect weather, a cloudless night coming, and hardly a hiccup in the arrangements. Not much for me to do. Behind him, a group of Haggardell-looking ministry wizards rushed past, pointing at the distant evidence of some sort of magical fire that was sending violet sparks 20 feet into the air. Percy hurried forward with his hand outstretched, apparently his disapproval of the way Ludo Bagman ran his department did not prevent him from wanting it to make a good impression. Ah, yes, said Mr. Weasley, grinning. This is my son Percy. He's just started at the ministry, and this is Fred, no George. Sorry, that's Fred, Bill, Charlie, Ron, my daughter Ginny, and Ron's friends Hermione Granger and Harry Potter. Bagman did the smallest of double takes when he heard Harry's name, and his eyes performed the familiar flick upward to the scar on Harry's forehead. Everyone, Mr. Weasley continued, this is Ludo Bagman. You know who he is? It's thanks to him we've got such good tickets. Bagman beamed and waved his hand as if to say, it had been nothing fancy, a flutter on the match, Arthur, he said, eagerly jingling what seemed to be a large amount of gold in the pockets of his yellow and black robes. I've already got Rhodey Pondner. Vetemi Bulgaria will score first. I offered him nice odds considering Ireland's front three are the strongest I've seen in years, and little Agatha Timms has put up half shares in her eel farm on a week-long. Match'll go on, then, said Mr. Weasley. Let's see a galleon on Ireland, too. When a galleon, Ludo Bagman looked slightly disappointed, but recovered himself. Very well, very well. Any other takers? They're a bit young to be gambling, said Mr. Weasley. Molly wouldn't like. We'll bet 37 galleons, 15 sickles. 3 nuts, said Fred, as he and George quickly pulled all their money that Ireland wins, but Victorum gets the snitcho, and we'll throw in a fake wand. You don't want to go showing, Mr. Bagman. Rubbish like that, Percy hissed, but Bagman didn't seem to think the wand was rubbish at all. On the contrary, his boyish face shone with excitement as he took it from Fred and when the wand gave a loud squawk and turned into a rubber. Chicken Bagman roared with laughter. Excellent, I haven't seen one that. Convincing in years, I'd pay 5 galleons for that Percy frozen in. Attitude of stunned disapproval, boys, said Mr. Weasley under his breath. I don't want you betting. That's all your savings, your mother. Don't be a spoil sport, Arthur med Ludo. Bagman rattling his pockets excitedly. They're old enough to know what they want. You reckon Ireland will win, but Crumb will get the snitch. Not a chance, boys. Not a chance. I'll give you excellent odds on that one, we'll add. 5 galleons for the funny wand. Then, shall we? Mr. Weasley looked on helplessly as Ludo Bagman whipped out a notebook and quill and began jotting down the twins' names. Cheers, said George, taking the slip of parchment Bagman handed him and tucking it away. Carefully Bagman turned most cheerfully back to Mr. Weasley. Couldn't do me a brew. I suppose I'm keeping it. I out for Barty Crouch, my Bulgarian opposite numbers, making difficulties, and I can't understand a word he's saying. Barty will be able to sort out. He speaks about 150 languages, Mr. Crouch, said Percy, suddenly abandoning his look of poker stiff disapproval and positively writhing with excitement. He speaks over 200 mish and gobbledygook. And troll, anyone can speak troll, said Fred, dismissively. All you have to do is point and grunt. Percy threw Fred an extremely nasty look and stoked the fire vigorously to bring the kettle back to the boil. Any news of Bertha Jawkins yet, Ludo? Mr. Weasley asked as Bagman settled himself down on the grass beside them. Oh, not a dicky bird, said Bagman comfortably, but she'll turn up. Poor old Bertha, memory like a leaky cauldron and no sense of direction lost. You take my word for it, she'll wander back into the office sometime in October, thinking it's still July. You don't think it might be time to send someone to look for her? Mr. Weasley suggested tentatively as Percy handed Bagman his tea. Barty Crouch keeps saying that, said Bagman, his round eyes widening innocently. But we really can't spare anyone at the moment. Oh, talk of the devil, Barty. A wizard had just apparated at their fireside, and he could not have made more of a contrast with Ludo Bagman sprawled on the grass in his old wasp robes. Barty Crouch was a stiff, upright, elderly man dressed in an impeccably crisp suit and tie the parting in his short gray hair was almost unnaturally straight, and his narrow toothbrush mustache looked as though he trimmed it using a slide rule. His shoes were very highly polished. Harry could see at once why Percy idolized him. Percy was a great believer in rigidly following rules, and Mr. Crouch had complied with the rule about muggle dressing so thoroughly that he could have passed for a bank manager. Harry doubted even Uncle Vernon would have spotted him for what he really was. Pull up a bit of grass, Barty, said Ludo, brightly patting the ground beside him. No, thank you, Ludo, said Crouch, and there was a bite of impatience in his voice. I've been looking for you everywhere. The Bulgarians are insisting we add another 12 seats to the top box. Oh, is that what they're after, said Bagman. I thought the chap was asking to borrow a pair of tweezers. Bit of a strong accent, Mr. Crouch, said Percy breathlessly, sunk into a kind of half bow that made him look like a hunchback. Would you like a cup of tea? Oh, said Mr. Crouch, looking over at Percy in mild surprise. Yes, thank you. Whether Fred and George choked into their own cups, Percy, very pink around the ears, busied himself with the kettle. Oh, and I've been wanting a word with you too, Arthur, said Mr. Crouch's sharp eyes falling upon Mr. Weasley Alabasher's on. The Warpath, he want a word with you about your embargo on flying carpets, mister. Weasley heaved a deep sigh. I sent him an owl about that just last week if I've told him once I've told him 100 times carpets are defined as a muggle artifact by the Registry of Prescribed Charmable Objects, but will he listen? I doubt it, said Mr. Crouch. Accepting a cup from Percy, he's desperate to export here, well, they'll never replace brooms in Britain. Well, they said Bagman Alley thinks there's a niche in the market for a family vehicle. Said Mr. Crouch, I remember my grandfather had an Axminster that could seat 12, but that was before carpets were banned, of course. He spoke as though he wanted to leave nobody in any doubt that all his ancestors had abided strictly by the law, so been keeping busy, Barty said. Bagman breezily fairly, said Mr. Crouch, dryly organizing port keys across 5 continents is no mean feat, Ludo. I expect you'll both be glad when this is over, said Mr. Weasley. Ludo Bagman looked shocked. Glad, don't know when I've had more fun. Still, it's not as though we haven't got anything to look forward to, a Barty, a plenty left to organize, a Mr. Crouch raised his eyebrows at Bagman. We agreed not to make the announcement until all the details, details, said Bagman, waving the word away like a cloud. Of midgets they've signed, haven't they? They've agreed, haven't they? I bet you anything these kids will know soon. Enough anyway. I mean, it's happening at Hogwarts, Ludo. We need to meet the Bulgarians, you know, said Mr. Crouch, sharply cutting Bagman's remarks short. Thank you for the tea, Weatherb. He pushed his undrunk tea back at Percy and waited for Ludo to rise. Bagman struggled to his feet, swigging down the last of his tea, the gold in his pockets. Chinking merrily, see you all later, he said. You'll be up in the top box with me, I'm commentating. He waved Barty. Crouch nodded curtly, and both of them disapparated. What's happening at Hogwarts, Dad? Said Fred at once. What were they talking about? You'll find out soon enough, said Mr. Weasley, smiling. It's classified information. Until such time as the Ministry decides to release it, said Percy stiffly. Mr. Crouch was quite right not to disclose it. Oh, shut up, Weatherb, said Fred. Sense of excitement rose like a palpable cloud over the campsite as the afternoon wore on. By dusk, the still summer air itself seemed to be quivering with anticipation, and as darkness spread like a curtain over the thousands of waiting wizards, the vestiges of pretense disappeared. The Ministry seemed to have bowed to the inevitable and stopped fighting the signs of blatant magic now breaking out. Everywhere salesmen were apparating every few feet, carrying trays and pushing carts full of extraordinary merchandise. There were luminous rosettes, green for Ireland, red for Bulgaria, which were squealing the names of the players, pointed green hats bed with dancing shamrocks, Bulgarian scarves adorned with lions that really roared, flags from both countries that played their national anthems as they were waved. There were tiny models of firebolts that really flew, and collectible figures of famous players which strolled across the palm of your hand, pining themselves. Been saving my pocket money all summer for this, Ron told Harry as they and Hermione strolled through the salesmen, buying souvenirs, though Ron purchased a dancing shamrock hat and a large green rosette. He also bought a small figure of Victor Crumb, the Bulgarian seeker, the miniature. Crumb walked backward and forward over Ron's hand, scowling up at the green rosette above him. "Well, look at these," said Harry, hurrying over to a cart piled high with what looked like brass binoculars, except that They were covered with all sorts of weird knobs and dials, omnioculars, said the sales wizard eagerly. You can. Replay action, slow everything down, and they flash up a play-by-play breakdown if you need it. Bargain 10 galleons each. Wish I hadn't bought this now, said Ron, gesturing at his dancing shamrock hat and gazing longingly at the omnioculars. 3 pairs, said Harry firmly to the wizard. No, don't bother, said Ron, going. Red, he was always touchy about the fact that Harry, who had inherited a small fortune from his parents, had much more money than he did. You won't be getting anything for Christmas, Harry told him, thrusting omnioculars into his and Hermione's hands for about 10 years' mind. Fair enough, said Ron, grinning. Ooh, thanks, Harry, said Hermione, and I'll get us some. Programs looked their money bags considerably lighter. They went back to the tents Bill, Charlie, and Ginny were, all sporting green rosettes too, and Mr. Weasley was carrying an Irish flag, Fred. And George had no souvenirs, as they had given Bagman all their gold. And then a deep booming gong sounded somewhere beyond the woods, and at once green and red lanterns blazed into life in the trees, lighting a path to the field. It's time, said Mr. Weasley, looking as excited as any of them. Come on, let's go. Chapter 8, the Quidditch World Cup. Clutching their purchases, Mr. Weasley in the lead, they all hurried into the wood, following the lantern-lit trail. They could hear the sounds of thousands of people moving around them, shouts and laughter, snatches of singing. The atmosphere of feverish excitement was highly infectious. Harry couldn't stop grinning. They walked through the wood for 20 minutes, talking and joking loudly, until at last they emerged on the other side and found themselves in the shadow of a gigantic stadium. Though Harry could see only a fraction of the immense gold wall surrounding the field, he could tell that 10 cathedrals would fit comfortably inside. It seats 100,000, said Mr. Weasley, spotting the ironic look on Harry's face. Ministry task force of 500 have been working on it all year, Muggle repelling charms on every inch of it. Every time Muggles have got anywhere near here all year, they've suddenly remembered urgent appointments and had to dash away again. Bless them, he added fondly, leading the way toward the nearest entrance, which was already surrounded by a swarm of shouting witches and wizards. Prime seats, said the ministry witch at the entrance when she checked their tickets. Top box straight upstairs, Arthur, and as high as you can go. The stairs into the stadium were carpeted in rich purple. They clambered upward with the rest of the crowd, which slowly filtered away through doors into the stand to their left and right. Mr. Weasley's party kept climbing, and at last they reached the top of the staircase and found themselves in a small box set at the highest point of the stadium and situated exactly halfway between the golden goalposts. About 20 purple and gilt chairs stood in 2 rows here, and Harry filing into the front seats with the Weasleys looked down upon a scene the likes of which he could never have imagined. 100,000 witches and wizards were taking their places in the seats, which rose in levels around the long oval field. Everything was suffused with a mysterious golden light, which seemed to come from the stadium itself. The field looked smooth as velvet from their lofty position. At either end of the field stood 3 gold hoops 50 feet high. Right opposite them, almost at Harry's eye level, was a gigantic blackboard. Gold writing kept dashing across it, as though an invisible giant's hand was scrawling upon the blackboard and then wiping it Off again, watching it, Harry saw that it was flashing advertisements across the field, the blue bottle of broom for all. The family safe, reliable, and with built-in anti-burglar buzzer, Mrs. Scowers. All-purpose magical mess remover, no pain, no stain glad rags wizard were London. Paris Hogsam Harry tore his eyes away from the sign and looked over his shoulder to see who else was sharing the box with them. So far it was empty except for a tiny creature sitting in the second from last seat at the end of the row behind them. The creature, whose legs were so short they stuck out in front of it on the chair, was wearing a tea towel, draped like a toga, and it had its face hidden in its hands, yet those long bat-like ears were oddly familiar. "Dobby," said Harry incredulously. The tiny creature looked up and stretched its fingers, revealing enormous brown eyes and a nose the exact size and shape of a large tomato. It wasn't Dobby. It was, however, unmistakably a house elf, as Harry's friend Dobby had been. Harry had set Dobby free from his old owners, the Malfoy family. "Did Sir just call me Dobby?" squeaked the elf. Curiously, from between its fingers, its voice was higher even than Dobby's had been, a teeny, quivering squeak of a voice. And Harry suspected, though it was very hard to tell with a house elf, that this one might just be female Ron and Hermione. Spun around in their seats to look, though they had heard a lot about Dobby from Harry. They had never actually met him. Even Mr. Weasley looked around in interest. "Sorry," Harry told the elf, "I just thought you were someone I knew, but I knows Dobby too, sir," squeaked the elf. She was shielding her face as though blinded by light, though the top box was not brightly lit. "My name is Winky, sir. And you, sir?" Her dark brown eyes widened to the size of side plates as they rested upon Harry's scar. "You is surely Harry Potter." "Yeah, I am," said Harry. "But Dobby talks of you all the time, sir," she said, lowering her hands very slightly and looking around. "How is he?" said Harry. "How's freedom suiting him?" Sir," said Winky, shaking her head. "Asks or meaning no disrespect, sir, but I is not sure you did Dobby a favor, sir, when you were setting him free." "Why," said Harry, taken aback, "what's wrong with him? Freedom is going to Dobby's head, sir," said Winky, sadly. "Ideas above his station, sir, can't get another position, sir." "Why not?" said Harry. Winky lowered her voice by a half octave and whispered, "He is wanting paying for his work, sir." "Paying," said Harry blankly. "Well, why shouldn't he be paid?" Winky looked quite horrified at the idea and closed her fingers slightly so that her face was half hidden again. "House elves is not paid, sir," she said in a muffled squeak. "No, no, no. I says to Dobby, I says, go find yourself a nice family and settle down, Dobby. He is getting up to all sorts of hijinks, sir. What is unbecoming to a house elf, he goes racketing around like this, Dobby," I says, "and next thing I hear, you's up in front of the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures like some common goblin. Well, it's about time he had a bit of fun," said Harry. "House elves is not supposed to have fun, Harry Potter," said Winky firmly. From behind her hands, "House elves does what they is told. I is not liking heights at all, Harry Potter." She glanced toward the edge of the box and gulped. "But my master sends me to the top box, and I come, sir. Why has he sent you up here if he knows you don't like heights?" said Harry, frowning. Master wants me to save him a seat, Harry Potter. He is very busy," said Winky, tilting her head toward the empty space beside her. "Winky is wishing she is back in Master's tent, Harry Potter." But Winky does what she is told Winky is a good house elf she gave the edge of the box another frightened look and hid her eyes completely again. Harry turned back to the others. So that's a house elf. Ron muttered. Weird things, aren't they, Dobby? Was weirder, said Harry. Fervently, Ron pulled out his omnioculars and started testing them, staring down into the crowd on the other side of the stadium. Wild, he said, twiddling the replay knob on the side. I can make that old bloke down there pick his nose again. And again, Hermione, meanwhile, was skimming eagerly through her velvet-covered tasseled program, a display from the team mascots will precede the match, she read aloud. Oh, that's always worth watching, said Mr. Weasley. National teams bring creatures from their native land, to put on a bit of show. The box filled gradually around them over the next half hour. Mr. Weasley kept shaking hands with people who were obviously very important wizards. Percy jumped to his feet so often that he looked as though he were trying to sit on a hedgehog. When Cornelius Fudge, the Minister of Magic himself, arrived, Percy bowed so low that his glasses fell off and shattered. Highly embarrassed, he repaired them with his wand and thereafter remained in his seat, throwing jealous looks at Harry, whom Cornelius Fudge had greeted like an old friend they had met before, and Fudge shook Harry's hand in a fatherly fashion, asked how he was, and introduced him to the wizards on either side of him. Harry Potter, he told the Bulgarian minister loudly, who was wearing splendid robes of black velvet trimmed with gold, and didn't seem to understand a word of English. Harry Potter, oh, come on now, you know who he is, the boy who survived, who you do know who he is. The Bulgarian wizard suddenly spotted Harry's scar and started gabbling loudly and excitedly, pointing at it. New weed. Get there in the end, said Fudge wearily to Harry. I'm no great shakes at languages. I need Barty Crouch for this sort of thing. I see his house elves saving him his seat. Good job to these Bulgarian blighters have been trying to catch all the best places. And here's Lucius. Harry, Ron, and Hermione turned quickly, edging along the second row to 3 still empty seats. Right behind Mr. Weasley were none other than Dobby, the house elf's former owners, Lucius Malfoy, his son Draco, and a woman Harry supposed it must be Draco's mother. Harry and Draco Malfoy had been enemies ever since their very first journey to Hogwarts. A pale boy with a pointed face and white blonde hair, Draco greatly resembled his father. His mother was blonde, too tall and slim. She would have been nicer looking if she hadn't been wearing a look that suggested there was a nasty smell under her nose. Ah, Fudge, said Mr. Malfoy, holding out his hand as he reached the Minister of Magic. How are you? I don't think you've met my wife, Narcissa, or our son, Draco. How do you do, said Fudge, smiling and bowing to Mrs. Malfoy. And allow me to introduce you to Mr. Oblins Olenskmister. Well, he's the Bulgarian Minister of Magic, and he can't understand a word I'm saying anyway. So never mind, and let's see who else you know. Arthur Weasley. I dare say it was a tense moment. Mr. Weasley and Mr. Malfoy looked at each other, and Harry vividly recalled the last time they had come face to face. It had been in Flourish and Blott's bookshop, and they had had a fight. Mr. Malfoy's cold gray eyes swept over Mr. Weasley and then up and down the row. Good Lord, Arthur, he said softly, what did you have to sell to get seats in the top box? Surely your house wouldn't have fetched this much. Fudge, who wasn't listening, said Lucius has just given a very generous contribution to St. Mongo's Hospital for Magical Maladies, and "Injuries, Arthur. He's here as my guest." How nice," said Mr. Weasley with a very strange smile. Mr. Malfoy's eyes had returned to Hermione, who went slightly pink but stared determinedly back at him. Harry knew exactly what was making Mr. Malfoy's lip curl like that. The Malfoys prided themselves on being pure bloods. In other words, they considered anyone of Muggle descent like Hermione second ass. However, under the gaze of the Minister of Magic, Mr. Malfoy didn't dare say anything. He nodded sneeringly to Mr. Weasley and continued down the line to his seats. Draco shot Harry, Ron, and Hermione one contemptuous look, then settled himself between his mother and Father Slimy. "Gets," Ron muttered as Harry and Hermione turned to face the field again. Next moment, Ludo Bagman charged into the box. "Everyone ready?" he said, his round face gleaming like a great excited atom. "Minister ready to go." "Ready when you're," Ludo said Fudge comfortably. Ludo whipped out his wand, directed it at his own throat, and said "Sonorous," and then spoke over the roar of sound that was now filling the packed stadium. His voice echoed over them, booming into every corner of the stands. "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the final of the 422nd Quidditch World Cup." The spectators screamed and clapped. Thousands of flags waved, adding their discordant national anthems to the racket. The huge blackboard opposite them was wiped clear of its last message. Bertie Bott's "Every flavor beans a risk with every mouthful," and now showed Bulgaria 0, Ireland 0. And now, without further ado, allow me to introduce the Bulgarian national team mascots. The right-hand side of the stands, which was a solid block of scarlet, roared its approval. "I wonder what they've brought," said Mr. Weasley, leaning forward in his seat. He suddenly whipped off his glasses and polished them hurriedly on his robes. "VA, what are V? But 100 VA were now gliding out onto the field, and Harry's question was answered for him. VA were women, the most beautiful women Harry had ever seen, except that they couldn't be human. This puzzled Harry for a moment while he tried to guess what exactly they could be, what could make their skin shine moonbright like that, or their white gold hair fan out behind them without wind. But then the music started, and Harry stopped worrying about them not being human. In fact, he stopped worrying about anything at all. The verrets started to dance, and Harry's mind had gone completely and blissfully blank. All that mattered in the world was that he kept watching the VA, because if they stopped dancing, terrible things would happen. And as the Vera danced faster and faster, wild half-formed thoughts started chasing through Harry's dazed mind. He wanted to do something very impressive right now. Jumping from the box in the stadium seemed a good idea, but would it be good enough? "Harry, what are you doing?" said Hermione's voice from a long way off. The music stopped. Harry blinked. He was standing up, and one of his legs was resting on the wall of the box next to him. Ron was frozen in an attitude that looked as though he were about to die. From a springboard, angry yells were filling the stadium. The crowd didn't want the Ver to go. Harry was with them. He would, of course, be supporting Bulgaria, and he wondered vaguely why he had a large green shamrock pinned to his chest. Ron, meanwhile, was absent-mindedly shredding the shamrocks on his hat. Mr. Weasley, smiling slightly, leaned over to Ron and tugged the hat out of his hands. "You'll be wanting that," he said. "Once Ireland have had their say," said Ron, staring open-mouthed at the Vera, who had now lined up along one side of the field. Hermione made a loud tooting noise. She reached up and pulled Harry back into his seat. Honestly, she said, "And now," roared Ludo Bagman's voice, kindly put your wands in the air for the Irish national team. Mascots." Next moment, what seemed to be a great green and gold comet came zooming into the stadium. It did one circuit of the stadium, then split into two smaller comets, each hurtling toward the goalposts. A rainbow arced suddenly across the field, connecting the two balls of light. The crowd oh-oh'd and ed as though at a fireworks display. Now the rainbow faded, and the balls of light reunited and merged. They had formed a great shimmering shamrock, which rose up into the sky and began to soar over the stand. Something like golden rain seemed to be falling from it. "Excellent," yelled Ron as the shamrock soared over them, and heavy gold coins rained from it, bouncing off their heads and seats. Squinting up at the shamrock, Harry realized that it was actually comprised of thousands of tiny little bearded men with red vests, each carrying a minute lamp of gold or green. "Leprechauns," said Mr. Weasley over the tumultuous applause of the crowd, many of whom were still fighting and rummaging around under their chairs too. "Retrieve the gold, there you go," Ron yelled happily, stuffing a fistful of gold coins into Harry's hand. "For the omnioculars. Now you've got to buy me a Christmas present." How the great shamrock dissolved. The leprechauns drifted down onto the field on the opposite side from her and settled themselves cross-legged to watch the match. "And now, ladies and gentlemen, kindly welcome the Bulgarian national Quidditch team. I give you Dimitrov, a scarlet-clad figure on a broomstick, moving so fast it was blurred, shot out onto the field from an entrance far below." To wild applause from the Bulgarian supporters. Ivanova, a second scarlet-robed player, zoomed out Zograf. "Levki Volchanov Volov, Anrum, that's him, yelled Ron, following Crumb with his omniacowls. Harry quickly focused his own Victorum. Was thin, dark, shallow-skinned with a large curved nose and thick black eyebrows. He looked like an overgrown bird of prey. It was hard to believe he was only 18, and now please greet the Irish national Quidditch team, yelled Bagman, presenting Connolly, Ryan, Troy, Mullet, Moran, Quigley, and Lynch. 7 green blurs swept onto the field. Harry spun a small dial on the side of his omnioculars and slowed the players down enough to read the word Firebolt on each of their brooms and see their names embroidered in silver upon their backs. "And here, all the way from Egypt, our referee, acclaimed chair wizard of the International Association of Quidditch, Hassan Mustafa, a small and skinny wizard, completely bald, but with a mustache to rival Uncle Vernon's, wearing robes of pure gold to match the stadium, strode out onto the field. A silver whistle was protruding from under the mustache, and he was carrying a large wooden crate under one arm, his broomstick under the other. Harry spun the speed dial on his omniocular's back to normal, watching closely as Mustafa mounted his broomstick and kicked the crate open. 4 balls burst into the air. The scarlet quaffled the 2 black bludgers, and Harry saw it for the briefest moment before it sped out of sight. The minuscule winged golden snitch with a sharp blast on his whistle. Mustafa shot into the air after the balls. "The off!" screamed Bagman, and it's Mullet, Troy, Moran, Dimitrov back to Mullet, Troy, Levki. Moran, it was Quidditch as Harry had never seen it played before. He was pressing his omnioculars so hard to his glasses that they were cutting into the bridge of his nose. The speed of the players was incredible, the chasers were, throwing the quaffle to one another so fast that Bagman only had time to say their names. Harry spun the slow dial on. The right of his omnioculars again pressed the play-by-play button on the top, and he was immediately watching in slow motion while glittering purple lettering flashed across the lenses and the noise of the crowd pounded against. His drum's hawk's head attacking formation, he read as he watched the 3 Irish chasers zoom closely. Together Troy, in the center, slightly ahead of Mullet and Moran bearing down. Upon the Bulgarian's Porshkov ploy flashed up next as Troy made as though to dart upward with the quaffle drawing away the Bulgarian Chazia Ivanova and dropping the quaffle to Moran, one of the Bulgarian beaters. Volov swung hard at a passing bludger with his small club, knocking it into Moran's path. Moran ducked to avoid the bludger and dropped the quaffle, and Levke, soaring beneath, caught a Troy. Scores roared Bagman, and the stadium shuddered with a roar of applause and cheers. 100-0 to Ireland, what Harry yelled, looking wildly around through his omnioculars. But Lev's got the quaffle. Harry, if you're not going to watch at normal speed, you're going to miss things, shouted Hermione, who was dancing up and down, waving her arms in the air while Troy did a lap of honor around the field. Harry looked quickly over the top of his omnioculars and saw that the leprechauns watching from the sidelines had all risen into the air again and formed the great glittering shamrock across the field. The Vera were watching them sulkily furious with himself. Harry spun his speed dial back to normal as play resumed. Harry knew enough about Quidditch to see that the Irish chasers were superb. They worked as a seamless team, their movements so well coordinated that they appeared to be reading one another's minds as they positioned themselves, and the rosette on Harry's chest kept squeaking their names: Troy, Mullet, Moran, and within 10 minutes, Ireland had scored twice more, bringing their lead to 300 and causing a thunderous tide of roars and applause. From the green-clad supporters, the match became still faster, but more brutal. Folk and Volchanov, the Bulgarian beaters, were whacking the bludgers as fiercely as possible at the Irish chasers, and were starting to prevent them from using some of their best moves. Twice they were forced to scatter, and then finally Ivanova managed to break through their ranks, dodge the keeper Ryan, and score Bulgaria's first goal. Fingers in your ears, bellowed Mr. Weasley as the verse started to dance in celebration. Harry screwed up his eyes too. He wanted to keep his mind on the game. After a few seconds, he chanced a glance at the field. The Vera had stopped dancing, and Bulgaria was again in possession of the quaffle. Dimitrov, Ivanova was roared. Bagman, 100,000 wizards gasped as the two seekers, Crumb and Lynch, plummeted through the center of the chasers so fast that it looked as though they had just jumped from airplanes without parachutes. Harry followed their descent through his omnioculars, squinting to see where the snitch was they're going to crash. Screamed Hermione next to Harry. She was half right at the very last second. Victorum pulled out of the dive and spiraled off. Lynch, however, hit the ground with a dull thud that could be heard throughout the stadium. A huge groan rose from the Irish seats. Fool, moaned Mr. Weasley. Crumb was fainting. It's time out, yelled Bagman's voice as train me wizards hurry onto the field to examine Aiden Lynch. He'll be okay, he only got plowed, Charlie said, reassuringly to Ginny, who was hanging over the side of the box looking horror. Which is what Crumb was after. Of course, Harry hastily pressed the replay and play-by-play buttons on his omnioculars, twiddled the speed dial, and put them back up to his eyes. He watched as Crumb and Lynch dived. Again in slow motion, Ronskye defensive, faint, dangerous seeker diversion read. The shining purple lettering across his lenses. He saw Crumb's face contorted with concentration as he pulled out of the dive just in time while Lynch was flattened, and he understood Crumb hadn't seen the snitch at all. He was just making Lynch copy him. Harry had never seen anyone fly like that. Crumb hardly looked as though he was using a broomstick at all. He moved so easily through the air that he looked unsupported and weightless. Harry turned his omnioculars back to normal and focused them on Crumb. He was now circling high above Lynch, who was being revived by medi-wizards with cups of potion. Harry, focusing still more closely upon Crumb's face, saw his dark eyes darting all over the ground 100 feet below. He was using the time while Lynch was revived to look for the snitch. Without interference, Lynch got to his feet at last to loud cheers from the green-clad supporters, mounted his firebolt, and kicked back off into the air. His revival seemed to give Ireland new heart. When Mustafa blew his whistle again, the chasers moved into action with a skill unrivaled by anything Harry had seen so far. After 15 more fast and furious minutes, Ireland had pulled ahead by 10 more goals. They were now leading by 130 points to 10, and the game was starting to get dirtier as Mullet shot toward the goalposts yet again, clutching the quaffle tightly under her arm. The Bulgarian keeper Zugraff flew out too. Meet her, whatever happened was over so quickly Harry didn't catch it, but a scream of rage from the Irish crowd, and Mustafa's long, shrill whistle blast told him it had been a foul, and Mustafa takes the Bulgarian keeper to task for copying excessive use of elbows. Bagman informed the roaring spectators, and yes, it's a penalty too. Ireland, the leprechauns, who had risen angrily into the air like a swarm of glittering hornets when Mullet had been fouled, now darted together to form the words, "Ha ha, ah." The Vera on the other side of the field leapt to their feet, tossed their hair angrily, and started to dance again as one. The Weasley boys and Harry stuffed their fingers into their ears, but Hermione, who hadn't bothered, was soon tugging on Harry's arm. He turned to look at her, and she pulled his fingers impatiently out of his ears. "Look at the referee," she said, giggling. Harry looked down at the field. Hassan Mustafa had landed right in front of the dancing villa and was acting very oddly indeed. He was flexing his muscles and smoothing his mustache excitedly. "Now, we can't have that," said Ludo Bagman, though he sounded highly amused. Somebody slapped the referee. A med-wizard came tearing across the field, his fingers stuffed into his own ears, and kicked Mustafa hard in the shins. Mustafa seemed to come to himself. Harry, watching through the omnioculars again, saw that he looked exceptionally embarrassed and had started shouting at the VA, who had stopped dancing and were looking mutinous. And, unless I'm much mistaken, Mustafa is actually attempting to send off the Bulgarian team mascots, said Bagman's voice. "Now, there's something we haven't seen before. Oh, this could turn nasty." It did. The Bulgarian beaters Volov and Volchanov landed on either side of Mustafa and began arguing furiously with him, gesticulating towards the leprechauns, who had now gleefully formed the words, "He, he, he." Mustafa was. Not impressed by the Bulgarian's arguments, however, he was jabbing his finger into the air, clearly telling them to get flying again, and when they refused, he gave 2 short blasts on his whistle, 2 penalties for Ireland. Shouted Bagman, and the Bulgarian crowd howled with anger, and Volov and Volchanov had better get back on those. Brooms, yes, there they go, and Troy takes the quaffle play, now reach a level of ferocity beyond anything they had yet seen. The beaters on both sides were acting without mercy. Volov and Volchanov, in particular, seemed not to care whether their clubs made contact with bludger or human as they swung them violently. Through the air, Dimitrov shot straight at Moran, who had the quaffle, nearly knocking her off her broom. Foul roared. The Irish supporters, as one, all standing up in a great wave of green. Foul echoed. Ludo Bagman's magically magnified voice. Dimitrov skins Moran, deliberately flying. To collide there, and it's got to be another penalty. Yes, there's the whistle. The leprechauns had risen into the air again, and this time they formed a giant hand, which was making a very rude sign. Indeed, at the VA across the field, at this the Vera lost control. Instead of dancing, they launched themselves across the field and began throwing what seemed to be handfuls of fire at the leprechauns. Watching through his omnioculars, Harry saw that they didn't look remotely beautiful now. On the contrary, their faces were elongating into sharp, cruel-beaked bird heads, and long, scaly wings were bursting from their shoulders. "And that, boys," yelled Mr. Weasley over the tumult of the crowd below, "is why you should never go for looks alone." Ministry wizards were flooding onto the field to separate the Vera and the leprechauns, but with little success. Meanwhile, the pitched battle below was nothing to the one taking place above. Harry turned this way, and that staring through his omnioculars as the quaffle changed hands with the speed of a bullet. Levki, Dimitrov, Moran, Troy, Mullet, Ivanova, Moran. Again, Moran scores. But the cheers of the Irish supporters were barely heard over the shrieks of the Vela, the blasts now issuing from the ministry members' wands, and the furious roars of the Bulgarians. The game recommenced immediately. Now Levki had the quaffle. Now Dimitrov, the Irish beater, quickly swung heavily at a passing bludger and hit it as hard as possible toward Crumb, who did not duck quickly enough. It hit him full in the face. There was a deafening groan from the crowd. Crumb's nose looked broken. There was blood everywhere but Hassan. Mustafa didn't blow his whistle. He had become distracted, and Harry couldn't blame him when the Vera had thrown a handful of fire and set his broom tail out light. Harry wanted someone to realize that Crumb was injured, even though he was supporting Ireland. Crumb was the most exciting player on the field. Ron obviously felt the same timeout. Ah, come on, he can't play like that. Look at him. Look at Lynch. Harry yelled, for the Irish seeker had suddenly gone into a dive, and Harry was quite sure that this was no Ronski feint. This was the real thing. "He's seen the snitch," Harry shouted. "He's seen it. Look at him go." Half the crowd seemed to have realized what was happening. The Irish supporters rose in another great wave of green, screaming their seeker on Buttram was on his tail. How he could see where he was going, Harry had no idea. There were flecks of blood flying through the air behind him, but he was drawing level with Lynch now as the pair of them hurtled toward the ground again. "They're going to crash," shrieked Hermione. "They're not," roared Ron. "Lynch is," yelled Harry, and he was right. For the second time, Lynch hit the ground with tremendous force, and was immediately stampeded by a horde of angry. "Viella, the snitch, where's the snitch?" bellowed Charlie along the row he's got. Crumb's got it, it's all over," shouted Harry Crumb, his red robes shining with. Blood from his nose was rising gently into the air, his fist held high a glint. Of gold in his hand, the scoreboard was flashing Bulgaria 160. Ireland 170 across the crowd, who didn't seem to have realized what had happened. Then slowly, as though a great jumbo jet were revving up, the rumbling from the Ireland supporters grew louder and erupted into screams of delight. "Ireland wins," Bagman shouted, who, like the Irish, seemed to be taken aback by the sudden end of the match. "Crumb gets the snitch, but Ireland wins. Good Lord, I don't think any of us were expecting that. What did he catch the snitch for?" Ron bellowed, even as he jumped up and down, applauding with his hands over his head. He ended it when Ireland were 160 points ahead. The idiot, he knew they were never going to catch up. Harry shouted back over all the noise, also applauding loudly. The Irish chasers were too good. He wanted to end it on his terms, that's all. He was very brave, wasn't he? Hermione said, leaning forward to watch Crumb land. As a swarm of meadow wizards blasted a path through the battling leprechauns and VA. To get to him, he looks a terrible mess. Harry put his omnioculars to his eyes. Again, it was hard to see what was happening below because leprechauns were zooming delightedly all over the field, but he could just make out Rum surrounded by metazards. He looked seer than ever and refused to let them mop him up. His team members were around him, shaking their heads and looking dejected. A short way away, the Irish players were dancing gluely in a shower of gold, descending from their mascots' flags were waving all over the stadium. The Irish national anthem blared from all sides. The Vera were shrinking back into their usual beautiful selves now, though looking dispirited and forlorn. Velv fought bravely, said a gloomy voice behind Harry. He looked around. It was the Bulgarian Minister of Magic. "You can speak English," said Fudge, sounding outraged. "And you've been letting me mime everything all day." "Well, it was very funny," said the Bulgarian minister, shrugging. And as the Irish team performs a lap of honor flanked by their mascots, the Quidditch World Cup itself is brought into the top box. Roared Bagman. Harry's eyes were suddenly dazzled by a blinding white light as the top box was magically illuminated so that everyone in the stands could see the inside. Squinting toward the entrance, he saw two panting wizards carrying a vast golden cup into the box, which they handed to Cornelius Fudge, who was still looking very disgruntled that he'd been using sign language all day for nothing. "Let's have a really loud hand for the gallant losers, Bulgaria," Bagman shouted, and up the stairs into the box came the 7 defeated Bulgarian players. The crowd below was applauding appreciatively. Harry could see thousands and thousands of omniocular lenses flashing and winking in their direction. One by one, the Bulgarians filed between the rows of seats in the box, and Bagman called out the name of each as they shook hands with their own minister, and then with Fudge. Crumb, who was last in line, looked a real mess too. Black eyes were blooming spectacularly on his bloody face. He was still holding the snitch. Harry noticed that he seemed much less coordinated on the ground. He was slightly duck-footed and distinctly round-shouldered, but when Crumb's name was announced, the whole stadium gave him a resounding, ear-splitting roar, and then came the Irish team. Aiden Lynch was being supported by Moran, and Connolly the second crash seemed to have dazed him, and his eyes looked strangely unfocused, but he grinned happily as Troy and Quigley lifted the cup into the air and the crowd below thundered its approval. Harry's hands were numb with clapping at last when the Irish team had left the box to perform another lap of honor on their brooms. Aidan Lynch on the back of Connie's clutching hard around his waist and still grinning in abused sort of way Bagman pointed his wand at his throat and muttered quietus. They'll be talking about this one for years, he said hoarsely. A really unexpected twist. That shame it couldn't have lasted longer. Ah, yes, I owe you. How much for Fred and George had just scrambled over the backs of their seats and were standing in front of Ludo Bagman with broad grins on their faces, their hands outstretched. Chapter 9, The Dark Mark. Don't tell your mother you've been gambling, Mr. Weasley implored Fred and George as they all made their way slowly down the purple carpeted stairs. Don't worry, Dad, said Fred gleefully. We've got big plans for this money. We don't want it confiscated. Mr. Weasley looked for a moment as though he was going to ask what these big plans were, but seemed to decide upon reflection that he didn't want to know. They were soon caught up in the crowds, now flooding out of the stadium and back to their campsites. Raucous singing was borne toward them on the night air as they retraced their steps along the lantern-lit path, and leprechauns kept shooting over their heads, cackling and waving their lanterns. When they finally reached the tents, nobody felt like sleeping at all, and given the level of noise around them, Mr. Weasley agreed that they could all have one last cup of cocoa together before turning, and they were soon arguing enjoyably about the match. Mr. Weasley got drawn into a disagreement about copying with Charlie, and it was only when Ginny fell asleep right at the tiny table and spilled hot chocolate all over the floor that Mr. Weasley called a halt to the verbal replays and insisted that everyone go to bed. Hermione and Ginny went into the next tent, and Harry and the rest of the Weasleys changed into pajamas and clambered into their bunks. From the other side of the campsite they could still hear much singing and the odd echoing bang. Oh, I'm glad I'm not on duty, muttered Mr. Weasley sleepily. I wouldn't fancy having to go and tell the Irish they've got to stop celebrating. Harry, who was on a top bunk above Ron, lay staring up at the canvas ceiling of the tent, watching the glow of an occasional leprechaun lantern flying overhead and picturing again some of Crumb's more spectacular moves. He was itching to get back on his own firebolt and try out the Ron sky. Faint somehow Oliver would had never managed to convey with all his wriggling diagrams what that move was supposed to look like. Harry saw himself in robes that had his name on the back and imagined the sensation of hearing a 100,000 strong crowd roar as Ludo Bagman's voice echoed throughout the stadium. I give you Potter. Harry never knew whether or not he had actually dropped off to sleep. His fantasies of flying like Crumb might well have slipped into actual dreams. All he knew was that quite suddenly Mr. Weasley was shouting, "Get up, Ron! Harry, come on now. Get up, this is urgent." Harry sat up quickly and the top of his head hit canvas as matter. He said dimly he could tell that something was wrong. The noises in the campsite had changed. The singing had stopped. He could hear screams and the sound of people running. He slipped down from the bunk and reached for his clothes, but Mr. Weasley, who had pulled on his jeans over his own pajamas, said, "No time, Harry, just grab a jacket and get outside quickly." Harry, did as he was told, and hurried out of the tent, Ron at his heels, by the light of the few fires that were still burning. He could see people running away into the woods, fleeing something that was moving across the field toward them. Something that was emitting odd flashes of light and noises like gunfire, loud, jeering roars of laughter and drunken. Yells were drifting toward them. Then came a burst of strong green light, which illuminated the scene. A crowd of wizards tightly packed and moving together with wands pointing straight upward was marching slowly. Across the field, Harry squinted at them. They didn't seem to have faces. Then he realized that their heads were hooded and their faces mast high above them, floating along in midair for struggling. Figures were being contorted into grotesque shapes. It was as though the masked wizards on the ground were puppeteers, and the people above them were marionettes operated by invisible strings that rose from the wands into the air. Two of the figures were very small. More wizards were joining the marching group, laughing and pointing up at the floating bodies. Tents crumpled and fell as the marching crowd swelled. Once or twice Harry saw one of the marchers blast a tent out of his way with his wand. Several caught fire. The screaming grew louder. The floating people were suddenly illuminated as they passed over a burning tent, and Harry recognized one of them, Mr. Roberts, the campsite manager. The other three looked as though they might be his wife and children. One of the marchers below flipped Mrs. Roberts upside down with his wand. Her night dress fell down to reveal voluminous drawers, and she struggled to cover herself up as the crowd below her screeched and hooted with glee. "That's sick," Ron muttered, watching the smallest muggle child, who had begun to spin like a top 60 feet above the ground, his head flopping limply from side to side. "That is really sick." Hermione and Ginny came hurrying toward them, pulling coats over their night dresses, with Mr. Weasley right behind them at the same moment. Bill, Charlie, and Percy emerged from the boys' tent, fully dressed with their sleeves rolled up and their wands out. "We're going to help the ministry," Mr. Weasley shouted over all the noise, rolling up his own sleeves. "You lot get into the woods and stick together. I'll come and fetch you when we've sorted this out." Bill, Charlie, and Percy were already sprinting away toward the oncoming marchers. Mr. Weasley tore after. The ministry wizards were dashing from every direction toward the source of the trouble. The crowd beneath the Roberts family was coming ever closer. "Come on," said Fred, grabbing Ginny's hand and starting to pull her toward the wood. Harry, Ron, Hermione, and George followed. They all looked back as they reached the trees. The crowd beneath the Roberts family was larger than ever. They could see the ministry wizards try to get through it to the hooded wizards in the center, but they were having great difficulty. It looked as though they were scared to perform any spell that might make the Roberts family fall. The colored lanterns that had lit the path to the stadium had been extinguished. Dark figures were blundering through the trees. Children were crying anxious shouts, and panicked voices were reverberating around them in the cold night air. Harry felt himself being pushed hither and thither by people whose faces he could not see. Then he heard Ron yell with pain. "What happened?" said Hermione, anxiously, stopping so abruptly that Harry walked into her. "Ron, where are you?" "Oh, this is stupid Lumos." She illuminated her wand and directed its narrow beams across the path. Ron was lying sprawled on the ground, tripped over a tree. "Rout," he said angrily, getting to his feet again, well, with feet that size hard. "Not to," said a drawling voice from behind them. Harry, Ron, and Hermione. Turned sharply, Draco Malfoy was standing alone nearby, leaning against a tree. Looking utterly relaxed, his arms folded, he seemed to have been watching the scene at the campsite through a gap in the trees. Ron told Malfoy to do something that Harry knew he would never have dared say in front of Mrs. Weasley. Language, Weasley, said Malfoy, his pale eyes glittering. "Hadn't you better be hurrying along now? You wouldn't like her spotted, would you?" He nodded at Hermione. And at the same moment, a blast like a bomb sounded from the campsite, and a flash of green light momentarily lit the trees around them. "What's that supposed to mean?" said Hermione. Defiantly, "Granger, they're after Muggles," said Malfoy. "Do you want to be showing off your knickers in midair? Because if you do hang around, they're moving this way, and it would give us all a laugh. Or mine is a witch, Harry." "Snarled, have it your own way, Potter," said Malfoy, grinning maliciously. "If you think they can't spot a mud blood, stay where you are. You watch your mouth," shouted Ron. Everybody present knew that mudblood was a very offensive term for a witch or wizard of Muggle parentage. "Never mind," Ron said. Hermione quickly seizing Ron's arm to restrain him as he took a step toward Malfoy. There came a bang from the other side of the trees that was louder than anything they had heard. Several people nearby screamed. Malfoy chuckled softly. "Scare easily, don't they?" he said lazily. "I suppose your daddy told you all to hide. What's he up to, trying to rescue the Muggles?" "Where are your parents?" said Harry, his temper rising. "Out there wearing masks, are they?" Malfoy turned his face to Harry, still smiling. "Well, if they were, I wouldn't be likely to tell you, would I?" "Potter, oh come on," said Hermione with a disgusted look at Malfoy. "Let's go and find the others. Keep that big bushy head down, Granger," sneered Malfoy. "Come on," Hermione repeated, and she pulled Harry and Ron up the path again. "I'll bet you anything his dad is one of that masked lot," said Ron hotly. "Well, with any luck the Ministry will catch him," said Hermione fervently. "Oh, I can't believe this. Where have the others got to?" Fred, George, and Ginny were nowhere to be seen, though the path was packed with plenty of other people, all looking nervously over their shoulders toward the commotion back at the campsite. A huddle of teenagers in pajamas was arguing vociferously a little way along the path when they saw Harry, Ron, and Hermione. A girl with thick curly hair turned and said quickly, "You asked Madame Maxim." "Navon Purdue, a what?" said Ron. Oh, the girl who had spoken turned her back on him, and as they walked on they distinctly heard her say, "Outwards, Beau Batten," muttered Hermione. "Dory," said Harry. "They must go to Beau Batten," said Hermione. "You know Baton's Academy of Magic. I read about it in an appraisal of magical education in Europe." "Oh, yeah, right," said Harry, Fred, and George. "Can't have gone that far," said Ron, pulling out his wand, lighting it like Hermione's, and squinting up the path. Harry dug in the pockets of his jacket for his own wand, but it wasn't there. The only thing he could find was his omnioculars. "Oh, no, I don't believe it. I've lost my wand." "You're kidding, Ron." And Hermione raised their wands high enough to spread the narrow beams of light farther on the ground. Harry looked all around him, but his wand was nowhere to be seen. "Maybe it's back in the tent," said Ron. "Maybe it fell out of your pocket when we were running," Hermione suggested anxiously. "Yeah," said Harry. "Maybe." He usually kept his wand with him at all times in the wizarding world, and finding himself without it in the midst of a scene like this made him feel very vulnerable. A rustling noise nearby made all three of them jump. Winky, the house elf, was fighting her way out of a clump of bushes nearby. She was moving in a most peculiar fashion, apparently with great difficulty. It was as though someone invisible were trying to hold her back. "There is bad wizards about," she squeaked distractedly as she leaned forward and labored to keep running people high in the air. "Winky is getting out of the way," and she disappeared into the trees on the other side of the path, panting and squeaking as she fought the force that was restraining her. "What's up with her?" said Ron, looking curiously after Winky. "Why can't she run properly?" "But she didn't ask permission to hide," said Harry. He was thinking of Dobby. Every time he had tried to do something the Malfoys wouldn't like, the house elf had been forced to start beating himself up. "You know, house elves get a very raw deal," said Hermione indignantly. "It's slavery, that's what it is." That Mr. Crouch made her go up to the top of the stadium, and she was terrified, and he's got her bewitched, so she can't even run. When they start trampling tents, why doesn't anyone do something about it? "Well, the elves are happy, aren't they?" Ron said. "You heard old Winky back at the Match House. Elves is not supposed to have fun. That's what she likes, being bossed around. It's people like you." Ron Hermione began hotly, "who prop up rotten and unjust systems just because they're too lazy to." Another loud bang echoed from the edge of the wood. "Let's just keep moving, shall we?" said Ron, and Harry saw him glance edgily at Hermione. Perhaps there was truth in what Malfoy had said. Perhaps Hermione was in more danger than they set off. Again, Harry still searching his pockets, even though he knew his wand wasn't there. They followed the dark path deeper into the wood, still keeping an eye out for Fred, George, and Ginny. They passed a group of goblins who were cackling over a sack of gold that they had undoubtedly won betting on the match, and who seemed quite unperturbed by the trouble at the campsite. Farther still along the path, they walked into a patch of silvery light, and when they looked through the trees, they saw 3 tall and beautiful Vae standing in a clearing surrounded by a gaggle of young wizards, all of whom were talking very loudly. "I pulled down about 100 sacks of galleons a year," one of them shouted. "I'm a dragon killer for the Committee for the Disposal of Dangerous Creatures." "No, you're not," yelled his friend. "You're a dishwasher at the Leaky Cauldron." "But I'm a vampire hunter. I've killed about 90 so far," a third young wizard whose pimples were visible even by the dim silvery light of the VA now cut an eye. "About to become the youngest ever minister of magic, I am." Harry snorted. With laughter, he recognized the pimply wizard. His name was Stan Shunpike, and he was in fact a conductor on the triple-decker night bus. He turned to tell Ron this, but Ron's face had gone oddly slack, and next second Ron was yelling, "Did I tell you I've invented a broomstick that'll reach Jupiter?" "Honestly," said Hermione, and she and Harry grabbed Ron firmly by the arms, wheeled him around, and marched him away. By the time the sounds of the Vera and their admirers had faded completely, they were in the very heart of the wood. They seemed to be alone now. Everything was much quieter. Harry looked around. "I reckon we can just wait here. You know, we'll hear anyone coming a mile off." The words were hardly out of his mouth when Ludo Bagman emerged from behind a tree right ahead of them, even by the feeble light of the 2 wands. Harry could see that a great change had come over Bagman. He no longer looked buoyant and rosy-faced. There was no more spring in his step. He looked very white and strained. "Who's that?" said, blinking down at them, trying to make out their faces. "What are you doing in here, all alone?" They looked at one Another surprised, well, there's a sort of riot going on, said. Ron Bagman stared at. Him what? At the campsite, some people have got hold of a family of muggles. Bagman swore loudly, damn them. He said, looking quite distracted, and without another word, he disapparated with A. Small pop. Not exactly on top of things, Mr. Bagman, is he? Said Hermione, frowning. He was a great beater, though, said Ron, leading the way off the path into a small clearing and sitting down on a patch of dry grass at the foot of a tree. The Vimborn Wasps won the league 3 times in a row while he was with them. He took his small figure of Crumb out of his pocket, set it down on the ground, and watched it walk around like the real. Crumb model was slightly duck-footed and round-shouldered, much less impressive on his spled feet than on his. Broomstick Harry was listening for noise from the campsite. Everything seemed much quieter, perhaps the riot was. Over, I hope the others are okay, said Hermione. After a while they'll be fine. Said Ron, imagine if your dad catches Lucius Malfoy, said Harry, sitting down next to Ron and watching the small figure of Crumb slouching over the fallen leaves. He's always said he'd like to get something on him that had wiped the smirk off old Draco's face. All right, said Ron. Those poor muggles, though, said Hermione nervously. What if they can't get them down? They will, said Ron reassuringly. They'll find a way. Mad, though, to do something like that when the whole Ministry of Magic's out here tonight, said Hermione. I mean, how do they expect to get away with it? Do you think they've been drinking, or are they just... But she broke off abruptly and looked over her shoulder. Harry and Ron looked quickly around too. It sounded as though someone was staggering toward their clearing. They waited, listening to the sounds of the uneven steps behind the dark trees, but the footsteps came to a sudden halt. Hello, called Harry. There was silence. Harry got to his feet and peered around the tree. It was too dark to see very far, but he could sense somebody standing just beyond the range of his vision. Who's there? He said, and then, without warning, the silence was rent by a voice unlike any they had heard in the wood, and it uttered not a panicked shout, but what sounded like a spell Mors Mora, and something vast, green and glittering erupted from the patch of darkness. Harry's eyes had been struggling to penetrate. It flew up over the treetops and into the sky. What the gasped Ron as he sprang to his feet again, staring up at the thing that had appeared for a split second. Harry thought it was another leprechaun formation. Then he realized that it was a colossal skull comprised of what looked like emerald stars, with a serpent protruding from its mouth like a tongue. As they watched, it rose higher and higher, blazing in a haze of greenish smoke etched against the black sky like a new constellation. Suddenly the wood all around them erupted with screams. Harry didn't understand why, but the only possible cause was the sudden appearance of the skull, which had now risen high enough to illuminate the entire wood like some grisly neon sign. He scanned the darkness for the person who had conjured the skull, but he couldn't see anyone. Who's there? He called again. Harry, come on, move. Hermione had seized the collar of his jacket and was tugging him backward. What's the matter? Harry said, startled to see her face so white and terrified. It's the dark mark, Harry. Hermione moaned, pulling him as hard as she could. You know who signed Voldemort's. Harry, come on, Harry. Turned. Ron was hurriedly scooping up his miniature Crumb. The 3 of them started across the clearing, but before they had taken a few hurried steps, a series of popping noises announced the arrival of 20 wizards appearing from Thin air surrounding them Harry whirled around, and in an instant he registered one fact each of these. Wizards had his wand out, and every wand was pointing right at himself, Ron. And Hermione, without pausing to think, he yelled, "Duck!" He seized the other two and pulled them down onto the ground. "Stupefy!" roared 20 voices. There was a blinding series of flashes, and Harry felt the hair on his head ripple as though a powerful wind had swept the clearing. Raising his head a fraction of an inch, he saw jets of fiery red light flying over them from the wizards' wands, crossing one another, bouncing off tree trunks, rebounding into the darkness. "Stop!" yelled a voice he recognized. "Stop, that's my son." Harry's hair stopped blowing about. He raised his head a little higher. The wizard in front of him had lowered his wand. He rolled over and saw Mr. Weasley striding toward them. Looking terrified, Ron, Harry, his voice sounded shaky. "Hermione, are you all right?" "Out of the way, Arthur," said a cold, curt voice. It was Mr. Crouch, he and the other Ministry wizards were closing in on them. Harry got to his feet to face them. Mr. Crouch's face was taut with rage. "Which of you did it?" He snapped, his sharp eyes darting between them. "Which of you conjured the dark mark?" "We didn't do that," said Harry, gesturing up at the skull. "We didn't do anything," said Ron, who was rubbing his elbow and looking indignantly at his father. "What did you want to attack us for?" "Do not lie, sir," shouted Mr. Crouch. His wand was still pointing directly at Ron, and his eyes were popping. He looked slightly mad. "You have been discovered at the scene of the crime, Barty," whispered a witch in a long woolen dressing gown. "They're kids, Barty. They'd never have been able to wear." "Did the mark come from you three?" said Mr. Weasley quickly. "Over there," said Hermione, shakily pointing at the place where they had heard the voice. "There was someone behind the trees," they shouted. Words and incantation. "Oh, stood over there, did they?" said Mr. Crouch, turning his popping eyes on Hermione. Now disbelief etched all over his face. Said, "An incantation? Did they? You seem very well informed about how that mark is summoned, Missy, but none of the ministry wizards, apart from Mr. Crouch, seemed to think it remotely likely that Harry, Ron, or Hermione had conjured the skull on the contrary." At Hermione's words, they had all raised their wands again and were pointing in the direction she had indicated, squinting through the dark trees. "We're too late," said the witch in the woolen dressing gown, shaking her head. "They'll have dissap," said a wizard with a scrubby brown beard. It was Amos Diggory, Cedric's father. "Our stunners went right through those trees. There's a good chance we got them." "Amos, be careful," said a few of the wizards warningly, as Mr. Diggory squared his shoulders, raised his wand, marched across the clearing, and disappeared into the darkness. Hermione watched him vanish with her hands over her mouth. A few seconds later, they heard Mr. Diggory shout, "Yes, we got them. There's someone here unconscious." "It's but blimey, you've got someone," shouted Mr. Crouch, sounding highly disbelieving. Who is it?" They heard snapping twigs, the rustling of leaves, and then crunching footsteps as Mr. Diggory reemerged from behind the trees. He was carrying a tiny limp figure in his arms. Harry recognized the tea towel at once. It was Winky. Mr. Crouch did not move or speak as Mr. Diggory deposited his elf on the ground at his feet. The other ministry wizards were all staring at Mr. Crouch for a few seconds. Crouch remained transfixed, his eyes blazing in his white face as he stared down at Winky. Then he appeared to come to life again. "This cannot be," he said jerkily. "No." He moved quickly around Mr. Diggory and strode off toward the place where he had found Winky No. Point Mr. Crouch. Mr. Diggory called after him, "There's no one else." There, but Mr. Crouch did not seem prepared to take his word for it. They could hear him moving around and the rustling of leaves as he pushed the bushes aside, searching bit embarrassing Mr. Diggory. Said grimly looking down at Winky's unconscious form Barty Crouch's house. "Elf, I mean to say come off. It Amos," said Mr. Weasley quietly. "You don't seriously think it was the elf the dark marks a wizard sign. It requires a wand, yeah," said Mr. Diggory, and she had a wand. What said Mr. Weasley here? Look, Mr. Diggory held up a wand and showed it to Mr. Weasley had it in her hand, so that's claws. 3 of the code of wand use broken. For a start, no non-human creature is permitted to carry or use a wand. Just then, there was another pop and Ludo Bagman operat right next to Mr. Weasley. Looking breathless and disorientated, he spun on the spot, goggling upward at the emerald green skull the dark mark. He panted, almost trampling Winky as he turned inquiringly to his colleagues. "Who did it? Did you get them, Barty? What's going on?" Mr. Crouch had returned empty-handed. His face was still ghostly white, and his hands and his toothbrush mustache were both twitching. "Where have you been, Barty?" said Bagman. "Why weren't you at the matcher? Elf was saving you a seat." 2 gulping gargoyleless Bagman had just noticed Winky lying at his feet. "What happened to her?" "I have been busy, Ludo," said Mr. Crouch, still talking in the same jerky fashion, barely moving his lips. "And my elf has been stunned by you lot, you mean." But why? Comprehension dawned suddenly on Bagman's round, shiny face. He looked up at the skull, down at Winky, and then at Mr. Crouch. "No," he said. "Winky conjure the dark mark. She wouldn't know how she'd need a wand for a start, and she had one," said Mr. Diggory. "I found her holding one." "Ludo, if it's all right with you, Mr. Crouch, I think we should hear what she's got to say for herself." Crouch gave no sign that he had heard Mr. Diggory, but Mr. Diggory seemed to take his silence for assent. He raised his own wand, pointed it at Winky, and said, "Renovate." Winky stirred feebly. Her great brown eyes opened, and she blinked several times. In a bemused sort of way, watched by the silent wizard, she raised herself shakily into a sitting position. She caught sight of Mr. Diggory's feet and slowly, tremulously raised her eyes to stare up into his face. Then more slowly still she looked up into the sky. Harry could see the floating skull reflected twice in her enormous glassy eyes. She gave a gasp, looked wildly around the crowded clearing, and burst into terrified sobs. "Elf," said Mr. Diggory sternly, "do you know who I am? I'm a member of the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures." Winky began to rock backward and forward on the ground, her breath coming in sharp bursts. Harry was reminded forcibly of Dobby in his moments of terrified disobedience, as you see Elf the Dark Mark was conjured here a short while ago, said Mr. Diggory, and you were discovered moments later right beneath it. An explanation, if you please. "I is not doing it, sir." Winky gasped. "I is not knowing how, sir." "You were found with a wand in your hand," barked Mr. Diggory, brandishing it in front of her, and as the wand caught the green light that was filling the clearing from the skull above, Harry recognized it. "Hey, that's mine," he said. Everyone in the clearing looked at him. "Excuse me," said Mr. Diggory incredulously. "That's my wand." said Harry. "I dropped it." "You dropped it?" repeated Mr. Diggory in disbelief. "Is this a confession you threw it aside after you conjured the mark?" "Amos, think who you're talking to," said Mr. Weasley very angrily. "Is Harry Potter likely to conjure the dark mark?" "Of course not," mumbled Mr. Diggory. "Sorry, carried away. I didn't drop it there." "Anyway," said Harry, jerking his thumb toward the trees beneath the skull, "I missed it right after we got into the wood." "So," said Mr. Diggory, his eyes hardening as he turned to look at Winky. Again cowering at his feet, "You found this wand, elf, and you picked it up and thought you'd have some fun with it, did you?" "I's not doing magic with it, sir," squealed Winky, tears streaming down the sides of her squashed and bulbous nose. I is just picking it up, sir. I is not making the dark mark, sir. Is not knowing how it wasn't her," said Hermione. She looked very nervous, speaking up in front of all these ministry wizards, yet determined all the same. Winky's got a squeaky little voice, and the voice we heard doing the incantation was much deeper. She looked around at Harry and Ron, appealing for their support. It didn't sound anything like Winky did it. "No," said Harry, shaking his head. "It definitely didn't sound like an elf." "Yeah, it was a human voice," said Ron. Well, we'll soon see," growled Mr. Diggory, looking unimpressed. "There's a simple way of discovering the last spell." "A wand performed, elf. Did you know that?" Winky trembled and shook her head, frantically, her ears flapping as Mr. Diggory raised his own wand again and placed it tip-toe-tip with Harry's prior incantato. Roared Mr. Diggory. Harry heard Hermione gasp, horrified, as a gigantic serpent-tinged skull erupted from the point where the two wands met, but it was a mere shadow of the green skull high above them. It looked as though were made of thick gray smoke, the ghost of a spell deleterious. Mr. Diggory shouted, and the smoky skull vanished in a wisp of smoke. "So," said Mr. Diggory with a kind of savage triumph, looking down upon Winky, who was still shaking convulsively. "I is not doing it," she squealed, her eyes rolling in terror. I is not knowing how I is a good elf. I isn't using wands. I isn't knowing how you've been caught red-handed, elf." Mr. Diggory roared. "Caught with a guilty wand in your hand, Amos," said Mr. Weasley loudly. "Think about it. Precious few wizards know how to do that spell. Where would she have learned it? Perhaps Amos is suggesting," said Mr. Crouch, cold anger in every syllable, "that I routinely teach my servants to conjure the dark." Mark, there was a deeply unpleasant silence. Amos Diggory looked horrified. Mr. Crouch, "Not at all. You have now come very close to accusing the two people in this clearing who are least likely to conjure that mark," barked Mr. Crouch. "Harry Potter and myself. I suppose you are familiar with the boy's story." "Amos, of course. Everyone knows," muttered Mr. Diggory, looking highly discomfort. "And I trust you remember the many proofs I have given over a long career that I despise and detest the dark arts and those who practice them." Mr. Crouch shouted, his eyes bulging again. "Mr. Crouch, I never suggested you had anything to do with it." Amos Diggory muttered again, now reening behind his scrubby brown beard. "If you accuse my elf, you accuse me, Diggory," shouted Mr. Crouch. "Where else would she have learned to conjure it? She might have picked it up anywhere." "Precisely, Amos," said Mr. Weasley. "She might have picked it up anywhere, Winky," he said kindly, turning to the elf. But she flinched as though he, too, was shouting at her. "Where exactly did you find Harry's wand?" Winky was twisting the hem of her tea towel so violently that it was fraying beneath her fingers, eyes finding it. There, sir, she whispered there in the trees. Sir, you see, miss, said Mr. Weasley. Whoever conjured the mark could have disapparated right after they'd done it, leaving Harry's wand behind a clever thing to do, not using their own wand, which could have betrayed them, and Winky here had the misfortune to come across the wand moments later and pick it up, but then she'd have been only a few feet away from the real culprit, said Mr. Diggory impatiently. Elf, did you see anyone? Winky began to tremble worse than ever. Her giant eyes flickered from Mr. Diggory to Ludo Bagman and onto Mr. Crouch. Then she gulped and said, I seeing no one, sir, no one. Amos, said Mr. Crouch curtly, I am fully aware that in the ordinary course of events, you would want to take Winky into your department for questioning, I ask you, however, to allow me to deal with her. Mr. Diggory looked as though he didn't think much of this suggestion at all, but it was clear to Harry that Mr. Crouch was such an important member of the ministry that he did not dare refuse him. You may rest assured that she will be punished, Mr. Crouch added coldly. Master, Winky stammered, looking up at Mr. Crouch, her eyes brimming with tears. Master, please. Mr. Crouch stared back, his face somehow sharpened, each line upon it more deeply etched. There was no pity in his gaze. Winky has behaved tonight in a manner I would not have believed possible, he said slowly. I told her to remain in the tent. I told her to stay there while I went to sort out the trouble, and I find that she disobeyed me. This means close no, shrieked Winky, prostrating herself at Mr. Crouch's feet. No, master, not close, not close. Harry knew that the only way to turn House Elf free was to present it with proper garments. It was pitiful to see the way Winky clutched at her tea towel as she sobbed over Mr. Crouch's feet, but she was frightened. Hermione burst out angrily, glaring at Mr. Crouch. Your elves scared of heights, and those wizards in masks were levitating people. You can't blame her for wanting to get out of their way. Mr. Crouch took a step backward, freeing himself from a contact with the elf, whom he was surveying as though she was something filthy and rotten that was contaminating his overshined shoes. I have no use for a house elf who disobeys me, he said coldly, looking over at Hermione. I have no use for a servant who forgets what is due to her master and to her master's reputation. Winky was crying so hard that her sobs echoed around the clearing. There was a very nasty silence, which was ended by Mr. Weasley, who said quietly, well, I think I'll take my lot back to the tent, if nobody's got any objections. Amos, that wand told us all. And if Harry could have it back, please. Mr. Diggory handed Harry his wand, and Harry pocketed it. Come on, you 3, Mr. Weasley said quietly, but Hermione didn't seem to want to move her eyes were still upon the sobbing elf. Hermione, Mr. Weasley said more urgently. She turned and followed Harry and Ron out of the clearing and off through the trees. What's going to happen to Winky? Said Hermione the moment they had left the clearing. I don't know, said Mr. Weasley. The way they were treating her, said Hermione furiously. Mr. Diggory calling her elf all the time, and Mr. Crouchy knows she didn't do it, and he's still going to sack her. He didn't care how frightened she'd been or how upset she was. It was like she wasn't even human. Well, she's not, said Ron. Hermione rounded on him. That doesn't mean she hasn't got feelings, Ron. It's disgusting the way Hermione, I agree with. You said Mr. Weasley, quickly beckoning her on, but now is not the time to discuss elf rights. I want to get back to the tent as fast as we can. What happened to the others? We lost them in the dark, said Ron. Never. Take it I'm never wearing them, Ron was saying stubbornly. Never. Fine, snapped Mrs. Weasley. Go naked, and Harry, make sure you get a picture of him. Goodness knows I could do with a laugh. She left the room, slamming the door behind her. There was a funny, spluttering noise from behind them. Piggin was choking on an overlarge owl. Treat. Why is everything I own rubbish? Said Ron, furiously striding across the room to unstick Pig Wygen's beak. Chapter 11, Aboard the Hogwarts Express. There was a definite end of the holiday's gloom in the air when Harry awoke. Next morning, heavy rain was still splattering against the window. As he got dressed in jeans and a sweatshirt they would change into their school robes on the Hogwarts Express, he, Ron, Fred, and George had just reached the first floor, landing on their way down to breakfast when Mrs. Weasley appeared at the foot of the stairs, looking harassed. Arthur, she called up the staircase. Arthur, urgent message from the Ministry. Harry flattened himself against the wall as Mr. Weasley came clattering past with his robes on back to front and hurtled out of sight. When Harry and the others entered the kitchen, they saw Mrs. Weasley rummaging anxiously in the drawers. I've got a quill here somewhere, and Mr. Weasley bending over the fire talking to. Harry shut his eyes hard and opened them again to make sure that they were working properly. Amos Diggory's head was sitting in the middle of the flames like a large bearded egg. It was talking very fast, completely unperturbed by the sparks flying around it and the flames licking its ears. Muggle neighbors heard bangs and shouting, so they went and called those. What do you call them, please, men? Arthur, you got to get over there here, said Mrs. Weasley breathlessly, pushing a piece of parchment, a bottle of ink, and a crumpled quill into Mr. Weasley's hands. It's a real stroke of luck I heard about. It said Mr. Digger's head. I had to come into the office early to send a couple of owls, and I found the improper use of magic lot all setting off. If Rita Skeeter gets hold of this one, Arthur, what does might I say happened? Asked Mr. Weasley, unscrewing the ink bottle, loading up his quill, and preparing to take notes. Mr. Digger's head rolled its eyes. Says he heard an intruder in his yard. Says he was creeping toward the house, but was ambushed by his dustbins. What did the dustbins do? Asked Mr. Weasley, scribbling frantically. Made one hell of a noise, and fired rubbish everywhere, as far as I can tell, said Mr. Diggory. Apparently one of them was still rocketing around when the policeman turned up. Mr. Weasley groaned. And what about the intruder? Arthur, you know, Mad Eye, said Mr. Diggory's head, rolling its eyes again. Someone creeping into his yard in the dead of night. More likely there's a very shell-shocked cat wandering around somewhere covered in potato peelings. But if the improper use of magic lot get their hands on Mad, he's had to think of his record. We've got to get him off on a minor charge, something in your department. What? Our exploding dustbins worth might be a caution, said Mr. Weasley, still writing very fast. His brow furrowed. Mad I didn't use his wand. He didn't actually attack anyone, I'll bet. He leapt out of bed and started jinxing everything he could reach through the window, said Mr. Diggory, but they'll have a job proving it. There aren't any casualties. All right, I'm off, Mr. Weasley said, and he stuffed the parchment with his notes on it into his pocket and dashed out of the kitchen again. Mr. Diggory's head looked around at Mrs. Weasley. Sorry about this, Molly, it said more calmly, bothering you so early and everything, but Arthur's the only one who can get Mad Eye off, and Mad Eye is supposed to be starting his new job today. why he had to choose last night. "Never mind, Amos," said Mrs. Weasley. "Sure you won't have a bit of toast or anything before you go?" "Oh, go on." "Then," said Mr. Diggory, Mrs. Weasley took a piece of buttered toast from a stack on the kitchen table, put into the fire tongs, and transferred it into Mr. Diggory's mouth. "Thanks," he said in a muffled voice, and then with a small pop vanished. Harry could hear Mr. Weasley calling hurried goodbyes to Bill, Charlie, Percy, and the girls. Within 5 minutes he was back in the kitchen, his robes on the right way, now dragging a comb through his hair. "I'd better hurry, you have a good term, boys," said Mr. Weasley to Harry, Ron, and the twins, fastening a cloak over his shoulders and preparing to disapparate. "Molly, are you going to be all right taking the kids to King's Cross?" "Of course I will," she said. "You just look after Matt, I will be fine." As Mr. Weasley vanished, Bill and Charlie entered the kitchen. "Did someone say Mad Eye?" Bill asked. "What's he been up to now?" "He says someone tried to break into his house last night," said Mrs. Weasley. "Matty Moody," said George, thoughtfully spreading marmalade on his toast. "Isn't he that nutter your father thinks very highly of?" "Matty Moody," said Mrs. Weasley sternly. "Yeah, well, Dad collects plugs." "Doesn't he?" said Fred quietly, as Mrs. Weasley left the room, birds of feather. "Moody was a great wizard in his time," said Bill. "He's an old friend of Dumbledore, isn't he?" said Charlie. "Dumbledore's not what you'd call normal, though, is he?" said Fred. "I mean, I know he's a genius, and everything who is mad." "I asked Harry, he's retired, used to work at the ministry," said Charlie. "I met him once when Dad took me in to work with him. He was an aura, one of the best, a dark wizard catcher," he added, seeing Harry's blank look. "Half the cells in Azkaban are full because of him. He made himself loads of enemies, though, the families of people he caught mainly, and I heard he's been getting really paranoid in his old age, doesn't trust anyone anymore, sees dark wizards everywhere." Bill and Charlie decided to come and see everyone off at King's Cross Station, but Percy, apologizing most profusely, said that he really needed to get to work. "I just can't justify taking more time off at the moment," he told them. "Mr. Crouch is really starting to rely on me." "Yeah, you know what Percy," said George. "Seriously, I reckon he'll know your name soon." Mrs. Weasley had braved the telephone in the village post office to order 3 ordinary Muggle taxis to take them into London. Arthur tried to borrow ministry cars for us, Mrs. Weasley whispered to Harry as they stood in the rain-washed yard watching the taxi drivers heaving 6 heavy Hogwarts trunks into their cars, but there weren't any to spare. "Oh dear, they don't look happy, do they?" Harry didn't like to tell Mrs. Weasley that Muggle taxi drivers rarely transported over-exited owls and pig. Wygen was making an ear-splitting racket, nor did it help that a number of filibusters' fabulous wet start no heat fireworks went off unexpectedly when Fred's trunk sprang open, causing the driver carrying it to yell with fright and pain as Crookshanks clawed his way up the man's leg. The journey was uncomfortable owing to the fact that they were jammed in the back of the taxis with their trunks. Crookshanks took quite a while to recover from the fireworks, and by the time they entered London, Harry, Ron, and Hermione were all severely scratched. They were very relieved to get out at King's Cross, even though the rain was coming down harder than ever, and they got soaked carrying their trunks across the busy road and into the station Harry was used to getting onto. Platform 9, and March 4th. By now, it was a simple matter of walking straight through the apparently solid barrier dividing platforms 9 and 10, the only tricky part was doing this in an unobtrusive way, so as to avoid attracting Muggle attention. They did it in groups today: Harry, Ron, and Hermione. The most conspicuous, since they were accompanied by Pig Wiggin and Crookshanks when first they leaned casually against the barrier, chatting unconcernedly, and slid sideways through it, and as they did so, Platform 9 and March 4th materialized in front of them, the Hogwarts Express a-gleaming. Scarlet's steam engine was already there, clouds of steam billowing from it, through which the many Hogwarts students and parents on the platform appeared like dark ghosts. Pigeon became noisier than ever in response to the hooting of many owls through the mist. Harry, Ron, and Hermione set off to find seats and were soon stowing their luggage in a compartment halfway along the train. They then hopped back down onto the platform to say goodbye to Mrs. Weasley. Bill and Charlie, I might be seeing you all sooner than you think, said Charlie, grinning as he hugged Ginny goodbye. Why, said Fred keenly. You'll see, said Charlie. Just don't tell Percy I mentioned it. It's classified information until such time as the ministry sees fit to release it. After all, yeah, I sort of wish I were back at Hogwarts this year, said Bill Hansen, his pockets looking almost wistfully at the train. Why, said George impatiently. You're going to have an interesting year, said Bill, his eyes twinkling. I might even get time off too. Come and watch a bit of what, said Ron. But at that moment the whistle blew and Mrs. Weasley chided them toward the train doors. Thanks for having us to stay, Mrs. Weasley, said Hermione as they climbed on board, closed the door, and leaned out of the window to talk to her. Yeah, thanks for everything, Mrs. Weasley, said Harry. Oh, it was my pleasure, dears, said Mrs. Weasley. I'd invite you for Christmas, but, well, I expect you're all going to want to stay at Hogwarts, what with one thing and another. Mom, said Ron irritably, what you three know that we don't you'll find out this evening, I expect, said Mrs. Weasley, smiling. It's going to be very exciting, mind you. I'm very glad they've changed the rules. What rules? Said Harry, Ron, Fred, and George together. I'm sure Professor Dumbledore will tell you now. Behave, won't you, Fred? And you, George. The pistons hissed loudly, and the train began to move. Tell us what's happening at Hogwarts, Fred bellowed out of the window as Mrs. Weasley, Bill, and Charlie sped away from them. What rules are they changing? But Mrs. Weasley only smiled and waved before the train had rounded the corner. She, Bill, and Charlie had Dissap. Harry, Ron, and Hermione went back to their compartment. The thick rain splattering the windows made it very difficult to see out of them. Ron undid his trunk, pulled out his maroon dress robes, and flung them over Pigwidgeon's cage to muffle his hooting. Bagman wanted to tell us what's happening at Hogwarts, he said grumpily, sitting down next to Harry at the World Cup, remember? But my own mother won't say. Wonder what? She'll, Hermione whispered, suddenly pressing her finger to her lips and pointing toward the compartment next to theirs. Harry and Ron listened and heard a familiar drawling voice drifting in through the open door. Father actually considered sending me to Durmstrang rather than Hogwarts. You know, he knows the headmaster, you see. Well, you know his opinion of Dumbledore. The man's such a mud-blood lover, and Durmstrang doesn't admit that sort of riffraff. But Mother didn't like the idea of me going to school so far away. Father says Durmstrang takes a far more sensible line than Hogwarts about the dark arts. Durmstrang students actually learn them, not just the defense rubbish we do. Hermione got up, tiptoed to the compartment door, and slid it shut, blocking out Malfoy's voice. So he thinks Durmstrang would have suited him does. She said angrily, I wish he had gone, then we wouldn't have to put up with him, dumb. Strang's another wizarding school, said Harry. Yes, said Hermione sniffily, and it's got a horrible reputation according to an appraisal of magical education. In Europe, it puts a lot of emphasis on the dark arts. I think I've heard of it, said Ron vaguely. Where is it? What country? Well, nobody knows, do they? Said Hermione, raising her eyebrows. Oh, why not? Said Harry. There's traditionally been a lot of rivalry between all the magic schools. Durstrang and Beauxbatons like to conceal their whereabouts so nobody can steal their secrets, said Hermione matter-of-factly. Come off it, said Ron, starting to laugh. Durmstrang's got to be about the same size as Hogwarts. How are you going to hide a great big castle? But Hogwarts is hidden, said Hermione in surprise. Everyone knows that. Well, everyone who's read Hogwarts a history anyway. Just you then, said Ron, so go on. How do you hide a place like Hogwarts? It's bewitched, said Hermione. If a muggle looks at it, all they see is a moldering old ruin with a sign over the entrance saying, danger, do not enter. Unsafe, so Durmstrang will just look like a ruin to an outsider too. Maybe, said Hermione, shrugging, or it might have muggle-repelling charms on it, like the World Cup Stadium, and to keep foreign wizards from finding it, they'll have made it unploatable. Come again. Well, you can enchant a building, so it's impossible to plot on a map, can't you, if you say so, said Harry, but I think Durmstrang must be somewhere in the far north, said Hermione, thoughtfully. Somewhere very cold, because they've got fur capes as part of their uniforms. I'll think of the possibilities, said Ron. Drayly, it would have been so easy to push Malfoy off a glacier and make it look like an accident. Shame his mother likes him. The rain became heavier and heavier as the train moved farther north. The sky was so dark and the windows so steamy that the lanterns were lit by midday. The lunch trolley came rattling along the corridor, and Harry bought a large stack of cauldron cakes for them to share. Several of their friends looked in on them as the afternoon progressed, including Seamus Finnegan, Dean Thomas, and Neville Longbottom, a round-faced, extremely forgetful boy who had been brought up by his formidable Witch of A. Grandmother. Seamus was still wearing his island rosette. Some of its magic seemed to be wearing off now. It was still squeaking Troy Mullet Moran, but in a very feeble and exhausted sort of way. After half an hour or so, Hermione, growing tired of the endless Quidditch talk, buried herself once more in the standard book of spells grade 4 and started trying to learn a summoning charm. Neville listened jealously to the others' conversation as they relived the cup match. Gran didn't want to go. He said miserably wouldn't buy tickets. It sounded amazing, though. It was said. Ron, look at this, Neville. He rummaged in his trunk up in the luggage rack and pulled out the miniature figure of Victor. Oh, wow, said Neville enviously as Ron tipped Crumb onto his pudgy hand. We saw him right up close as. Well, said Ron, we were in the top box. For the first and last time in your life, Weasley. Draco Malfoy had appeared in the doorway. Behind him stood Crabbe and Goyle, his enormous thuggish cronies, both of whom appear to have grown at least a foot during the summer. Evidently, they had overheard the conversation through the compartment door, which Dean and Seamus had left ajar. Don't remember asking you to join us, Malfoy, said Harry coolly. Weasley, what is that? Said Malfoy, pointing at Pigwidgeon's cage. A sleeve of Ron's dress robes was dangling from it, swaying with the motion of the train, the moldy lace cuff very obvious. Ron made to stuff the robes out of sight, but Malfoy was too quick for him. He seized the sleeve and pulled. "Look at this," said Malfoy in ecstasy, holding up Ron's robes and showing Crabbe and Weasley you. "Weren't thinking of wearing these, were you? I mean, they were very fashionable and about." 1890, eat dung, Malfoy, said Ron, the same color as the dress robes as he snatched them back out of Malfoy's grip. Malfoy howled with derisive laughter. Crabbe and Goyle gored stupidly. "So gonna enter Weasley, gonna try and bring a bit of glory to the family name. There's money involved. As well, you know, you'd be able to afford some decent robes if you—" "When were you talking about?" snapped Ron. "Are you going to enter Malfoy?" Repeated, "I suppose you will, Potter. You never miss a chance to show off, do you? Either explain what you're on about, or go away, Malfoy," said Hermione testy over the top of the standard book of spells. Great for a gleeful smile spread across Malfoy's pale face. "Don't tell me you don't know," he said delightedly. "You've got a father and brother at the Ministry, and you don't even know my God, my father told me about it ages ago. Heard it from Cornelius Fudge, but then fathers always associated with the top people at the Ministry. Maybe your father's too junior to know about it, Weasley. Yes, they probably don't talk about important stuff in front of him." Laughing once more, Malfoy beckoned to Crabbe and Goyle, and the three of them disappeared. Ron got to his feet and slammed the sliding compartment door so hard behind them that the glass shattered. "Music, Ronus," said Hermione reproachfully, and she pulled out her wand, muttered, "Reparo," and the glass shards flew back into a single pane and back into the door, while making it look like he knows everything and we don't. Ron snarled, "Father's always associated with the top people at the Ministry. Dad could have got a promotion any time. He just likes it where he is." "Of course he does," said Hermione quietly. "Don't let Malfoy get to you, Ron." "Him get to me," as if said Ron, picking up one of the remaining cauldron cakes and squashing it into a pulp. Ron's bad mood continued for the rest of the journey. He didn't talk much as they changed into their school robes and was still glowering when the Hogwarts Express slowed down at last and finally stopped in the pitch darkness of Hogsam Station. As the train doors opened, there was a rumble of thunder overhead. Hermione bundled up Crookshanks in her cloak, and Ron left his dress robes over Pigwiggen as they left the train heads. Bent and eyes narrowed against the downpour. The rain was now coming down so thick and fast that it was as though buckets of ice-cold water were being emptied repeatedly over their heads. "Hi, Hagrid!" Harry yelled, seeing a gigantic silhouette at the far end of the platform. "All right, Harry." Hagrid bellowed back, waving, "See you at the feast. If we don't drown, first years traditionally reach Hogwarts Castle by sailing across the lake with Hagrid." "Ooh, I wouldn't fancy crossing the lake in this weather," said Hermione fervently, shivering as they inched slowly along the dark platform with the rest of the crowd. 100 horseless carriages stood waiting for them outside the station. Harry, Ron, Hermione, and Neville climbed gratefully into one of them. The door shut with a snap, and a few moments later, with a great lurch, the long procession of carriages was rumbling and splashing its way up the track toward Hogwarts Castle. Chapter 12. The Tri-Wizard Tournament. Through the gates flanked with statues of winged boars, and up the sweeping drive the carriages trundled, swaying dangerously in what was fast becoming a gale. Leaning against the window, Harry could see Hogwarts coming nearer, its many lighted windows blurred and shimmering behind the thick curtain of rain. Lightning flashed across the sky. As their carriage came to a halt before the great oak front doors, which stood at the top of a flight of stone steps. People who had occupied the carriages in front were already hurrying up the stone steps into the castle. Harry, Ron, Hermione, and Neville jumped down from their carriage and dashed up the steps too, looking up only when they were safely inside the cavernous, torch-lit entrance hall with its magnificent marble staircase. Blimey, said Ron, shaking his head, and sending water everywhere, if that keeps up the lakes is going to. Overflow, I'm sure a large red water-filled balloon had dropped from out of the ceiling onto Ron's head and exploded, drenched and sputtering Ron. Staggered sideways into Harry, just as a second water bomb dropped narrowly, missing Hermione. It burst at Harry's feet, sending a wave of cold water over his sneakers into his socks. People all around them shrieked and started pushing one another in their efforts to get out of the line of fire. Harry looked up and saw floating 20 feet above them Peeves the poulterist, a little man in a bell-covered hat and orange bow tie, his wide, malicious face contorted with concentration. As he took aim again, Peeves yelled in angry voice, "Come down here at once!" Professor McGonagall, deputy head mistress and head of Gryffindor House, had come dashing out of the great hall. She skidded on the wet floor and grabbed Hermione around the neck to stop herself, elf, from falling. "Ouch, sorry, Miss Granger." "That's all right, Professor." Hermione gasped, massaging her throat. "Get down here." "Now," barked Professor McGonagall, straightening her pointed hat and glaring upward through her square-rimmed spectacles. "Not doing nothing," cackled Peeves, lobbing a water bomb at several fifth-year girls who screamed and dived into the great hall. "Already wet, aren't the little squirts we?" And he aimed another bomb at a group of second-years who had just arrived. "I shall call the headmaster," shouted Professor McGonagall. "I'm warning you, Peeves." Peeves stuck out his tongue through the last of his water bombs into the air and zoomed off up the marble staircase, cackling insanely. "Well, move along then," said Professor McGonagall sharply to the bedraggled crowd. "Into the great hall, come on." Harry, Ron, and Hermione slipped and slid across the entrance hall and through the double doors on the right, Ron muttering furiously under his breath as he pushed his hair off his face. The great hall looked its usual splendid, self-decorated for the start of term feast. Golden plates and goblets gleamed by the light of hundreds and hundreds of candles floating over the tables in midair. The 4 long house tables were packed with chattering students at the top of the hall. The staff sat along one side of a 5th table facing their pupils. It was much warmer in here. Harry, Ron, and Hermione walked past the Slytherins, the Ravenclaws, and the Hufflepuffs and sat down with the rest of the Gryffindors at the far side of the hall, next to nearly headless Nick, the Gryffindor ghost. Pearly white and semi-transparent, Nick was dressed tonight in his usual doublet, but with a particularly large ruff, which served the dual purpose of looking extra festive and ensuring that his head didn't wobble too much on his partially severed neck. "Good evening," he said, beaming at them. "Says who?" said Harry, taking off his sneakers and emptying them of water. "Hope they hurry up with the sorting. I'm starving." The sorting of the new students into houses took place at the start of every school year, but by an unlucky combination of circumstances, Harry hadn't been present at one since his own. He was quite looking forward to it. Just then a highly excited, breathless voice called down the table, "Hire Harry." It was Colin Creevey, a third year, to whom Harry was something of a hero. "Hi, Colin," said Harry wearily. Harry, guess what guess? "What, Harry, my brothers? Start of my brother Dennis." Good," said Harry. "He's really excited," said Colin, practically bouncing up and down his seat. "I just hope he's in Gryffindor. Keep your fingers crossed." Harry, a yell. "Right," said Harry. He turned back to Hermione. "Ron and nearly headless Nick brothers and sisters usually go in the same houses, don't they?" He said he was judging by the Weasleys, all 7 of whom had been put into Gryffindor. "Oh, no, not necessarily," said Hermione Parvati Patil's twins, Ravenclaw, "and they're identical. You'd think they'd be together, wouldn't you?" Harry looked up at the staff table. There seemed to be rather more empty seats there than usual. Hagrid, of course, was still fighting his way across the lake with the first year's Professor McGonagall was presumably supervising the drying of the entrance hall floor, but there was another empty chair too, and Harry couldn't think who else was missing. "Where's the new defense against the dark arts teacher?" said Hermione, who was also looking up at the teachers. They had never yet had a defense against the dark arts teacher who had lasted more than 3 terms. Harry's favorite by far had been Professor Lupin, who had resigned last year. He looked up and down the staff table. There was definitely no new face. There, maybe they couldn't get anyone, said Hermione, looking anxious. Harry scanned the table more carefully. Tiny little Professor Flitwick, the charms teacher, was sitting on a large pile of cushions beside Professor Sprout, the herbology teacher, whose hat was askew over her flyaway gray hair. She was talking to Professor Sinistra of the astronomy department. On Professor Sinistra's other side was the sallow-faced, hook-nosed, greasy-haired potions master Snape, Harry's least favorite person at Hogwarts. Harry's loathing of Snape was matched only by Snape's hatred of him, a hatred which had, if possible, intensified last year when Harry had helped Sirius escape right under Snape's overlord nose. Snape and Sirius had been enemies since their own school days. On Snape's other side was an empty seat, which Harry guessed was Professor McGonagall's. Next to it, and in the very center of the table, sat Professor Dumbledore, the headmaster, his sweeping silver hair and beard shining in the candlelight, his magnificent deep green robes embroidered with many stars and moons. The tips of Dumbledore's long, thin fingers were together, and he was resting his chin upon them, staring up at the ceiling through his half-moon spectacles, as though lost in thought. Harry glanced up at the ceiling, too. It was enchanted to look like the sky outside, and he had never seen it look this stormy. Black and purple clouds were swirling across it. And as another thunderclap sounded outside, a fork of lightning flashed across it. "Oh, hurry up," Ron moaned beside Harry. "I could eat a hippogriff." The words were no sooner out of his mouth than the doors of the great hall opened and silence fell. Professor McGonagall was leading a long line of first years up to the top of the hall. If Harry, Ron, and Hermione were what it was nothing to how these first years looked. They appeared to have swam across the lake rather than sailed. All of them were shivering with a combination of cold and nerves as they filed along the staff table and came to a halt in a line, facing the rest of the school, all of them except the smallest of the lot, a boy with mousy hair who was wrapped in what Harry recognized as Hagrid's moleskin overcoat. The coat was so big for him that it looked as though he were draped in a furry black circus tent. His small face protruded from over the collar looking almost painfully excited. When he had lined up with his terrified-looking peers, he caught Colin Krebs. I gave a double thumbs up and mouthed, "I fell in the lake." He looked positively delighted about it. Professor McGonagall, now, play stay. Four-legged stool on the ground before the first years, and on top of it an extremely old, dirty, patched wizard's hat. The first year stared at it, so did everyone else for a moment. There was silence, then a long tear near the brim. Open wide like a mouth, and the hat broke into song 1,000 years or more ago when I was newly sown. There lived 4 wizards of renown whose names are still well known. Bold Gryffindor from Wild, more fair Ravenclaw, from Glen sweet Hufflepuff. From Valley broad shrewd Slytherin, from Fun, they shared a wish, a hope, a dream. They hatched a daring plan to educate young sorcerers, thus Hogwarts School began now. Each of these 4 founders formed their own house, for each did valued different virtues in the ones they had to teach. By Gryffindor the bravest were prized far beyond the rest, for Ravenclaw the cleverest would always be the best, for Hufflepuff hard workers were most worthy of admission and power. Hungry Slytherin loved those of great ambition, while still alive they did divide their favorites from the throng, yet how to pick the worthy ones when they were dead and gone? It was Gryffindor who found the way. He whipped me off his head. The founders put some brains in me, so I could choose instead. Now slip me snug about your ears. I've never yet been wrong. I'll have a look inside your mind and tell where you belong. The great hall rang with applause as the Sorting Hat finished. That's not the song it sang when it sorted us, said Harry, clapping along with everyone else. Sings a different one every year, said Ron. It's got to be a pretty boring life, hasn't it, being a hat? I suppose it spends all year making up the next one. Professor McGonagall was now unrolling a large scroll of parchment. When I call out your name, you will put on the hat and sit on the stool, she told the first years. When the hat announces your house, you will go and sit at the appropriate table. A Coley Stewart, a boy, walked forward, visibly trembling from head to foot, picked up the Sorting Hat, put it on, and sat down on the stool. Ravenclaw, shouted the hat steward. A Coley took off the hat and hurried into a seat at the Ravenclaw table, where everyone was applauding him. Harry caught a glimpse of Cho the Ravenclaw seeker, cheering Stewart a Coley as he sat down for a fleeting second. Harry had a strange desire to join the Ravenclaw table too. Baddock Malcolm, Slytherin, the table on the other side of the hall, erupted with cheers. Harry could see Malfoy clapping as Baddock joined the Slytherins. Harry wondered whether Baddock knew that Slytherin House had turned out more dark witches and wizards than any other. Fred and George hissed Malcolm Baddock as he sat down. Branstone, Ellalinina, Hufflepuff, Caldwell, Owen Hufflepuff, Creevy, Dennis, tiny Dennis Creevy staggered forward, tripping over Hagrid's moleskin, just as Hagrid himself sidled into the hall through a door behind the teacher's table. About twice as tall as a normal man, and at least 3 times as broad. Hagrid, with his long, wild, tangled black hair and beard, looked slightly alarming, a misleading impression for Harry. Ron and Hermione knew Hagrid to possess a very kind nature. He winked at them as he sat down at the end of the staff table and watched Dennis Creevy putting on the Sorting Hat to rip at, the brim open wide. Gryffry, the hat shouted. Hagrid clapped along with the Gryffindors as Dennis Creevy, beaming widely, took off the hat, placed it back on the stool, and hurried over to join his brother. Colin I fell in, he said shrilly, throwing himself into an empty. Seat, it was brilliant, and something in the water grabbed me and pushed me back in the boat. Cool, said Colin, just as, excitedly, it was probably the giant squid Dennis. Wow, said Dennis as, though nobody in their wildest dreams could hope for more than being thrown into a storm-tossed fathoms deep lake and pushed out of it again by a giant sea monster. I didn't see that boy down. They're the one with the black hair and glasses. See him know who he is. Dennis Harry looked away, staring very hard at the sorting hat, now sorting Emma. Dobbs the sorting continued, boys and girls with varying degrees of fright on their faces, moving one by one to the four-legged stool, the line dwindling slowly as Professor McGonagall passed the L's. Oh, hurry up, Ron moaned, massaging his stomach. Now, Ron, the sorting's much more important than food, said nearly headless Nick, as madly Laura became a Hufflepuff. Of course, it is if you're dead, snapped Ron. I do hope this year's batch of Gryffindors are up to scratch, said nearly headless Nick, applauding as MacDonald Natalie joined Gryffindor. Table, we don't want to break our winning streak. Do we? Gryffindor had won the Inter-House Championship for the last 3 years in a row. Pritchard, Graham, Slytherin, Quirk, Ola, Ravenclaw, and finally with Whitby, Kevin Hufflepuff, the sorting-ended professor. McGonagall picked up the hat and the stool and carried them away. About time, said Ron, seizing his knife and fork and looking expectantly at his golden plate. Professor Dumbledore had gotten to his feet. He was smiling around at the students, his arms opened wide in welcome. I have only 2 words to say to you, he told them, his deep voice echoing around the hall. Tuck in. Here, here, said Harry and Ron loudly, as the empty dishes filled magically before their eyes. Nearly headless Nick watched mournfully as Harry, Ron, and Hermione loaded their own plates. Ah, Adbear, said Ron with his mouth full of mashed potato. You're lucky there's a feast at all tonight, you know, said nearly headless Nick. There was trouble in the kitchens earlier. Why, what happened? Said Harry threw a sizable chunk of steak. Peeves, of course, said nearly headless Nick, shaking his head, which wobbled dangerously. He pulled his ruff a little higher up on his neck. The usual argument. You know, he wanted to attend the feast. Well, it's quite out of the question. You know what, he's like utterly univilized. Can't see a plate of food without throwing it. We held a ghost council. The fat friar was all for giving him the chance, but most wisely, in my opinion, the Bloody Baron put his foot down. The Bloody Baron was the Slytherin ghost, a gaunt and silent specter covered in silver blood stains. He was the only person at Hogwarts who could really control Peeves. Yeah, we thought Peeves seemed hacked off about something, said Ron darkly. So what did he do in the kitchens? Oh, the usual, said nearly headless Nick, shrugging. Wreaked havoc and mayhem, pots and pans everywhere, place swimming in soup, terrified the house elves out of there with clang. Hermione had knocked over her golden goblet. Pumpkin juice spread steadily over the tablecloth, staining several feet of white linen orange, but Hermione paid no attention. There are house elves here, she said, staring horror-struck at nearly headless Nick. Here at Hogwarts? Certainly, said nearly headless Nick, looking surprised at her reaction. The largest number in any dwelling in Britain, I believe. Over 100. I've never seen one, said Hermione. Well, they hardly ever leave the kitchen by day, do they? Said nearly headless Nick. They come out at night, too. Do a bit of cleaning, see to the fires, and so on. I mean, you're not supposed to see them, are you? That's the mark of a good house elf. isn't it, that you don't know it's there?" Hermione stared at him. "But they get paid," she said. "They get holidays, don't they? And sick leave and pensions and everything." Nearly headless Nick crodled so much that his ruff slipped and his head flopped off, dangling on the inch or so of ghostly skin and muscle that still attached it to his neck. "Sick leave and pensions," he said, pushing his head back onto his shoulders and securing it once more with his rough house elves. "Don't want sick leave and pensions." Hermione looked down at her hardly touched plate of food, then put her knife and fork down upon it and pushed it away from her. "Oh, come on my knee," said Ron, accidentally spraying Harry with bits of Yorkshire pudding. "Oops, sorry, Ari." He swallowed. "You won't get them sick leave by starving yourself slave labor," said Hermione, breathing hard through her nose. "That's what made this dinner slave labor," and she refused to eat another bite. The rain was still drumming heavily against the high dark glass. Another clap of thunder shook the windows, and the stormy ceiling flashed, illuminating the golden plates as the remains of the first course vanished and were replaced instantly with pudding's trial tart. Hermione said, Ron deliberately wafting its smell toward her. Spotted Dick looked chocolate gatto, but Hermione gave him a look so reminiscent of Professor McGonagall that he gave up. When the puddings, too, had been demolished, and the last crumbs had faded off the plates, leaving them sparkling clean, Albus Dumbledore got to his feet again. The buzz of chatter filling the hall ceased almost at once, so that only the howling wind and pounding rain could be heard. "So," said Dumbledore, smiling around at them all, "now that we are all fed and watered." Said Hermione, "I must once more ask for your attention while I give out a few notices. Mr. Filch, the caretaker, has asked me to tell you that the list of objects forbidden inside the castle has this year been extended to include screaming yo-yos, fanged frisbees, and ever-bashing boomerangs. The full list comprises some 437 items, I believe, and can be viewed in Melch's office if anybody would like to check it." The corners of Dumbledore's mouth twitched. He continued, "As ever, I would like to remind you all that the forest on the grounds is out of bounds to students, as is the village of Hogsam. To all below third year, it is also my painful duty to inform you that the Interhouse Quidditch Cup will not take place this year." "What?" Harry gasped. He looked around at Fred and George, his fellow members of the Quidditch team. They were mouthing soundlessly at Dumbledore, apparently too appalled to speak. Dumbledore went on. "This is due to an event that will be starting in October and continuing throughout the school year, taking up much of the teacher's time and energy, but I am sure you will all enjoy it immensely. I have great pleasure in announcing that this year at Hogwarts." But at that moment, there was a deafening rumble of thunder, and the doors of the great hall banged open. A man stood in the doorway, leaning upon a long staff, shrouded in a black traveling cloak. Every head in the great hall swiveled toward the stranger, suddenly brightly illuminated by a fork of lightning that flashed across the ceiling. He lowered his hood, shook out a long mane of grizzled dark gray hair, then began to walk up toward the teacher's table. A dull clunk echoed through the hall on his every other step. He reached the end of the top table, turned right, and limped heavily toward Dumbledore. Another flash of lightning crossed the ceiling. Hermione gasped. The lightning had thrown the man's face into sharp relief, and it was a face unlike any Harry had ever seen. It looked as though it had been carved out of weathered wood by someone who had only the vaguest idea of what human faces are supposed to look like, and was none too skilled with a chisel. Every inch of skin seemed to be scarred. The mouth looked like a diagonal gash, and a large chunk of the nose was missing, but it was the man's eyes that made him frightening. One of them was small, dark, and beady. The other was large, round as a coin, and a vivid electric blue. The blue I was moving ceaselessly without blinking and was rolling up, down, and from side to side, quite independently of the normal eye, and then it rolled right over, pointing into the back of the man's head, so that all they could see was whiteness. The stranger reached Dumbledore. He stretched out a hand that was as badly scarred as his face, and Dumbledore shook it, muttering words Harry couldn't hear. He seemed to be making some inquiry of the stranger, who shook his head unsilently and replied in an undertone. Dumbledore nodded and gestured the man to the empty seat on his right-hand side. The stranger sat down, shook his mane of dark gray hair out of his face, pulled a plate of sausages toward him, raised it to what was left of his nose, and sniffed it. He then took a small knife out of his pocket, speared a sausage on the end of it, and began to eat his normal. I was fixed upon the sausages, but the blue eye was still darting restlessly around in its socket, taking in the hall and the students. "May I introduce our new defense against the dark arts teacher?" said Dumbledore brightly into the silence. Professor Moody. It was usual for new staff members to be greeted with applause, but none of the staff or students clapped except Dumbledore and Hagrid, who both put their hands together and applauded, but the sound echoed dismally into the silence, and they stopped fairly quickly. Everyone else seemed too transfixed by Moody's bizarre appearance to do more than stare at him. "Moody," Harry muttered to Ron. "Maddie. Moody, the one your dad went to help this morning, must be," said Ron in a low-audited voice. "What happened to him?" Hermione whispered. "What happened to his face?" "Don't know," Ron whispered back, watching Moody with fascination. Moody seemed totally indifferent to his less than warm welcome. Ignoring the jug of pumpkin juice in front of him, he reached again into his traveling cloak, pulled out a hip flask, and took a long draught from it. As he lifted his arm to drink, his cloak was pulled a few inches from the ground, and Harry saw below the table several inches of carved wooden leg ending in a clawed foot. Dumbledore cleared his throat. "As I was saying," he said, smiling at the sea of students before him, all of whom were still gazing transfixed at Maddie Moody, "we are to have the honor of hosting a very exciting event over the coming months, an event that has not been held for over a century. It is my very great pleasure to inform you that the Tri-Wizard tournament will be taking place at Hogwarts this year." "You're joking," said Fred Weasley loudly. The tension that had filled the hall ever since Moody's arrival suddenly broke. Nearly everyone laughed, and Dumbledore chuckled appreciatively. "I am not joking, Mr. Weasley," he said, "though now that you mention it, I did hear an excellent one over the summer about a troll, a hag, and a leprechaun who all go into a bar." Professor McGonagall cleared her throat loudly. But maybe this is not the time." "No," said Dumbledore. "Where was I?" "Yes, the Tri-Wizard tournament. Well, some of you will not know what this tournament involves, so I hope those who do know will forgive me for giving a short explanation and allow their attention to wander freely. The Tri-Wizard tournament was first established some 700 years ago as a friendly competition between the three largest European schools of wizardry: Hogwarts, Beauxbatons, and Durmstrang, a champion, was selected to represent each school, and the 3 champions that competed in 3 magical tasks. The schools took it in turns to host the tournament once every 5 years, and it was generally agreed to be a most excellent way of establishing ties between young witches and wizards of different nationalities. Until that is the death toll mounted so high that the tournament was discontinued. Death toll, Hermione whispered, looking alarmed, but her anxiety did not seem to be shared by the majority of students in the hall. Many of them were whispering excitedly to one another, and Harry himself was far more interested in hearing about the tournament than in worrying about deaths that had happened hundreds of years ago. There have been several attempts over the centuries to reinstate the tournament. Dumbledore continued none of which has been very successful. However, our own departments of international magical cooperation and magical games and sports have decided the time is ripe for another attempt. We have worked hard over the summer to ensure that this time no champion will find himself or herself in mortal danger. The heads of Bob Batten and Durmstrang will be arriving with their shortlisted contenders in October, and the selection of the 3 champions will take place at Halloween. An impartial judge will decide which students are most worthy to compete for the Wizard Cup, the glory of their school, and 1,000 galleons personal prize money. I'm going for it, Fred Weasley hissed down the table, his face lit with enthusiasm at the prospect of such glory and riches. He was not the only person who seemed to be visualizing himself as the Hogwarts champion. At every house table, Harry could see people either gazing aptly at Dumbledore or else whispering fervently to their neighbors. But then Dumbledore spoke again, and the hall quieted once more. Eager though I know all of you will be to bring the Wizard Cup to Hogwarts, he said, the heads of the participating schools, along with the Ministry of Magic, have agreed to impose an age restriction on contenders this year. Only students who are of age, that is to say 17 years or older, will be allowed to put forward their names for consideration. This Dumbledore raised his voice slightly, for several people had made noises of outrage at these words, and the Weasley twins were suddenly looking furious. Is a measure we feel is necessary, given that the tournament tasks will still be difficult and dangerous whatever precautions we take, and it is highly unlikely that students below 6th and 7th year will be able to cope with them. I will personally be ensuring that no underage student hoodwinks our impartial judge into making them Hogwarts champion. His light blue eyes twinkled as they flickered over Fred's and George's mutinous faces. I therefore beg you not to waste your time submitting yourself. If you are under 17, the delegations from Botons and Durmstrang will be arriving in October and remaining with us for the greater part of this year. I know that you will all extend every courtesy to our foreign guests while they are with us, and will give your wholehearted support to the Hogwarts champion when he or she is selected. And now it is late, and I know how important it is to you all to be alert and rested as you enter your lessons tomorrow morning. Bedtime. Chop. Dumbledore sat down again and turned to talk to Matty Moody. There was a great scraping and banging as all the students got to their feet and swarmed toward the double doors into the entrance hall. They can't do that, said George Weasley, who had not joined the crowd moving toward the door, but was standing up and glaring at Dumbledore. We're 17 in April. Why can't we have a shot? They're not stopping me entering. said Fred, stubbornly, also scowling at the top table. The champions will get to do all sorts of stuff you'd never be allowed to do normally in 1,000 galleons prize. Money, yeah, said Ron, a faraway look on his face. Yeah, 1,000 galleons come. Unsaid Hermione will be the only ones left here if you don't move Harry, Ron. Hermione, Fred, and George set off for the entrance hall. Fred and George debating the ways in which Dumbledore might stop those who are under 17 from entering the tournament. Who's this impartial judge? Who's going to decide who the champions are? Said Harry. Don't know, said Fred, but it's them we'll have to fool, I reckon, eh? Couple of drops of aging potion might do it. George Dumbledore knows you're not of age, though, said Ron. Yeah, but he's not the one who decides who the champion is, as he said. Fred shrewdly. Sounds to me like once this judge knows who wants to enter, he'll choose the best from each school, and never mind how old they are. Dumbledore's trying to stop us giving our names. People have died, though, said Hermione in a worried voice as they walked through a door concealed behind a tapestry and started up another narrower staircase. Yeah, said Fred eerily, but that was years ago, wasn't it anyway? Where's the fun without a bit of risk? Hey, Ron, what if we find out how to get around Dumbledore? Fancy entering, what do you reckon? Ron asked. Harry, be cool to enter, wouldn't it? But I suppose they might want someone older to know if we've learned enough. I definitely haven't, came Neville's gloomy voice from behind Fred and George. I expect my Granite want me to try, though. She's always going on about how I should be upholding the family honor. I'll just have to. Oops, Neville's foot had sunk right through a step halfway up the staircase. There were many of these trick stairs at Hogwarts. It was second nature to most of the older students to jump this particular step, but Neville's memory was notoriously poor. Harry and Ron seized him under the armpits and pulled him out while a suit of armor at the top of the stairs creaked and clanked, laughing wheezily. Shut it, you, said Ron, banging down its visor as they passed. They made their way up to the entrance to Gryffindor Tower, which was concealed behind a large portrait of a fat lady in a pink silk dress. Password, she said as they approached. Boldash, said George. A prefect downstairs told me the portrait swung forward to reveal a hole in the wall through which they all climbed. A crackling fire warmed the circular common room, which was full of squashy armchairs and tables. Hermione cast the merrily dancing flames a dark look, and Harry distinctly heard her mutter slave labor before bidding them good night and disappearing through the doorway to the girls' dormitory. Harry, Ron, and Neville climbed up the last spiral staircase until they reached their own dormitory, which was situated at the top of the tower. 4 poster beds with deep crimson hangings stood against the walls, each with its owner's trunk at the foot. Dean and Seamus were already getting into bed. Seamus had pinned his Ireland rosette to his headboard, and Dean had tacked up a poster of Victorum over his bedside table. His old poster of the West Ham football team was pinned right next to it. Mental Ron sighed, shaking his head at the completely stationary soccer players. Harry, Ron, and Neville got into their pajamas and into bed. Someone, house elf, no doubt, had placed warming pans between the sheets. It was extremely comfortable lying there in bed and listening to the storm raging outside. I might go in for it, you know, Ron said sleepily through the darkness. If Fred and George find out how to the tournament, you never know, do you suppose? Not. Harry rolled over in bed, a series of dazzling new pictures forming in his mind. He had hoodwinked the impartial judge into believing he was 17. he had become Hogwarts champion he was. Standing on the grounds, his arms raised in triumph, in front of the whole school, all of whom were applauding, and screaming he had just won the try. Wizard Tournament Cho's face stood out particularly clearly in the blurred. Crowder face glowing with admiration, Harry grinned into his pillow. Exceptionally glad that Ron couldn't see what he could chapter 13 Maddie Moody the Storm had blown itself out by the following morning, though the ceiling in the great hall was still gloomy, heavy clouds of putter gray swirled overhead as Harry, Ron, and Hermione examined their new course schedules at breakfast. A few seats along Fred George and Lee Jordan were discussing magical methods of aging themselves and bluffing their way into the Wizard Tournament today is not bad outside all morning, said Ron, who was running his finger down his schedule herbology with the Hufflepuffs and care of magical creatures. Damn, it were still with the Slytherin's double divination this afternoon. Harry groaned, looking down. Divination was his least favorite subject apart from potions. Professor Trelawney kept predicting Harry's death, which he found extremely annoying. You should have given it up like me, shouldn't you, said Hermione, briskly buttering herself some toast. Then you'd be doing something sensible like arithmancy. You're eating again, I noticed, said Ron, watching Hermione, adding liberal amounts of jam to her toast too. I've decided there are better ways of making a stand about elf rights, said Hermione. Portally, yeah, and you were hungry, said Ron, grinning. There was sudden rustling noise above them, and 100 owls came soaring through the open windows, carrying the morning mail instinctively. Harry looked up, but there was no sign of white among the mass of brown and gray. The owls circled the tables looking for the people to whom their letters and packages were addressed. A large toy owl soared down to Neville Longbottom and deposited a parcel into his lap. Neville almost always forgot to pack something. On the other side of the hall, Draco Malfoy's eagle owl had landed on his shoulder, carrying what looked like his usual supply of sweets and cakes from home, trying to ignore the sinking feeling of disappointment in his stomach. Harry returned to his porridge. Was it possible that something had happened to Hedwig, and that Sirius hadn't even got? His letter, his preoccupation, lasted all the way across the sodden vegetable patch, until they arrived in Greenhouse 3, but here he was distracted by Professor Sprout showing the class the ugliest plants Harry had ever seen. Indeed, they looked less like plants than thick black giant slugs protruding vertically out of the soil. Each was squirming slightly and had a number of large, shiny swellings upon it, which appeared to be full of liquid boobert tubers. Professor Sprout told them briskly they need squeezing. You will collect the pus, the what, said Seamus Finnegan, sounding revolted. Pass, Finnegan, pass, said Professor Sprout, and it's extremely valuable, so don't waste it. You will collect the pus, I say, in these bottles. Wear dragon hide gloves. It could do funny things to the skin when undiluted bubit tuber pus. Squeezing the booba tubers was disgusting, but oddly satisfying, as each swelling was popped a large amount of thick, yellowish-green liquid burst forth, which smelled strongly of petrol. They caught it in the bottles, as Professor Sprout had indicated, and by the end of the lesson had collected several pints. This will keep Madam Pump free. Happy, said Professor Sprout, stopping the last bottle with a cork, an excellent remedy for the more stubborn forms of acne. Booba tuba. Puss should stop students resorting to desperate measures to rid "Themselves of pimples like poor Eloise Migen," said Hannah Abbott, a Hufflepuff in a hushed voice. She tried to curse hers off. "Silly girl," said Professor Sprout, shaking her head, but Madame Pomfrey fixed her nose back on in the end. A booming bell echoed from the castle across the wet grounds, signaling the end of the lesson, and the class separated. The Hufflepuffs climbing the stone steps for Transfiguration, and the Gryffindors heading in the other direction down the sloping lawn toward Hagrid's small wooden cabin, which stood on the edge of the Forbidden Forest. Hagrid was standing outside his hut, one hand on the collar of his enormous black boarhound Fong. There were several open wooden crates on the ground at his feet, and Fong was whimpering and straining at his collar, apparently keen to investigate the contents more closely. As they drew nearer, an odd rattling noise reached their ears, punctuated by what sounded like minor explosions. "Morning," Hagrid said, grinning at Harry, Ron, and Hermione. "Bear wait for the Slytherins. They won't want to miss this blast-ended screws." "Come again," said Ron. Hagrid pointed down into the crates. "You squealed." Lavender Brown, jumping backward, "You just about summed up the blast-ended screws in Harry's opinion. They looked like deformed, shellless lobsters, horribly pale and slimy looking, with legs sticking out in very odd places and no visible heads. There were about 100 of them in each crate, each about 6 in long, crawling over one another, bumping blindly into the sides of the boxes. They were giving off a very powerful smell of rotting fish. Every now and then sparks would fly out of the end of a screw, and with a small foot it would be propelled forward several inches. Only just hatched," said Hagrid proudly, "so you'll be able to raise them yourselves. Thought we'd make a bit of a project of it." "And why would we want to raise them?" said a cold voice the Slytherins had. Arrived the speaker was Draco Malfoy. Crabbe and Goyle were chuckling appreciatively at his words. Hagrid looked stumped at the question. "I mean, what do they do?" asked Malfoy. "What is the point of them?" Hagrid opened his mouth, apparently thinking hard. There was a few seconds' pause. Then he said roughly, "That's next lesson, Malfoy. You're just feeding them today. Now you'll want to try them on a few different things. I've never had them before. Not sure what they'll go for. I got ant eggs and frog livers and a bit of grass snake. Just try them out with a bit of each first pass." And now this muttered Seamus nothing but deep affection for Hagrid could have made Harry, Ron, and Hermione pick up squelchy handfuls of frog liver and lower them into the crates to tempt the blast-ended screws. Harry couldn't suppress the suspicion that the whole thing was entirely pointless because the screws didn't seem to have mouths. "Ouch," yelled Dean Thomas after about 10 minutes. "It got me." Hagrid hurried over to him, looking anxious. "Its end exploded," said Dean, angrily showing Hagrid a burn on his hand. Yeah, that can happen when they blast off," said Hagrid, nodding. "Ugh," said Lavender Brown again. "You're Hagrid, what's that pointy thing on it?" Some of them have got stings," said Hagrid enthusiastically. Lavender quickly withdrew her hand from a box. "I reckon they're the males. The females have got sort of sucker things on their bellies. I think they might be to suck blood. Well, I can certainly see why we're trying to keep them alive," said Malfoy sarcastically. "Who wouldn't want pets that can burn, sting, and bite all at once? Just because they're not very pretty, it doesn't mean they're not useful." Hermione snapped. "Dragon blood's amazingly magical. But you wouldn't want a dragon for a pet, would you?" Harry and Ron grinned at Hagrid, who gave them a furtive smile. From behind his bushy beard, Hagrid would have liked nothing better than a pet dragon, as Harry, Ron, and Hermione knew. Only two, while he had owned one for a brief period during their first year, a vicious Norwegian ridgeback by the name of Norbert Hagrid, simply loved monstrous creatures, the more lethal the better. Well, at least the screws are small, said Ron, as they made their way back up to the castle. For lunch an hour later they are now, said Hermione in an exasperated voice, but once Hagrid's found out what they eat, I expect they'll be 6 feet long. Well, that won't matter if they turn out to cure seasickness or something, will it said, Ron grinning slightly at her. You know perfectly well. I only said that to shut Malfoy up, said Hermione. As a matter of fact, I think he's right the best. Thing to do would be to stamp on a lot of them before they start attacking us all. They sat down at the Gryffindor table and helped themselves to lamb chops and potatoes. Hermione began to eat so fast that Harry and Ron stared at her. Or is this the new stand on Elfits? Said Ron. You're going to make yourself puke. Instead, no, said Hermione with as much dignity as she could muster, with her mouth bulging with sprouts. I just want to get to the library. What, said Ron in disbelief. Hermione, it's the first day back. We haven't even got homework yet. Hermione shrugged and continued to shovel down her food as though she had not eaten for days. Then she leapt to her feet, said, see you at dinner, and departed at high speed when the bell rang to signal the start of afternoon lessons. Harry and Ron set off for North Tower, where at the top of a tightly spiraling staircase, a silver stepladder led to a circular trap door in the ceiling, and the room where Professor Trelawney lived. The familiar sweet perfume spreading from the fire met their nostrils as they emerged at the top of the stepladder. As ever the curtains were all closed, the circular room was bathed in a dim reddish light cast by the many lamps, which were all draped with scarves and shawls. Harry and Ron walked through the mass of occupied chintz chairs and poufs that cluttered the room and sat down at the same small circular table. Good day, said the misty voice of Professor Trelawney right behind Harry, making him jump. A very thin woman with enormous glasses that made her eyes appear far too large for her face. Professor Trelawney was peering down at Harry with the tragic expression she always wore whenever she saw him, the usual large amount of beads, chains, and bangles glittered upon her person in the firelight. You are preoccupied, my dear, she said mournfully to Harry. My inner eye sees past your brave face to the troubled soul within, and I regret to say that your worries are not baseless. I see difficult times ahead for you, alas, most difficult. I fear the thing you dread will indeed come to pass, and perhaps sooner than you think. Her voice dropped almost to a whisper. Ron rolled his eyes at Harry, who looked stonily back. Professor Trelawney swept past them and seated herself in a large winged armchair before the fire, facing the class lavender brown and Parvati Patil, who deeply admired Professor Trelawney, were sitting on poufs very close to her. My dears, it is time for us to consider the stars, she said, the movements of the planets and the mysterious portents they reveal only to those who understand the steps of the celestial dance. Human destiny may be deciphered by the planetary rays which intermingle, but Harry's thoughts had drifted. The perfumed fire always made him feel sleepy and dull-witted, and Professor Trelawney's rambling talks on fortune-telling never held him exactly spellbound, though he couldn't help thinking about what she had just said to him. I fear the thing you dread will indeed come to pass. But Hermione was right. Harry thought irritably Professor Trelawney really wasn't old. Fraud, he wasn't dreading anything at the moment at all. Well, unless you counted his fears that Sirius had been caught. But what did Professor Trelawney know? He had long since come to the conclusion that her brand of fortune-healing was really no more than lucky guesswork in a spooky manner, except of course for that time at the end of last term when she had made the prediction about Voldemort rising again and Dumbledore himself had said that he thought that trance had been genuine when Harry had described it to him. Harry, Ron, muttered what? Harry looked around. The whole class was staring at him. He sat up. Straight, he had been almost dozing off, lost in the heat and his thoughts. I was saying, my dear, that you were clearly born under the baleful influence of Saturn, said Professor Trelawney, a faint note of resentment in her voice at the fact that he had obviously not been hanging on her words. Born under what? Sorry, said Harry. Saturn, dear. The planet Saturn, said Professor Trelawney, sounding definitely irritated that he wasn't riveted by this news. I was saying that Saturn was surely in a position of power in the heavens at the moment of your birth. Your dark hair, your mean stature, tragic losses, so young in life. I think I am right in saying, my dear, that you were born in mid-inter. No, said Harry, I was born in July. Ron hastily turned his laugh into a hacking cough. Half an hour later, each of them had been given a complicated circular chart and was attempting to fill in the position of the planets at their moment of birth. It was dull work requiring much consultation of Timmets and calculation of angles. I've got 2 Neptunes. Here, said Harry after a while, frowning down at his piece of parchment. That can't be right, can it? Said Ron, imitating Professor Trelawney's mystical whisper. When 2 Neptunes appear in the sky, it is a sure sign that in glasses is being born. Harry, Seamus, and Dean, who were working nearby, sniggered loudly, though not loudly enough to mask the excited squeals from Lavender Brown. Oh, Professor, look, I think I've got an unexpected planet. Which one's that, Professor? It is Uranus, my dear, said Professor Trelawney, peering down at the chart. Can I have a look at Uranus too, Lavender? Said Ron. Most unfortunately, Professor Trelawney heard him, and it was this, perhaps, that made her give them so much homework at the end of the class. A detailed analysis of the way the planetary movements in the coming month will affect you with reference to your personal chart, she snapped, sounding much more like Professor McGonagall than her usual airy-fairy self. I want it ready too. And next Monday, and no excuses, miserable old bat, said Ron bitterly as they joined the crowds descending the staircases back to the great hall and dinner that'll take all weekend, that will uterine brightly catching up with them. Professor Vector didn't give us any at all. Well, bully for Professor Vector, said Ron moodily. They reached the entrance hall, which was packed with people queuing for dinner. They had just joined the end of the line when a loud voice rang out behind them. Weasley, hey, Weasley, Harry. Ron and Hermione turned. Malfoy, Crabbe, and Goyle were standing there, each looking thoroughly pleased about something. What? Said Ron shortly. Your dad's in the paper, Weasley, said Malfoy, brandishing a copy of the Daily Prophet and speaking very loudly so that everyone in the packed entrance hall could hear. Listen to this. Further mistakes at the Ministry of Magic. It seems as though the Ministry of Magic's troubles are not yet at an end, writes Rita Skeeta, special correspondent. Recently under fire for its poor crowd control at the Quidditch World Cup, and still unable to account for the Disappearance of one of its witches, the ministry was plunged into fresh embarrassment yesterday by the antics of Arnold Weasley of the misuse of Muggle artifacts, Office Malfoy, looked up. Imagine them not even getting his name. Right, Weasley? It's almost as though he's a complete non-entity, isn't it he? Crowed everyone in the entrance hall. Was listening now. Malfoy straightened the paper with a flourish and read on Arnold. Weasley, who was charged with possession of a flying car 2 years ago, was yesterday involved in a tussle with several Muggle lawkeepers, policemen, over a number of highly aggressive dustbins. Mr. Weasley appears to have rushed to the aid of Maddie Moody, the aged Exora, who retired from the ministry when no longer able to tell the difference between a handshake and attempted murder. Unsurprisingly, Mr. Weasley found upon arrival at Mr. Moody's heavily guarded house that Mr. Moody had once again raised a false alarm. Mr. Weasley was forced to modify several memories before he could escape from the policeman, but refused to answer Daily Prophet questions about why he had involved the ministry in such an undignified and potentially embarrassing scene. And there's a picture, Weasley said. Malfoy flipping the paper over, and Ullery, which was situated at the top of West Tower, the Allery, was a circular stone room, rather cold and drafty, because none of the windows had glass in them. The floor was entirely covered in straw owl droppings and the regurgitated skeletons of mice and vast hundreds upon hundreds of owls of every breed imaginable were nestled here on perches that rose right up to the top of the tower, nearly all of them asleep, though here and there. Round amber, I glared at Harry. He spotted Hedwig nestled between a barn owl and a Tory, and hurried over to her, sliding a little on the dropping strewn floor. It took him a while to persuade her to wake up, and then to look at him as she kept shuffling around on her perch, showing him her tail. She was evidently still furious about his lack of gratitude the previous night and it was Harry suggesting she might be too tired, and that perhaps he would ask Ron to borrow Pigwidgeon that made her stick out her leg and allow him to tie the letter to it. Just find him all right, Harry said, stroking her back as he carried her on his arm to one of the holes in the wall before the Dementors do. She nipped his finger, perhaps rather harder than she would ordinarily have done, but hooted softly in a reassuring sort of way all the same. Then she spread her wings and took off into the sunrise. Harry watched her fly out of sight with a familiar feeling of unease back in his stomach. He had been so sure that Sirius's reply would alleviate his worries rather than increasing them. That was a lie, Harry, said Hermione sharply over breakfast when he told her and Ron what he had done. You didn't imagine your scar hurting, and you know it. So what? Said Harry. He's not going back to Azkaban because of me. Drop it, said Ron sharply to Hermione, as she opened her mouth to argue some more, and for once Hermione heeded him and fell. Silent Harry did his best not to worry about Sirius over the next couple of weeks. True, he could not stop himself from looking anxiously around every morning when the post owls arrived, nor late at night before he went to sleep. Prevent himself from seeing horrible visions of Sirius cornered by Dementors down some dark London street. But between times he tried to keep his mind off his godfather, he wished he still had Quidditch to distract him. Nothing worked so well on a troubled mind as a good hard training session. On the other hand, their lessons were becoming more difficult and demanding than ever before, particularly Moody's defense against the dark arts. To their surprise, Professor Moody had announced that he would be putting the imperious curse on each of them in turn to demonstrate its power and to see whether they could resist its effects. But you said it's a legal, Professor, said Hermione uncertainly as Moody cleared away the desks with a sweep of his wand, leaving a large, clear space in the middle of the room. You said to use it against another human was Dumbledore. Once you taught what it feels like, said Moody, his magical eye swiving onto Hermione and fixing her with an eerie, unblinking stare. If you'd rather learn the hard way when someone's putting it on you so they can control you. Completely fine by me, you're excused, off you go. He pointed one lead finger toward the door. Hermione went very pink and muttered something about not meaning that she wanted to leave Harry and Ron. Grinned at each other. They knew Hermione would rather eat Bubituba Pass than miss such an important lesson. Moody began to beckon students forward in turn and put the imperious curse upon them. Harry watched as one by one his classmates did the most extraordinary things under its influence. Dean Thomas hopped 3 times around the room, singing the national anthem. Lavender Brown imitated a squirrel. Neville performed a series of quite astonishing gymnastics he would certainly not have been capable of in his normal state. Not one of them seemed to be able to fight off the curse, and each of them recovered only when Moody had removed it. Potter, Moody growled. You next. Harry moved forward into the middle of the classroom, into the space that Moody had cleared of desks. Moody raised his wand, pointed it at Harry, and said, Imperio. It was the most wonderful feeling. Harry felt a floating sensation as every thought and worry in his head was wiped gently away, leaving nothing but a vague, untraceable happiness. He stood there feeling immensely relaxed, only dimly aware of everyone watching him. And then he heard Maddie Moody's voice echoing in some distant chamber of his empty brain. Jump onto the desk, jump onto the desk. Harry bent his knees, obediently preparing to spring jump onto the desk. Why, though another voice had awoken in the back of his brain. Stupid thing to do. Really, said the voice. Jump onto the desk. No, I don't think I will, thanks, said the other voice a little more firmly. No, I don't really want to jump. Now, the next thing Harry felt was considerable pain. He had both jumped and tried to prevent himself from jumping. The result was that he'd smashed headlong into the desk, knocking it over, and by the feeling in his legs fractured both his kneecaps. Now that's more like it, growled Moody's voice, and suddenly Harry felt the empty, echoing feeling in his head disappear. He remembered exactly what was happening, and the pain in his knees seemed to double. Look at that, you lot. Potter fought. He fought it, and he damn near beat it. Well, try that again, Potter, and the rest of you pay attention. Watch his eyes. That's where you see it. Very good, Potter. Very good indeed. They'll have trouble controlling you the way he talks, Harry muttered as he hobbled out of the defense against the dark arts class. An hour later, Moody had insisted on putting Harry through his paces 4 times in a row until Harry could throw off the curse entirely. You'd think we were all going to be attacked any second. Yeah, I know, said Ron, who was skipping on every alternate step. He had had much more difficulty with the curse than Harry, though Moody assured him the effects would wear off by lunchtime. Talk about paranoid. Ron glanced nervously over his shoulder to check that Moody was definitely out of earshot, and went on, no wonder they were glad to get shot of him. At the ministry, did you hear him telling Seamus what he did to that witch who shouted boo behind him on April Fool's Day? And when are we supposed to read up on resisting the imperious curse with everything else we've got to? Do all the fourth years had noticed a definite increase in the amount of work they were required to do this term? Professor McGonagall explained why when the class gave a particularly loud groan at the amount of transfiguration. Homework she had assigned. You are now entering a most important phase of your magical education. She told them, her eyes glinting dangerously behind her square spectacles. Your ordinary wizarding. Levels are drawing closer. We don't take owls till 5th year, said Dean. Thomas indignantly, maybe not Thomas, but believe me, you need all the preparation you can get, miss. Granger remains the only person in this class who has managed to turn a hedgehog into a satisfactory pin cushion, I might remind you that your pin cushion Thomas still curls up in fright if anyone approaches it with a pin Hermione, who had turned rather pink again, seemed to be trying not to look too pleased with herself. Harry and Ron were deeply amused when Professor Trelawney told them that they had received top marks for their homework in their next divination class. She read out large portions of their predictions, commending them for their unflinching acceptance of the horrors in store for them. But they were less amused when she asked them to do the same thing for the month after next. Both of them were running out of ideas for catastrophes. Meanwhile, Professor Binns the Ghost, who taught history of magic, had them writing weekly essays on the goblin rebellions of the 18th century. Professor Snape was forcing them to research antidotes. They took this one seriously, as he had hinted that he might be poisoning one of them before Christmas to see if their antidote worked. Professor Flitwick had asked them to read 3 extra books in preparation for their lesson on summoning charms. Even Hagrid was adding to their workload. The blast-ended screws were growing at a remarkable pace, given that nobody had yet discovered what they ate. Hagrid was delighted, and as part of their project, suggested that they come down to his hut on alternate evenings to observe the screws and make notes on their extraordinary behavior. I will not, said Draco Malfoy flatly when Hagrid had proposed this, with the air of Father Christmas, pulling an extra-large toy out of his sack. I see enough of these foul things during lessons. Thanks. Hagrid's smile faded off his face. You'll do what you're told, he growled, or I'll be taking a leaf out of Professor Moody's book. I hear you made a good Ferret. Malfoy, the Gryffindors roared with laughter. Malfoy flushed with anger, but apparently the memory of Moody's punishment was still sufficiently painful to stop him from retorting. Harry, Ron, and Hermione returned to the castle at the end of the lesson in high spirits. Seeing Hagrid put down Malfoy was particularly satisfying, especially because Malfoy had done his very best to get Hagrid sacked the previous year. When they arrived in the entrance hall, they found themselves unable to proceed owing to the large crowd of students congregated there, all milling around a large sign that had been erected at the foot of the marble staircase. Ron, the tallest of the 3, stood on tiptoe to see over the heads in front of them and read the sign aloud to the other 2. Try. Wizard Tournament. The delegations from Botan and Durmstrang will be arriving at 6 o'clock on Friday the 30th of October. Lessons will end half an hour early. Brilliant, said Harriet's potions. Last thing on Friday. Snape won't have time to poison us. All students will return their bags and books to their dormitories and assemble in front of the castle to greet our guests before the welcoming feast only a week away, said Ernie Macmillan of Hufflepuff, emerging from the crowd, his eyes gleaming. I wonder if Cedric knows. Think I'll go and tell him. Cedric, said Ron blankly as Ernie hurried off. Diggory, said Harry, he must be entering the tournament. That idiot Hogwarts champion, said Ron, as they pushed their way through the chattering crowd toward the staircase. He's not an idiot, you just don't like him because he beat Gryffindor at Quidditch, said Hermione. I've heard he's a really good student, and he's a prefect. She spoke as though this settled the matter. You only like him because he's handsome, said Ron scathingly. Excuse me, I don't like people just because they're handsome, said Hermione indignantly. Ron gave a loud false cough, which sounded oddly like Lockhart. The appearance of the sign in the entrance hall had a marked effect upon the inhabitants of the castle. During the following week, there seemed to be only one topic of conversation now, matter where Harry went to try. Wizard tournament rumors were flying from student to student like highly contagious germs. Who was going to try for Hogwarts champion? What the tournament would involve, how the students from Beau's Batons and Durmstrang differed from themselves. Harry noticed, too, that the castle seemed to be undergoing an extra thorough cleaning. Several grimy portraits had been scrubbed, much to the displeasure of their subjects, who sat huddled in their frames, muttering darkly and wincing as they felt their raw pink faces. The suits of armor were suddenly gleaming and moving without squeaking, and Argus Filch, the caretaker, was behaving so ferociously to any students who forgot to wipe their shoes that he terrified a pair of first-year girls into hysterics. Other members of the staff seemed oddly tense too. Longbottom, kindly do not reveal that. You can't even perform a simple switching spell in front of anyone from Durmstrang, Professor McGonagall barked at the end of one particularly difficult lesson, during which Neville had accidentally transplanted his own ears onto a cactus. When they went down to breakfast on the morning of the 30th of October, they found that the Great Hall had been decorated overnight. Enormous silk banners hung from the walls, each of them representing a Hogwarts house red, with a gold lion for Gryffindor blue, with a bronze eagle for Ravenclaw yellow, with a black badger for Hufflepuff and green, with a silver serpent for Slytherin behind the teacher's table. The largest banner of all bore the Hogwarts coat of arms, lion, eagle, badger, and snake, united around a large letter H. Harry, Ron, and Hermione sat down beside Fred and George at the Gryffindor table once again, and most unusually, they were sitting apart from everyone else and conversing in low voices. Ron led the way over to them. It's a bummer, all right, George was saying gloomily to Fred. But if he won't talk to us in person, we'll have to send in the letter after all, or we'll stuff it into his hand. He can't avoid us forever. Who's avoiding you? Said Ron, sitting down next to them. Wish you would, said Fred, looking irritated at the interruption. What's a bummer? Ron asked George, having a nosy git like. You for a brother, said George. You two got any ideas on the wizard tournament yet? Harry asked. Thought any more about trying to enter? I asked McGonagall how the champions are chosen, but she wasn't telling, said George. Bitterly, she just told me to shut up and get on with transfiguring my raccoon. Wonder what the tasks are going to be, said Ron thoughtfully. You know, I bet we could do them, Harry. We've done dangerous stuff before. Not in front of a panel of judges. You haven't, said Fred. McGonagall says the champions get awarded points according to how well they've done the tasks. Who are the judges? Harry asked. Well, the heads of the participating schools are always on the panel, said Hermione, and everyone looked around at her rather surprised, because all three of them were injured during the tournament of 1792 when a cockatrice, the champions, were supposed to be catching, went on the rampage. She noticed them all looking at her and said with her usual air of impatience that nobody else had read all the books she had, "It's all in Hogwarts a history. Though, of course, that book's not entirely reliable. A revised history of Hogwarts would be a more accurate title, or a highly biased and selective history of Hogwarts, which glosses over the nastier aspects of the school." "What are you on about?" said Ron, though Harry thought he knew what was coming. "House elves," said Hermione, her eyes flashing. "Not once in over 1,000 pages does Hogwarts a history mention that we are all colluding in the oppression of 100 slaves." Harry shook his head and applied himself to his scrambled eggs. His and Ron's lack of enthusiasm had done nothing whatsoever to curb Hermione's determination to pursue justice for house elves. True, both of them had paid 2 sickles for a spew badge, but they had only done it to keep her quiet. Their sickles had been wasted. However, if anything, they seemed to have made Hermione more vociferous. She had been badgering Harry and Ron ever since. First to wear the badges, then to persuade others to do the same, and she had also taken to rattling around the Gryffindor common room every evening, cornering people and shaking the collecting tin under their noses. "You do realize that your sheets are changed, your fires lit, your classrooms cleaned, and your food cooked by a group of magical creatures who are unpaid and enslaved," she kept saying fiercely. Some people, like Neville, had paid up just to stop Hermione from glowering at them. A few seemed mildly interested in what she had to say, but were reluctant to take a more active role in campaigning. Many regarded the whole thing as a joke. Ron now rolled his eyes at the ceiling, which was flooding them all in autumn sunlight, and Fred became extremely interested in his bacon. Both twins had refused to buy a spew badge. George, however, leaned in toward Hermione. "Listen, have you ever been down in the kitchens?" Hermione. "No, of course not," said Hermione curtly. "I hardly think students are supposed to." "Well, we have," said George, indicating Fred loads of times to Nick. "Food, and we've met them, and they're happy. They think they've got the best job in the world. That's because they're uneducated and brainwashed." Hermione began hotly, but her next few words were drowned out by the sudden whooshing noise from overhead, which announced the arrival of the post owls. Harry looked up at once and saw Hedwig soaring toward him. Hermione stopped talking abruptly. She and Ron watched Hedwig anxiously as she fluttered down onto Harry's shoulder, folded her wings, and held out her leg. Wearily, Harry pulled off Sirius's reply and offered Hedwig his bacon rind, which he ate gratefully, then, checking that Fred and George were safely immersed in further discussions about the Wizard tournament, Harry read out Sirius's letter in a whisper to Ron and Hermione. "Nice try, Harry. I'm back in the country, and while hidden, I want you to keep me posted on everything that's going on at Hogwarts. Don't use Hedwig. Keep changing owls, and don't worry about me. Just watch out for yourself. Don't forget what I said about your scar." "Why do you have to keep changing owls?" Ron asked in a low voice. "Hedwig attract too much attention," said Hermione at once. "She stands out a snowy owl that keeps returning to wherever he's hiding. I mean, they're not native birds, are they?" Harry rolled up the letter and slipped it inside his robes, wondering whether he felt more or less worried than before. He supposed that Sirius managing to get back without being caught was something he couldn't deny either. That the idea that Sirius was much nearer was reassuring. At least he wouldn't have to wait so long for a response every time. He wrote, "Thanks, Hedwig," he said, stroking her. She hooted, sleepily dipped her beak briefly into his goblet of orange juice, then took off again, clearly desperate for a good long sleep. In the Ullery, there was a pleasant feeling of anticipation in the air that day. Nobody was very attentive in lessons, being much more interested in the arrival that evening of the people from Botons and Durmstrang. Even potions was more bearable than usual, as it was half an hour shorter when the bell rang early. Harry, Ron, and Hermione hurried up to Gryffindor Tower, deposited their bags and books as they had been instructed, pulled on their cloaks, and rushed back downstairs into the entrance hall. The heads of houses were ordering their students into lines. "Weasley, straighten your hat." Professor McGonagall snapped at Ron. "Miss Patil, take that ridiculous thing out of your hair." Parvati scowled and removed a large ornamental butterfly from the end of her plait. "Follow me, please," said Professor McGonagall, first years in front, no pushing. They filed down the steps and lined up in front of the castle. It was a cold, clear evening. Dusk was falling, and a pale, transparent-looking moon was already shining over the forbidden forest. Harry, standing between Ron and Hermione in the fourth row from the front, saw Dennis Creevey positively shivering with anticipation among the other first years. "Nearly 6, said Ron, checking his watch and then staring down the drive that led to the front gates. "How do you reckon they're coming the train?" "I doubt it," said Hermione. "How then?" "Broomsticks," Harry suggested, looking up at the starry sky. "I don't think so, not from that far away." "A port key," Ron suggested. "Or they could apparate. Maybe you're allowed to do it under 17. Wherever they come from, you can't operate inside the Hogwarts grounds." "How often do I have to tell you?" said Hermione impatiently. They scanned the darkening grounds excitedly, but nothing was moving. Everything was still silent, and quite as usual. Harry was starting to feel cold. He wished they'd hurry up. Maybe the foreign students were preparing a dramatic entrance. He remembered what Mr. Weasley had said back at the campsite before the Quidditch World Cup. "Always the same. We can't resist showing off when we get together." And then Dumbledore called out from the back row, where he stood with the other teachers, "Aha, unless I am very much mistaken, the delegation from Beauxbaton approaches," were said many students, eagerly, all looking in different directions. There yelled 6th year, pointing over the forest, something large, much larger than a broomstick, or indeed 100 broomsticks, was hurtling across the deep blue sky toward the castle, growing larger all the time. "It's a dragon," shrieked one of the first years, losing her head completely. "Don't be stupid, it's a flying house," said Dennis Creevey. Dennis's guess was closer, as the gigantic black shape skimmed over the treetops of the forbidden forest and the lights shining from the castle windows hit it. They saw a gigantic powder blue horse-drawn carriage the size of a large house soaring toward them, pulled through the air by a dozen winged horses, all palominos, and each the size of an elephant. The front 3 rows of students drew backward as the carriage hurtled ever lower, coming in a land at a tremendous speed. Then, with an almighty crash that made Neville jump backward onto a Slithering fifth year's foot, the horse's hooves larger than dinner plates hit the ground. A second later, the carriage landed to bouncing upon its vast wheels, while the golden horses tossed their enormous heads and rolled large fiery red eyes. Harry just had time to see that the door of the carriage bore a coat of arms, two crossed golden wands, each emitting three stars. Before it opened, a boy in pale blue robes jumped down from the carriage, bent forward, fumbled for a moment with something on the carriage floor, and unfolded a set of golden steps. He sprang back respectfully. Then Harry saw a shining high-heeled black shoe emerging from the inside of the carriage, a shoe the size of a child's sled, followed almost immediately by the largest woman he had ever seen in his life. The size of the carriage and of the horses was immediately explained. A few people gasped. Harry had only ever seen one person as large as this woman in his life, and that was Hagrid. He doubted whether there was an inch difference in their heights, yet somehow, maybe simply because he was used to Hagrid, this woman now at the foot of the steps and looking around at the waiting wide-eyed crowd, seemed even more unnaturally large as she stepped into the light flooding from the entrance hall. She was revealed to have a handsome olive-skinned face, large black, liquid-looking eyes, and a rather beaky nose. Her hair was drawn back in a shining knob at the base of her neck. She was dressed from head to foot in black satin, and many magnificent opals gleamed at her throat, and on her thick fingers. Dumbledore started to clap. The students, following his lead, broke into applause, too many of them standing on tiptoe, the better to look at this woman. Her face relaxed into a gracious smile, and she walked forward toward Dumbledore, extending a glittering hand. Dumbledore, though tall himself, had barely to bend to kiss it. "My dear Madame Maxim," he said. "Welcome to Hogwarts, Dumbledore," said Madame Maxim in a deep voice. "I hope I find you well, in excellent form." "I thank you," said Dumbledore. "My pupils," said Madame Maxim, waving one of her enormous hands carelessly behind her. Harry, whose attention had been focused completely upon Madame Maxim, now noticed that about a dozen boys and girls, all by the look of them in their late teens, had emerged from the carriage and were now standing behind Madame Maxim. They were shivering, which was unsurprising given that their robes seemed to be made of fine silk, and none of them were wearing cloaks. A few had wrapped scarves and shawls around their heads. From what Harry could see of them, they were standing in Madame Maxim's enormous shadow. They were staring up at Hogwarts with apprehensive looks on their faces. "Has Kakarov arrived yet?" Madame Maxim asked. "He should be here any moment," said Dumbledore. "Would you like to wait here and greet him, or would you prefer to step inside and warm up a trifle?" "Warm up, I think," said Madame Maxim. "But Zorse is our care of magical creatures. Teacher will be delighted to take care of them," said Dumbledore the moment he has returned from dealing with a slight situation that has arisen with some of his other charges. "Screw," Ron muttered to Harry, and grinning. "My steeds require a forceful handling," said Madame Maxim, looking as though she doubted whether any care of magical creatures teacher at Hogwarts could be up to the job. "ZR, very strong. I assure you that Hagrid will be well up to the job," said Dumbledore, smiling. "Very well," said Madame Maxim, bowing slightly. "Will you please inform Zissa Gridzadzorce's drink only. Single malt whiskey, it will be attended to," said Dumbledore also. "Bowing comes," said Madame Maxim imperiously to her students, and the Hogwarts crowd parted to allow her and her students to pass up the stone steps. "How big do you reckon, Durmstrangs?" "Horses are going to be," Seamus Finnegan said, leaning around Lavender and Parvati to address Harry, and "Ron, well, if they're any bigger than this lot, even Hagrid won't be able to handle them," said Harry. "That's if he hasn't been attacked by his screws. Wonder what's up with them. Maybe they've escaped," said Ron. "Hopefully, oh, don't say that," said Hermione with a shudder. "Imagine that lot loose on the grounds they stood." Shivering slightly now, waiting for the Durmstrang party to arrive, most people were gazing hopefully up at the sky. For a few minutes the silence was broken only by Madame Maxim's huge horses snorting and stamping. "But then, can you hear something?" said Ron. Suddenly Harry listened. A loud and oddly eerie noise was drifting toward them from out of the darkness, a muffled rumbling and sucking sound as though an immense vacuum cleaner were moving along a riverbed. "The lake," yelled Lee Jordan, pointing down at it. "Look at the lake." From their position at the top of the lawns, overlooking the grounds, they had a clear view of the smooth black surface of the water, except that the surface was suddenly not smooth at all. Some disturbance was taking place deep in the center. Great bubbles were forming on the surface. Waves were now washing over the muddy banks, and then out in the very middle of the lake a whirlpool appeared, as if a giant plug had just been pulled out of the lake's floor. What seemed to be a long black pole began to rise slowly out of the heart of the whirlpool, and then Harry saw the rigging. "It's a mast," he said to Ron and Hermione, slowly, magnificently. The ship rose out of the water, gleaming in the moonlight. It had a strangely skeletal look about it, as though it were a resurrected wreck, and the dim misty lights shimmering at its portholes looked like ghostly eyes. Finally, with a great sloshing noise, the ship emerged entirely, bobbing on the turbulent water, and began to glide toward the bank. A few moments later they heard the splash of an anchor being thrown down in the shallows and the thud of a plank being lowered onto the bank. People were disembarking. They could see their silhouettes passing the lights in the ship's portholes. All of them, Harry noticed, seemed to be built along the lines of crab. But then as they drew nearer, walking up the lawns into the light streaming from the entrance hall, he saw that their bulk was really due to the fact that they were wearing cloaks of some kind of shaggy matted fur. But the man who was leading them up to the castle was wearing furs of a different sort, sleek and silver like his. "Herr Dumbledore," he called heartily as he walked up the slope. "How are you, my dear fellow? How are you?" "Blooming, thank you, Professor Kakarov," Dumbledore replied. Kakarov had a fruity, anxious voice. When he stepped into the light pouring from the front doors of the castle, they saw that he was tall and thin like Dumbledore, but his white hair was short, and his goatee, finishing in a small curl, did not entirely hide his rather weak chin. When he reached Dumbledore, he shook hands with both of his own. "Dear old Hogwarts," he said, looking up at the castle and smiling. His teeth were rather yellow, and Harry noticed that his smile did not extend to his eyes, which remained cold and shrewd. "How good it is to be here. How good. Victor, come along into the warmth. You don't mind, Dumbledore?" Victor has a slight head cold. Kakarov beckoned forward one of his students. As the boy passed, Harry caught a glimpse of a prominent curved nose and thick black eyebrows. He didn't need the punch on the arm Ron gave him or the hiss in his ear to recognize that profile. Harriet's Crumb, Chapter 16, The Goblet of Fire. "Don't believe it," Ron said in a stunned voice as the Hogwarts students filed back up the steps behind the party from. "Durmstrang Crumb Harry Victorum, for heaven's sake, Ron, he's only a Quidditch." "Players," said Hermione. "Only a Quidditch player," Ron said, looking at her as though he couldn't believe his ears. "Hermione, he's one of the best seekers in the world. I had no idea he was still at school." As they recrossed the entrance hall with the rest of the Hogwarts students heading for the Great Hall, Harry saw Lee Jordan jumping up and down on the soles of his feet to get a better look at the back of Crumb's head several sixth year. Girls were frantically searching their pockets as they walked. "Oh, I don't believe it. I haven't got a single quill. On me, do you think he'd sign my hat and lipstick?" "Really?" Hermione said loftily as they passed the girls, now squabbling over the lipstick. "I'm getting his autograph, if I can said." "Ron, you haven't got a quill, have you?" "Harry, nope. They're upstairs in my bag," said Harry. They walked over to the Gryffindor table and sat down. Ron took care to sit on the side facing the doorway because Crumb and his fellow Durmstrang students were still gathered around it, apparently unsure about where they should sit. The students from Beauxbaton had chosen seats at the Ravenclaw table. They were looking around the great hall with glum expressions on their faces. 3 of them were still clutching scarves and shawls around their heads. "It's not that cold," said Hermione defensively. "Why didn't they bring cloaks?" "Over here, come and sit over here," Ron hissed. "Over here, Hermione. Budge up, make a space." "What? Too late," said Ron bitterly. Victorum and his fellow Durmstrang students had settled themselves at the Slytherin table. Harry could see Malfoy, Crabbe, and Goyle looking very smug about this as he watched Malfoy bent forward to speak to Crumb. "Yeah, that's right, SM Upton Malfoy," said Ron scathingly. "I bet Crumb can see right through him, though. Bet he gets people fing over him all the time. Where do you reckon they're going to sleep? We could offer him a space in our dormitory, Harry. I wouldn't mind giving him my bed. I could keep on a camp bed." Hermione snorted. "They look a lot happier than the Beauxbatons lot," said Harry. The Deemstrang students were pulling off their heavy furs and looking up at the starry black ceiling with expressions of interest. A couple of them were picking up the golden plates and goblets and examining them, apparently impressed up at the staff table. Filch, the caretaker, was adding chairs. He was wearing his moldy old tailcoat in honor of the occasion. Harry was surprised to see that he added 4 chairs, 2 on either side of Dumbledore's. "But there are only 2 extra people," Harry said. "Why is Filch putting out 4 chairs? Who else is coming?" "Hey," said Ron vaguely. He was still staring avidly Atrum when all the students had entered the hall and settled down at their house tables. The staff entered, filing up to the top table and taking their seats last in line were Professor Dumbledore, Professor Karkaroff, and Madame Maxim. When their head mistress appeared, the pupils from Beauxbaton leapt to their feet. A few of the Hogwarts students laughed. The Beauxbaton party appeared quite unembarrassed, however, and did not resume their seats until Madame Maxim had sat down on Dumbledore's left-hand side. Dumbledore remained standing, and a silence fell over the great hall. "Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, ghosts, and most particularly guests," said Dumbledore, beaming around at the foreign students. "I have great pleasure in welcoming you all to Hogwarts. I hope and trust that your stay here will be both comfortable and enjoyable." One of the Beauxbaton's girls, still clutching a muffler around her head, gave what was unmistakably a derisive laugh. "No one's making you stay," Hermione whispered, bristling at her the tournament will be officially opened at the end of the feast said. Dumbledore, I now invite you all to eat, drink, and make yourselves at home. He sat down, and Harry saw Kakarov lean forward at once and engage him in conversation. The plates in front of them filled with food. As usual, the house elves in the kitchen seemed to have pulled out all the stops. There was a greater variety of dishes in front of them than Harry had ever seen, including several that were definitely foreign. What's that said Ron, pointing at a large dish of some sort of shellfish stew that stood beside a large steak and kidney pudding. We said. Hermione, bless you, said Ron. It's French, said Hermione. I had it on holiday summer before last. It's very nice. I'll take your word for it, said Ron, helping himself to black pudding. The great hall seemed somehow much more crowded than usual, even though there were barely 20 additional students there. Perhaps it was because their differently colored uniforms stood out so clearly against the black of the Hogwarts robes. Now that they had removed their furs, the Durmstrang students were revealed to be wearing robes of a deep blood. Red Hagrid Sid led into the hall through a door behind the staff table 20 minutes. After the start of the feast, he slid into his seat at the end and waved at Harry, Ron, and Hermione with a very heavily bandaged hand. Screws doing all right, Hagrid? Harry called, thriving. Hagrid called back happily. I'll just bet they are, said Ron quietly. Looks like they finally found a food they like, doesn't it? Hagrid's fingers at that moment of voice said, Excuse me, are you wanting Zabubase? It was the girl from Beauxbaton who had laughed during Dumbledore's speech. She had finally removed her muffler. A long sheet of silvery blonde hair fell almost to her waist. She had large, deep blue eyes and very white, even teeth. Ron went purple. He stared up at her, opened his mouth to reply, but nothing came out except a faint gurgling noise. "You have it," said Harry, pushing the dish toward the girl. "You finished with it?" "Yeah," Ron said breathlessly. "Yeah." It was excellent. The girl picked up the dish and carried it carefully off to the Ravenclaw table. Ron was still goggling at the girl as though he had never seen one before. Harry started to laugh. The sound seemed to jog Ron back to his senses. "She's a Veer," he said hoarsely to Harry. "Of course she isn't," said Hermione tartly. "I don't see anyone else gaping at her like an idiot, but she wasn't entirely right about that." As the girl crossed the hall, many boys' heads turned, and some of them seemed to have become temporarily speechless. "Just like Ron, I'm telling you, that's not a normal girl," said Ron, leaning sideways so he could keep a clear view of her. "They don't make them like that at Hogwarts. They make them okay at Hogwarts," said Harry without thinking. Cho happened to be sitting only a few places away from the girl with the silvery hair. "When you've both put your eyes back in," said Hermione briskly, "you'll be able to see who's just arrived." She was pointing up at the staff table. The two remaining empty seats had just been filled. Ludo Bagman was now sitting on Professor Kakarov's other side, while Mr. Crouch, Percy's boss, was next to Madame Maxim. "What are they doing here?" said Harry in surprise. "They organized the wizard tournament, didn't they?" said Hermione. "I suppose they wanted to be here to see it start when the second course arrived." They noticed a number of unfamiliar desserts. Ron examined an odd sort of pale blanc closely, then moved it carefully a few inches to his right so that it would be clearly visible from the Ravenclaw table. The girl, who looked like a Vera, appeared to have eaten enough, however, and did not come over to get it once the golden plates had been wiped clean. Dumbledore stood up again. A pleasant sort of tension seemed to fill the hall. Now Harry felt a slight thrill. Of excitement, wondering what was coming several seats down from them, Fred and George were leaning forward staring at. Dumbledore, with great concentration, "The moment has come," said Dumbledore, smiling around at the sea of upturned faces. "The Tri-Wizard Tournament is about to start. I would like to say a few words of explanation before we bring in the casket." "The what?" Harry muttered. Ron shrugged. "Just to clarify the procedure that we will be following this year. But first, let me introduce, for those who do not know them, Mr. Bartmius Crouch, head of the Department of International Magical Cooperation." There was a smattering of polite applause. "And Mr. Ludo Bagman, head of the Department of Magical Games and Sports." There was a much louder round of applause for Bagman than for Crouch, perhaps because of his fame as a beater, or simply because he looked so much more likable. He acknowledged it with a jovial wave of his hand. Bartmius Crouch did not smile or wave when his name was announced, remembering him in his neat suit at the Quidditch World Cup. Harry thought he looked strange in wizard's robes. His toothbrush mustache and severe parting looked very odd next to Dumbledore's long white hair and beard. Mr. Bagman and Mr. Crouch have worked tirelessly over the last few months on the arrangements for the Tri-Wizard Tournament, Dumbledore continued, "and they will be joining myself, Professor Kakarov, and Madame Maxim on the panel that will judge the champions' efforts." At the mention of the word champions, the attentiveness of the listening students seemed to sharpen. Perhaps Dumbledore had noticed their sudden stillness, for he smiled as he said, "The casket, then, if you please, Mr. Filch." Filch, who had been lurking unnoticed in a far corner of the hall, now approached Dumbledore, carrying a great wooden chest encrusted with jewels that looked extremely old. A murmur of excited interest rose from the watching students. Dennis Creevey actually stood on his chair to see it properly, but being so tiny his head hardly rose above anyone else's. The instructions for the tasks the champions will face this year have already been examined by Mr. Crouch and Mr. Bagman, said Dumbledore as Filch placed the chest carefully on the table before him, and they have made the necessary arrangements for each challenge. There will be 3 tasks spaced throughout the school year, and they will test the champions in many different ways: their magical prowess, their daring, their powers of deduction, and of course their ability to cope with danger. At this last word, the hall was filled with a silence so absolute that nobody seemed to be breathing. "As you no 3 champions compete in the tournament," Dumbledore went on calmly, "one from each of the participating schools. They will be marked on how well they perform each of the tournament tasks, and the champion with the highest total after task 3 will win the Tri-Wizard Cup. The champions will be chosen by an impartial selector, the Goblet of Fire." Dumbledore now took out his wand and tapped 3 times upon the top of the casket. The lid creaked slowly open. Dumbledore reached inside it and pulled out a large, roughly hewn wooden cup. It would have been entirely unremarkable had it not been full to the brim with dancing blue-white flames. Dumbledore closed the casket and placed the goblet carefully on top of it, where it would be clearly visible to everyone in the hall. Anybody wishing to submit themselves as champion must write their name and school clearly upon a slip of parchment and drop it into the goblet, said Dumbledore. Aspiring champions have 24 hours in which to put their names forward. Tomorrow night, Halloween, the goblet will return the names of the 3 it has judged most worthy to represent their schools, the Goblet will. Be placed in the entrance hall tonight, where it will be freely accessible to all those wishing to compete. To ensure that no underage student yields to temptation, said Dumbledore, I will be drawing an age line around the Goblet of Fire. Once it has been placed in the entrance hall, nobody under the age of 17 will be able to cross this line. Finally, I wish to impress upon any of you wishing to compete that this tournament is not to be entered into lightly. Once a champion has been selected by the Goblet of Fire, he or she is obliged to see the tournament through to the end. The placing of your name in the goblet constitutes a binding magical contract. There can be no change of heart. Once you have become a champion, please be very sure, therefore, that you are wholeheartedly prepared to play before you drop your name into the goblet. Now I think it is time for bed. Good night to you all. An age line, Fred Weasley said, his eyes glinting as they all made their way across the hall to the doors into the entrance hall. Well, that should be fooled by an aging potion, shouldn't it? And once your name's in that goblet, you're laughing. It can't tell whether you're 17 or not. But I don't think anyone under 17 will stand a chance, said Hermione. We just haven't learned enough. Speak for yourself, said George shortly. You'll try and get in, won't you, Harry? Harry thought briefly of Dumbledore's insistence that nobody under 17 should submit their name. But then the wonderful picture of himself winning the Wizard tournament filled his mind again. He wondered how angry Dumbledore would be if someone younger than 17 did find a way to get over the age line. Where is he? Said Ron, who wasn't listening to a word of this conversation, but looking through the crowd to see what had become of Krum. Dumbledore didn't say where the DMR people are sleeping, did he? But this query was answered almost instantly. They were level with the Slytherin table now, and Kakarov had just bustled up to his students back to the ship. Then he was saying, Victor, how are you feeling? Did you eat enough? Should I send for some mulled wine from the kitchens? Harry saw Krum shake his head as he pulled his furs back on. Professor, I voodooed like some vine, said one of the other Durstrang boys. Hopefully I wasn't offering it to you, Polyoff, snapped Kakarov, his warmly paternal air vanishing in an instant. I notice you have dribbled food all down the front of your robes again, disgusting boy. Kakarov turned and led his students toward the doors, reaching them at exactly the same moment as Harry, Ron, and Hermione. Harry stopped to let him walk through first. Thank you, said Kakarov, carelessly glancing at him, and then Kakarov froze. He turned his head back to Harry and stared at him as though he couldn't believe his eyes behind there. Headmaster, the students from Durmstrang came to a halt too. Kakarov's eyes moved slowly up Harry's face and fixed upon his scar. The Durmstrang students were staring curiously at Harry too. Out of the corner of his eye, Harry saw comprehension dawn on a few of their faces. The boy with food all down his front nudged the girl next to him and pointed openly at Harry's forehead. Yeah, that's Harry Potter, said a growling voice from behind them. Professor Kakarov spun around. Matty Moody was standing there, leaning heavily on his staff, his magical eye glaring unblinkingly at the Durstrang headmaster. The color drained from Kakarov's face as Harry watched. A terrible look of mingled fury and fear came over him. He said, staring at Moody as though unsure he was really seeing him. Me, said Moody grimly, and unless you've got anything to say to Potter, Kakarov, you might want to move. You're blocking the doorway. It was true half the students in the hall were now waiting behind them, looking over one another's shoulders to see what was causing the holdup without another word professor. Kakarov swept his students away with him. Moody watched him until he was out of sight, his magical eye fixed upon his. Back a look of intense dislike upon his mutilated face as the next day was. Saturday, most students would normally have breakfasted late. Harry, Ron, and Hermione, however, were not alone in. Rising much earlier than they usually did on weekends, when they went down into the entrance hall, they saw about 20. People milling around it, some of them eating toast, all examining the goblet of fire it had been placed in the center of. The hall on the stool that normally bore the sorting hat, a thin golden line had been traced on the floor, forming a circle 10 feet around it in every direction. Anyone put their name in yet? Ron asked a third-year girl. Eagerly, all the Deemstrang lot, she replied, but I haven't seen anyone from Hogwarts yet. Bet some of them put it. And last night, after we'd all gone to bed, said Harry, I would have if it had been me, wouldn't have wanted everyone. Watching what if the goblet just gobbed you right back out again. Someone laughed behind Harry. Turning, he saw Fred, George, and Lee Jordan hurrying down the staircase, all three of them looking extremely excited. Done it, Fred said. In a triumphant whisper to Harry, Ron, and Hermione, just taken it. What? Said Ron. The aging potion. Dung brains, said Fred. 1 drop each, said George, rubbing his hands together with glee. We only need to be a few months older. We're going to split the 1,000. Galleons between the 3 of us. If one of us wins, said Lee, grinning broadly. I'm not sure this is going to work, you know, said Hermione warningly. I'm sure Dumbledore will have thought of this. Fred, George, and Lee ignored her. Ready, Fred said to the other 2, quivering with excitement. Come on, then I'll go. First, Harry watched fascinated as Fred pulled a slip of parchment out of his pocket, bearing the words Fred Weasley. Hogwarts. Fred walked right up to the edge of the line and stood there rocking on his toes like a diver preparing for a 50-foot drop. Then, with the eyes of every person in the entrance hall upon him, he took a great breath and stepped over the line. For a split second, Harry thought it had worked. George certainly thought so, for he let out a yell of triumph and leapt after Fred, but next moment there was a loud, sizzling sound, and both twins were hurled out of the golden circle as though they had been thrown by an invisible shot putter. They landed painfully 10 feet away on the cold stone floor, and to add insult to injury there was a loud popping noise, and both of them sprouted identical long, white beards the entrance hall rang with. Laughter. Even Fred and George joined in once they had gotten to their feet and taken a good look at each other's beards. I did warn you, said a deep, amused voice, and everyone turned to see Professor Dumbledore coming out of the great hall. He surveyed Fred and George's eyes twinkling. I suggest you both go up to Madame Pomfrey. She is already tending to Miss Fawcett of Ravenclaw and Mr. Summers of Hufflepuff, both of whom decided to age themselves up a little too, though I must say neither of their beards is anything like as fine as yours. Fred and George set off for the hospital wing, accompanied by Lee, who was howling with laughter, and Harry, Ron, and Hermione. Also, Crowling went into breakfast. The decorations in the great hall had changed this morning, as it was Halloween. A cloud of live bats was fluttering around the enchanted ceiling, while hundreds of carved pumpkins leered from every corner. Harry led the way over to Dean and Seamus, who were discussing those Hogwarts students of 17 or over. who might be entering. There's a rumor going around that Warrington got up early and put his name, and Dean told Harry that big bloke from Slytherin who looks like a sloth. Harry, who had played Quidditch against Warrington, shook his head in disgust. We can't have a Slytherin champion, and all the Hufflepuffs are talking about Diggory, said Seamus contemptuously, but I wouldn't have. Thought he'd have wanted to risk his good looks. Listen, said Hermione. Suddenly people were cheering out in the entrance hall. They all swiveled around in their seats and saw Angelina Johnson coming into the hall, grinning in an embarrassed sort of way. A tall black girl who played chaser on the Gryffindor Quidditch team, Angelina, came over to them, sat down, and said, well, I've done it, just put my name in. You're kidding, said Ron, looking impressed. Are you 17? Then asked Harry, of course. She can't see a beard, can you, said Ron. I had my birthday, Harry snapped. Yeah, said Ron, and there was no trace of a grin, forced or otherwise, on his face. Now you want to get to bed, Harry. I expect you'll need to be up early tomorrow for a photo call or something. He wrenched the hanging shut around his four-poster, leaving Harry standing there by the door, staring at the dark red velvet curtains, now hiding one of the few people he had been sure would believe him. Chapter 18, The Weighing of the Wands. When Harry woke up on Sunday morning, it took him a moment to remember why he felt so miserable and worried. Then the memory of the previous night rolled over him. He sat up and ripped back the curtains of his own for four-poster, intending to talk to Ron, to force Ron to believe him, only to find that Ron's bed was empty. He had obviously gone down to breakfast. Harry dressed and went down the spiral staircase into the common room. The moment he appeared, the people who had already finished breakfast broke into applause again. The prospect of going down into the great hall and facing the rest of the Gryffindors, all treating him like some sort of hero, was not inviting. It was that, however, or stay here and allow himself to be cornered by the Creevy brothers, who were both beckoning frantically to him to join them. He walked resolutely over to the portrait hole, pushed it open, climbed out of it, and found himself face to face with her. Hello, she said, holding up a stack of toast which she was carrying in a napkin. I brought you this. Want to go for a walk? Good idea, said Harry. Gratefully, they went downstairs, crossed the entrance hall quickly without looking in at the great hall, and were soon striding across the lawn toward the lake, where the Durmstrang ship was moored, reflected blackly in the water. It was a chilly morning, and they kept moving, munching their toast, as Harry told Hermione exactly what had happened after he had left the Gryffindor table the night before. To his immense relief, Hermione accepted his story without question. Well, of course, I knew you hadn't entered yourself, she said when he'd finished telling her about the scene in the chamber off the hall, the look on your face when Dumbledore read out your name. But the question is, who did put it in? Because Moody's right, Harry. I don't think any student could have done it. They'd never be able to fool the Goblet or get over Dumbledore's. Have you seen Ron? Harry interrupted. Hermione hesitated. Yes, he was at breakfast. She said, does he still think I enter myself? Well, no, I don't think so. Not really, said Hermione awkwardly. What's that supposed to mean? Not really. Oh, Harry, isn't it obvious? Hermione said despairingly. He's jealous. Jealous, Harry said, incredulously jealous of what he wants to make a prat of himself in front of the whole school. Does he look? Said Hermione patiently. It's always you who gets all the attention, you know. As I know, it's not your fault, she added quickly, seeing Harry open his mouth furiously. I know you don't ask for it, but well, you know Ron's got all Those brothers to compete against at home, and you're his best friend, and you're really famous, he's always shunted. To one side, whenever people see you, and he puts up with it, and he never mentions it, but I suppose this is just one time. Too many. Great, said Harry bitterly. Really great telling from me, I'll swap. Anytime he wants telling from me, he's welcome to it, people gorping in my forehead everywhere I go. I'm not telling him anything, Hermione said shortly, telling yourself. It's the only way to sort this out. I'm not running around after him, trying to make him grow up, Harry said so loudly that several owls in nearby tree took flight in alarm. Maybe he'll believe I'm not enjoying myself once I've got my neck broken, or that's not funny, said Hermione quietly. That's not funny at all. She looked extremely anxious. Harry, I've been thinking, you know what we gotta do, don't you, straight away the moment we get back to the castle. Yeah, give Ron a good kick up the right to Sirius. You've got to tell him what's happened. He asked you to keep him posted on everything that's going on at Hogwarts. It's almost as if he expected something like this to happen. I brought some parchment and a quill out with me. Come off it, said Harry, looking around to check that they couldn't be overheard, but the grounds were quite deserted. He came back to the country just because my scar twinged. He'll probably come bursting right into the castle if I tell him someone's entered me in the wizard tournament. He'd want you to tell him, said Hermione sternly. He's going to find out anyway. How, Harry, this isn't going to be kept quiet, said Hermione very seriously. This tournament's famous and you're famous. I'll be really surprised if there isn't anything in the Daily Prophet about you competing. You're already in half the books about you know who you know, and Sirius would rather hear it from you. I know he would. Okay, I'll write to him, said Harry, throwing his last piece of toast into the lake. They both stood and watched it floating there for a moment before a large tentacle rose out of the water and scooped it beneath the surface. Then they returned to the castle. Whose owl am I going to use? Harry said as they climbed the stairs. He told me not to use Hedwig. Again, ask Ron if you can borrow. I'm not asking Ron for anything, Harry said flatly. Well, borrow one of the school owls, then anyone can use them, said Hermione. They went up to the Ollery. Hermione gave Harry a piece of parchment, a quill, and a bottle of ink, then strolled around the long lines of perches looking at all the different owls while Harry sat down against a wall and wrote his letter. Dear Sirius, you told me to keep you posted on what's happening at Hogwarts. So here goes. I don't know if you've heard, but the Tri-Wizard tournament's happening this year, and on Saturday night I got picked as a 4th champion. I don't know who put my name in the Goblet of Fire, because I didn't. The other Hogwarts champion is Cedric Diggory from Hufflepuff. He paused at this point, thinking he had an urge to say something about the large weight of anxiety that seemed to have settled inside his chest since last night, but he couldn't think how to translate this into words. So he simply dipped his quill back into the ink bottle and wrote, "Hope you're okay." And Buckbeak finished. He told Hermione, getting to his feet and brushing straw off his robes at this. Hedwig came fluttering down onto his shoulder and held out her leg. "I can't use you," Harry told her, looking around for the school owls. "I've got to use one of these." Hedwig gave a very loud hoot and took off so suddenly that her talons cut into his shoulder. She kept her back to Harry all the time he was tying his letter to the leg of a large barn owl. When the barn owl had flown off, Harry reached out to stroke Hedwig, but she clicked her beak furiously and soared up into the rafters out of reach. "First Ron, then you," said Harry angrily. "This isn't my fault." If Harry had thought that matters would improve once everyone got used to the idea of him being champion. The following day showed him how mistaken he was. He could no longer avoid the rest of the school once he was back at lessons, and it was clear that the rest of the school, just like the Gryffindors, thought Harry had entered himself for the tournament. Unlike the Gryffindors, however, they did not seem impressed. The Hufflepuffs, who were usually on excellent terms with the Gryffindors, had turned remarkably cold toward the whole lot of them. One herbology lesson was enough to demonstrate this. It was plain that the Hufflepuffs felt that Harry had stolen their champion's glory, a feeling exacerbated perhaps by the fact that Hufflepuff House very rarely got any glory, and that Cedric was one of the few who had ever given them any, having beaten Gryffindor once at Quidditch. Ernie Macmillan and Justin Finch Fletchley, with whom Harry normally got on very well, did not talk to him even, though they were repotting bouncing bulbs at the same tray, though they did laugh rather unpleasantly when one of the bouncing bulbs wriggled free from Harry's grip and smacked him hard in the face. Ron wasn't talking to Harry either. Hermione sat between them, making very forced conversation, but though both answered her normally, they avoided making eye contact with each other. Harry thought even Professor Sprout seemed distant with him, but then she was head of Hufflepuff House. He would have been looking forward to seeing Hagrid under normal circumstances, but care of magical creatures meant seeing the Slytherins too. The first time he would come face to face with them since becoming champion. Predictably, Malfoy arrived at Hagrid's cabin with his familiar sneer firmly in place. "Ah, look, boys, it's the champion," he said to Crabbe and Goyle the moment he got within earshot of Harry. "Got her autograph books, better get a signature now, because I doubt he's going to be around much longer. Half the try. Wizard champions have died. How long do you reckon you're going to last, Potter? 10 minutes into the first tasks, my bet, Crabbe." And Goyle gored sycophantically, but Malfoy had to stop there because Hagrid emerged from the back of his cabin, balancing a teetering tower of crates, each containing a very large blast-ended screw to the class's horror. Hagrid proceeded to explain that the reason the screws had been killing one another was an excess of pent-up energy, and that the solution would be for each student to fix a leash on a screw and take it for a short walk. The only good thing about this plan was that it distracted Malfoy. "Completely take this thing for a walk," he repeated, in disgust, staring into one of the boxes. "And where exactly are we supposed to fix the leash around the sting, the blasting end, or the sucker around the middle?" said Hagrid, demonstrating where you might want to put on your dragon high gloves, just as an extra precaution. Like, Harry, you come here and help me with this big one. Hagrid's real intention, however, was to talk to Harry away from the rest of the class. He waited until everyone else had set off with their screws, then turned to Harry and said very seriously, "So you compete in Harry in the tournament, school champion?" "One of the champions," Harry corrected him. Hagrid's beetle black eyes looked very anxious under his wild eyebrows. "No idea who put you in for it, Harry. You believe I didn't do it then," said Harry, concealing with difficulty the rush of gratitude he felt at Hagrid's words. "Of course I do," Hagrid grunted. "You say it wasn't you, and I believe you, and Dumbledore believes you, and all wish I knew who did do it," said Harry bitterly. The pair of them looked out over the lawn. The class was widely scattered now, and all in great difficulty. The screws were now over 3 feet long and extremely powerful, no longer shellless and colorless. They had developed a kind of thick grayish shiny armor. They looked like a cross between giant scorpions and elongated crabs, but still without recognizable heads or eyes. They had become immensely strong and very hard to control. Look like they're having fun, don't they? Hagrid said happily. Harry assumed he was talking about the screws because his classmates certainly weren't. Every now and then, with an alarming bang, one of the screws ends would explode, causing it to shoot forward several yards, and more than one person was being dragged along on their stomach, trying desperately to get back on their feet. I don't know, Harry. Hagrid sighed, suddenly looking back down at him with a worried expression on his face. School champion, everything seems to happen to you, doesn't it? Harry didn't answer. Yes, everything did seem to happen to him. That was more or less what Hermione had said as they had walked around the lake. And that was the reason, according to her, that Ron was no longer talking to him. The next few days were some of Harry's worst at Hogwarts. The closest he had ever come to feeling like this had been during those months in his second year, when a large part of the school had suspected him of attacking his fellow students, but Ron had been on his side. Then he thought he could have coped with the rest of the school's behavior if he could just have had Ron back as a friend. But he wasn't going to try and persuade Ron to talk to him if Ron didn't want to. Nevertheless, it was lonely with dislike pouring in on him from all sides. He could understand the Hufflepuff's attitude, even if he didn't like it. They had their own champion to support. He expected nothing less than vicious insults from the Slytherins. He was highly unpopular there and always had been, because he had helped Gryffindor beat them so often, both at Quidditch and in the Interhouse Championship. But he had hoped the Ravenclaws might have found it in their hearts to support him as much as Cedric. He was wrong, however. Most Ravenclaws seemed to think that he had been desperate to earn himself a bit more fame by tricking the Goblet into accepting his name. Then there was the fact that Cedric looked the part of a champion so much more than he did. Exceptionally handsome, with his straight nose, dark hair, and gray eyes. It was hard to say who was receiving more admiration these days, Cedric or Victor. Harry actually saw the same sixth-year girls who had been so keen to get Crumb's autograph, begging Cedric to sign their school bags. One lunchtime, meanwhile, there was no reply from Sirius. Hedwig was refusing to come anywhere near him. Professor Trelawney was predicting his death with even more certainty than usual, and he did so badly at summoning charms in Professor Flitwick's class that he was given extra homework, the only person to get any apart from Neville. It's really not that difficult, Harry. Hermione tried to reassure him as they left Flitwick's class. She had been making objects zoom across the room to her all lesson, as though she was some sort of weird magnet for board dusters, waste paper baskets, and lunoscopes. You just weren't concentrating properly. Wonder why that was, said Harry darkly as Cedric Diggory walked past, surrounded by a large group of staring girls, all of whom looked at Harry as though he were a particularly large blast-ended screw. Still, never mind. Had the double potions to look forward to this afternoon. Double potions was always a horrible experience, but these days it was nothing short of torture being shut in a dungeon for an hour and a half with Snape and the Slytherins, all of whom seemed determined to punish Harry as much as possible for daring to become school champion. Was about the most unpleasant thing Harry could imagine. He had already struggled through one Friday's worth with Hermione, sitting next to him, intoning, "Ignore them, ignore them, ignore them," under her breath, and he couldn't see why today should be any better when he and Hermione arrived at Snape's dungeon after lunch. They found the Slytherins waiting outside, each and every one of them wearing a large badge on the front of his or her robes. For one moment, Harry thought they were spew badges. Then he saw that they all bore the same message in luminous red letters that burned brightly in the dimly lit underground passage. Like them, Potter said Malfoy loudly as Harry approached, "And this isn't all they do." Look, he pressed his badge into his chest, and the message upon it vanished, to be replaced by another one which glowed green. The Slytherins howled with laughter. Each of them pressed their badges too, until the message "Potter stinks" was shining brightly all around Harry. He felt the heat rise in his face and neck. "Oh, very funny," Hermione said sarcastically to Pansy Parkinson and her gang of Slytherin girls, who were laughing harder than anyone. "Really witty." Ron was standing against the wall with Dean and Seamus. He wasn't laughing, but he wasn't sticking up for Harry either. "Want one, Granger?" said Malfoy, holding out a badge to Hermione. "I've got loads, but don't touch my hand now. I've just washed it, you see. Don't want to mud blood slimming it up." Some of the anger Harry had been feeling for days and days seemed to burst through a dam in his chest. He had reached for his wand before he'd thought what he was doing. People all around them scrambled out of the way, backing down the corridor. "Harry," Hermione said warningly. "Go on then, Potter," Malfoy said quietly, drawing out his own wand. "Moody's not here to look after you. Now, do it if you've got the guts." For a split second, they looked into each other's eyes. Then, at exactly the same time, both acted. Furnunculus Harry yelled. Dinao screamed. Malfoy, jets of light shot from both wands, hit each other in midair and ricocheted off at angles. Harry's hit Goyle in the face, and Malfoy's hit her. Goyle bellowed and put his hands to his nose, where great ugly boils were springing up. Hermione, whimpering in panic, was clutching her mouth. Hermione, Ron had hurried forward to see what was wrong. With her, Harry turned and saw Ron dragging Hermione's hand away from her face. It wasn't a pretty sight. Hermione's front teeth, already larger than average, were now growing at an alarming rate. She was looking more and more like a beaver, as her teeth elongated past her bottom lip toward her chin. Panic-stricken, she felt them and let out a terrified cry. "And what is all this noise about?" said a soft, deadly voice. Snape had arrived. The Slytherins clamored to give their explanations. Snape pointed a long yellow finger at Malfoy and said, "Explain." "Potter attacked me, sir." "We attacked each other at the same time," Harry shouted, "and he hit Goyle." "Look." Snape examined Goyle, whose face now resembled something that would have been at home in a book on poisonous fungi. "Hosewing Goyle," Snape said calmly. "Malfoy got Hermione," Ron said. "Look." He forced Hermione to show Snape her teeth. She was doing her best to hide them with her hands, though this was difficult, as they had now grown down past her collar. Pansy Parkinson and the other Slytherin girls were doubled up, with silent giggles pointing at Hermione from behind Snape's back. Snape looked coldly at Hermione, then said, "I see no difference." Hermione let out a whimper. Her eyes filled with tears. She turned on her heel and ran all the way up the corridor and out of sight. It was lucky, perhaps, that both Harry and Ron started shouting at Snape at the same time. Lucky their voices echoed so much in the stone corridor, for in the confused din, it was impossible for him to hear exactly what they were. Calling him, he got the gist, however. "Let's see," he said in his silkiest voice. 50 points from Gryffindor and a detention each for Potter and Weasley. Now get inside, or it'll be a week's worth of detentions. Harry's ears were ringing. The injustice of it made him want to curse Snape into 1,000 slimy pieces. He passed Snape, walked with Ron to the back of the dungeon, and slammed his bag down onto the table. Ron was shaking with anger too. For a moment, it felt as though everything was back to normal between them. But then Ron turned and sat down with Dean and Seamus instead, leaving Harry alone at his table on the other side of the dungeon. Malfoy turned his back on Snape and pressed his badge. Smirking, "Potter stinks," flashed once more across the room. Harry sat there staring at Snape as the lesson began, picturing horrific things happening to him. If only he knew how to do the Cruciatus curse, he'd have Snape flat on his back like that spider, jerking and twitching. "Antidotes," said Snape, looking around at them, all his cold black eyes glittering unpleasantly. "You should all have prepared your recipes now. I want you to brew them carefully, and then we will be selecting someone on whom to test one." Snape's eyes met Harry's, and Harry knew what was coming. Snape was going to poison him. Harry imagined picking up his cauldron and sprinting to the front of the class and bringing it down on Snape's greasy head, and then a knock on the dungeon door burst in on Harry's thoughts. It was Colin Creevey. He edged into the room, beaming at Harry, and walked up to Snape's desk at the front of the room. "Yes," said Snape curtly. "Please, sir, I'm supposed to take Harry Potter upstairs." Snape stared down his hooked nose at Colin, whose smile faded from his eager face. "Potter has another hour of potions to complete," said Snape coldly. "He will come upstairs when this class is finished." Colin went pink. "Sir, Mr. Bagman wants him," he said nervously. "All the champions have got to go. I think they want to take photographs." Harry would have given anything he owned to have stopped Colin saying those last few words. He chanced half a glance at Ron, but Ron was staring determinedly at the ceiling. "Very well, very well." Snape snapped. "Potter, leave your things here. I want you back down here later to test your antidote." "Please, sir, he's got to take his things with him," squeaked Colin. "All the champions." "Very well said." "Snape, Potter, take your bag and get out of my sight." Harry swung his bag over his shoulder, got up, and headed for the door. As he walked through the Slytherin desks, "Potter stinks" flashed at him from every direction. "It's amazing, isn't it, Harry?" said Colin, starting to speak the moment Harry had closed the dungeon door behind him. "Isn't it, though, you being champion? Yeah, really amazing," said Harry heavily, as they set off toward the steps in the entrance hall. "What do they want photos for?" "Colin the Daily Prophet." "I think great," said Harry darley. "Exactly what I need. More publicity." "Good luck," said Colin. When they had reached the right room, Harry knocked on the door and entered. He was in a fairly small classroom. Most of the desks had been pushed away to the back of the room, leaving a large space in the middle. 3 of them, however, had been placed end to end in front of the blackboard and covered with a long length of velvet. 5 chairs had been set behind the velvet-covered desks, and Ludo Bagman was sitting in one of them, talking to a witch Harry had never seen before, who was wearing magenta robes. Victorum was standing moodily in a corner, as usual, and not talking to anybody. Cedric and Fleur were in conversation. Fleur looked a good deal happier than Harry had seen her so far. She kept throwing back her head so that her long silvery hair caught light. Punchy man holding a large black camera that was smoking slightly was watching Fleur out of the corner of his eye. Bagman suddenly spotted Harry, got up quickly, and bounded forward. I hear he is champion number 4, and you come, Harry. And you come, nothing to worry about. It's just the wand weighing ceremony. The rest of the judges will be here in a moment. Wand weighing, Harry repeated nervously. We have to check that your wands are fully functional, no problems, you know, as. They're your most important tools in the tasks ahead, said Bagman. The expert's upstairs now, with Dumbledore, and then there's going to be a little photo shoot. This is Rita Skeeter, he added, gesturing toward the witch in magenta robe. She's doing a small piece on the tournament for the Daily Prophet. Maybe not that small, Ludo said. Rita Skeeter, her eyes on Harry. Her hair was set in elaborate and curiously rigid curls that contrasted oddly with her heavy-jawed face. She wore jeweled spectacles, the thick fingers clutching her crocodile skin handbag ended in 2 inches nails painted crimson. I wonder if I could have a little word with Harry before we start, she said to Bagman, but still gazing fixedly at Harry. The youngest champion, you know, to add a bit of color, certainly, cried Bagman. That is if Harry has no objection, said Harry. Lovely, said Rita Skeeter, and in a second her scarlet talon fingers had Harry's upper arm in a surprisingly strong grip, and she was steering him out of the room again and opening a nearby door. We don't want to be in there with all that noise, she said. Let's see her. Yes, this is nice and cozy. It was a broom cupboard. Harry stared at her. Come along, dear. That's right, lovely, said Rita Skeeter, again perching herself precariously upon an upturned bucket, pushing Harry down onto a cardboard box and closing the door, throwing them into darkness. Let's see. Now, she unnapped her crocodile skin handbag and pulled out a handful of candles, which she lit with a wave of her wand and magicked into midair so that they could see what they were doing. You won't mind, Harry, if I use a quick quotes cool. It leaves me free to talk to you. Normally a what, said Harry. Rita Skeeter's smile widened. Harry counted 3 gold teeth. She reached again into her crocodile bag and drew out a long acid green quill and a roll of parchment, which she stretched out between them on a crate of Mrs. Scour's all-purpose magical mess remover. She put the tip of the green quill into her mouth, sucked it for a moment with apparent relish, then placed it upright on the parchment where it stood balanced on its point, quivering, slightly testing. My name is Rita Skeeter. Daily Prophet reporter. Harry looked down quickly at the quill the moment Rita Skeeter had spoken. The green quill had started to scribble, skidding across the parchment. Attractive blonde Rita Skeeter, 43, whose savage quill has punctured many inflated reputations. Lovely, said Rita Skeeter yet again, and she ripped the top piece of parchment off, crumpled it up, and stuffed it into her handbag. Now she leaned toward Harry and said, so Harry, what made you decide to enter the Wizard tournament? Said Harry again, but he was distracted by the quill. Even though he wasn't speaking, it was dashing across the parchment, and in its wake he could make out a fresh sentence. An ugly scar, souvenir of a tragic past, disfigures the otherwise charming face of Harry Potter, whose eyes ignore the quill. Harry, said Rita Skeeter firmly. Reluctantly, Harry looked up at her instead. Now, why did you decide to enter the tournament, Harry? I didn't, said Harry. I don't know how my name got into the Goblet of Fire. I didn't put in there. Rita Skeeter raised one heavily penciled eyebrow. Come now, Harry, there's no need to be scared of getting into trouble. We all know you shouldn't really have entered at all, but don't worry about that. Our readers love a rebel. But I didn't enter, Harry repeated. I don't know who. How do you feel about the tasks ahead? Said Rita Skeeter. Excited, nervous? I haven't really thought yet. Nervous, I suppose, said Harry. His insides squirmed uncomfortably as he spoke. Champions have died in the past, haven't they? Said Rita Skeeter briskly. Have you thought about that, Ed? Oh, well, they say it's going to be a lot safer this year, said Harry. The quill whizzed across the parchment between them, back and forward, as though it were skating a course you've looked death in. The face before, haven't you? Said Rita Skeeter, watching him closely. How would you say that's affected? You, said Harry yet again. Do you think that the trauma in your past might have made you keen to prove yourself, to live up to your name? Do you think that perhaps you were tempted to enter the wizard tournament? Because I didn't enter, said Harry, starting to feel irritated. Can you remember your parents at all? Said Rita Skeeter, talking over him. No, said Harry. How do you think they'd feel if they knew you were competing in the wizard tournament? Proud, worried. Angry Harry was feeling really annoyed. Now how on earth was he to know how his parents would feel if they were alive? He could feel Rita Skeeter watching him very intently. Frowning, he avoided her gaze and looked down at words the quill had just written. Tears fill those startlingly green eyes as our conversation turns to the parents he can barely remember. I've not got tears in my eyes, said Harry loudly before Rita Skeeter could say word. The door of the broom cupboard was pulled open. Harry looked around, blinking in the bright light. Albus Dumbledore stood there looking down at both of them, squashed into the cupboard. Dumbledore, cried Rita Skeeter, with every appearance of delight, but Harry noticed that her quill and the parchment had suddenly vanished from the box of magical mess remover, and Rita's clawed fingers were hastily snapping shut the clasp of her crocodile skin bag. How are you? She said, standing up and holding out one of her large mannish hands to Dumbledore. I hope you saw my piece over the summer about the International Confederation of Wizards Conference. Enchantingly nasty, said Dumbledore, his eyes twinkling. I particularly enjoyed your description of me as an obsolete dingbat. Rita Skeeter didn't look remotely abashed. I was just making the point that some of your ideas are a little old-fashioned, Dumbledore, and that many wizards in the street. I will be delighted to hear the reasoning behind the Rudis. Rita, said Dumbledore with a courteous bow and a smile, but I'm afraid we will have to discuss the matter later. The weighing of the wands is about to start, and it cannot take place if one of our champions is hidden in a broom cupboard. Very glad to get away from Rita Skeeter. Harry hurried back into the room. The other champions were now sitting in chairs near the door, and he sat down quickly next to Cedric, looking up at the velvet-covered table where 4 of the 5 judges were now sitting. Professor Kakarov, Madame Maxim, Mr. Crouch, and Ludo Bagman. Rita Skeeter settled herself down in a corner. Harry saw her slip the parchment out of her bag again, spread it on her knee, suck the end of the quotes quill, and place it once more on the parchment. May I introduce Mr. Ollivander, said Dumbledore, taking his place at the judges' table and talking to the champions. He will be checking your wands to ensure that they are in good condition before the tournament. Harry looked around and with a jolt of surprise saw an old wizard with large pale eyes standing quietly by the window. Harry had met Mr. Ollivander before. He was the wand maker from whom Harry had bought his own wand over 3 years ago in Diagon Alley. Madam Wissell de Lycer. Could we have you first, please? Said Mr. Ollivander, stepping into the empty space in the middle of the room. Fleur swept over to Mr. Ollivander and handed him her wand. H.M., he said. He twirled the wand between his long fingers like a baton, and it emitted a number of pink and gold sparks. Then he held it close to his eyes and examined it carefully. Yes, he said quietly, 9 inflexible rosewood and containing, dear me, an air from Ziad of a Valor, said Fleur, one of my grandmothers. So Fleur was part Vera, thought Harry, making a mental note to tell Ron. Then he remembered that Ron wasn't speaking to him. Yes, said Mr. Ollivander. Yes, I've never used VA hair myself, of course. I find it makes for rather temperamental wands, however, too. Each his own, and if this suits you. Mr. Ollivander ran his fingers along the wand, apparently checking for scratches or bumps. Then he muttered, Orideus, and a bunch of flowers burst from the wand tip. Very well, it's in a fine working order, said Mr. Ollivander, scooping up the flowers and handing them to Fleur with her wand. Mr. Diggory, you. Next. Fleur glided back to her seat, smiling at Cedric as he passed her. Now, this is one of mine, isn't it? Said Mr. Ollivander with much more enthusiasm as Cedric handed over his wand. Yes, I remember it well, containing a single hair from the tail of a particularly fine male unicorn. Must have been 17. Hands nearly gored me with his horn after I plucked his tail. 12 and a /4 in. Ash, pleasantly springy. It's in fine condition. You treat it regularly. Polished it last night, said Cedric, grinning. Harry looked down at his own wand. He could see finger marks all over it. He gathered a fistful of robe from his knee and tried to rub it clean. Surreptitiously, several gold sparks shot out of the end of it. Fleur gave him a very patronizing look, and he desisted. Mr. Ollivander sent a stream of silver smoke rings across the room from the tip of Cedric's wand. Pronounced himself satisfied, and then said, Mr. Crumb, if you please. Victorum got up and slouched, round-shouldered and duck-footed, toward Mr. Ollivander. He thrust out his wand and stood scowling with his hands in the pockets of his robes. H, said Mr. Ollivander, this is a Gregorovic creation, unless I'm much mistaken. A fine wand maker, though the styling is never quite what I. However, he lifted the wand and examined it minutely, turning it over and over before his eyes. Yes, hornbeam and dragon heartstring. He shot a trump, who nodded, rather thicker than one usually sees, quite rigid 10 and a /4 in. Avis, the hornbeam wand, let off a blast like a gun, and a number of small twittering birds flew out of the end and through the open window into the watery sunlight. Good, said Mr. Ollivander, handing Crumb back his wand, which leaves Mr. Potter. Harry got to his feet and walked past Crumb to Mr. Ollivander. He handed over his wand. Yes, said Mr. Ollivander, his pale eyes suddenly gleaming. Yes, how well I remember. Harry could remember, too. He could remember it as though it had happened yesterday. 4 summers ago, on his 11th birthday, he had entered Mr. Ollivander's shop with Hagrid to buy a wand. Mr. Ollivander had taken his measurements and then started handing him wands to try. Harry had waved what felt like every wand in the shop, until at last he had found the one that suited him. This one which was made of holly 11 and long and contained a single. Feather from the tail of a phoenix, Mr. Ollivander had been very surprised that Harry had been so compatible with this. Wand curious, he had said curious, and not until Harry asked what was curious had. Mr. Ollivander explained that the phoenix feather in Harry's wand had come from the same bird that had supplied the core. Of Lord Voldemort's, Harry had never shared this piece of information with anybody. He was very fond of his wand, and as far as he was concerned, its relation to Voldemort's wand was something it couldn't help, rather, as he couldn't help being related to Aunt Petunia. However, he really hoped that Mr. Ollivander wasn't about to tell the room about it. He had a funny feeling Rita Skeeter's quick quotes might just explode with excitement. If he did, Mr. Ollivander spent much longer examining Harry's wand than anyone else's eventually. However, he made a fountain of wine shoot out of it and handed it back to Harry, announcing that it was still in perfect condition. "Thank you all," said Dumbledore, standing up at the judge's table. "You may go back to your lessons now, or perhaps it would be quicker just to go down to dinner as they are about to end." Feeling that at last something had gone right today, Harry got up to leave, but the man with the black camera jumped up and cleared his throat. "Photos, Dumbledore, photos," cried Bagman excitedly. "All the judges and champions. What do you think, Rita?" "Oh, yes, let's do those first," said Rita Skeeter, whose eyes were upon Harry again, "and then perhaps some individual shots." The photographs took a long time. Madame Maxim cast everyone else in a shadow wherever she stood, and the photographer couldn't stand far enough back to get her into the frame. Eventually, she had to sit while everyone else stood around her. Kakarov kept twirling his goatee around his finger to give it an extra curl. Crumb, whom Harry would have thought would have been used to this sort of thing, skulked half hidden at the back of the group. The photographer seemed keenest to get Fleur at the front, but Rita Skeeter kept hurrying forward and dragging Harry into greater prominence. Then she insisted on separate shots of all the champions. At last they were free to go. Harry went down to dinner. Hermione wasn't there. He supposed she was still in a hospital wing having her teeth fixed. He ate alone at the end of the table, then returned to Gryffindor Tower, thinking of all the extra work on summoning charms that he had to do up in the dormitory he came across. "Ron, you've had an owl," said Ron Brusley the moment he walked in. He was pointing at Harry's pillow. "The school barn owl was waiting for him there." "Oh, right," said Harry, "and we've got to do our detentions tomorrow night, Snape's dungeon," said Ron. He then walked straight out of the room, not looking at Harry for a moment. Harry considered going after him. He wasn't sure whether he wanted to talk to him or hit him. Both seemed quite appealing, but the lure of Sirius's answer was too strong. Harry strode over to the barn owl, took the letter off its leg, and unrolled it. "Harry, I can't say everything I would like to in a letter. It's too risky in case the owl is intercepted. We need to talk face to face. Can you ensure that you are alone by the fire in Gryffindor Tower at 1 o'clock in the morning on the 22nd of November? I know better than anyone that you can look after yourself. And while you're around Dumbledore and Moody, I don't think anyone will be able to hurt you. However, someone seems to be having a good try. Entering you in that tournament would have been very risky, especially right under Dumbledore's nose. Be on the watch. Harry, I still want to hear about anything unusual. Let me know about the 22nd of November as quickly as you can." Chapter 19, The Hungarian Horntail, the prospect of talking face to face with Sirius was all that sustained Harry over the next fortnight, the only bright spot on a horizon that had never looked. Darker the shock of finding himself school champion had worn off slightly now, and the fear of what was facing him had started to sink in. The first task was drawing steadily nearer. He felt as though it were crouching ahead of him, like some horrific monster barring his path. He had never suffered nerves like these. They were way beyond anything he had experienced before a Quidditch match, not even his last one against Slytherin, which had decided who would win the Quidditch Cup. Harry was finding it hard to think about the future at all. He felt as though his whole life had been leading up to and would finish with the first task. Admittedly, he didn't see how Sirius was going to make him feel any better about having to perform an unknown piece of difficult and dangerous magic in front of hundreds of people, but the mere sight of a friendly face would be something at the moment. Harry wrote back to Sirius saying that he would be beside the common room fire at the time Sirius had suggested, and he and Hermione spent a long time going over plans for forcing any stragglers out of the common room on the night in question. If the worst came to the worst, they were going to drop a bag of dung bombs, but they hoped they wouldn't have to resort to that. Filch would skin them alive. In the meantime, life became even worse for Harry within the confines of the castle. Farida Skeeta had published her piece about the Tri-Wizard tournament, and it had turned out to be not so much a report on the tournament as a highly colored life story of Harry. Much of the front page had been given over to a picture of Harry. The article, continuing on pages 2, 6, and 7, had been all about Harry. The names of the Botons and Durmstrang champions misspelled had been squashed into the last line of the article, and Cedric hadn't been mentioned at all. The article had appeared 10 days ago, and Harry still got a sick, burning feeling of shame in his stomach every time he thought about it. Rita Skeeta had reported him saying an awful lot of things that he couldn't remember ever saying in his life, let alone in that broom cupboard. I suppose I get my strength from my parents. I know they'd be very proud of me if they could see me now. Yes, sometimes at night I still cry about them. I'm not ashamed to admit it. I know nothing will hurt me during the tournament because they're watching over me. But Rita Skeeta had gone even further than transforming his ERS into long, sickly sentences. She had interviewed other people about him, too. Harry has last found love at Hogwarts. His close friend Colin Creevey says that Harry is rarely seen out of the company of one Hermione Granger, a stunningly pretty muggle-born girl who, like Harry, is one of the top students in the school. From the moment the article had appeared, Harry had had to endure people, Slytherins mainly, quoting it at him as he passed and making sneering comments, want a Hank-a-Potter in case you start crying in Transfiguration. Since when have you been one of the top students in the school of Potter? Or is this a school you and Long Bottom have set up together? Hey, Harry. Yeah, that's right. Harry found himself shouting as he wheeled around in the corridor, having had just about enough. I've just been crying my eyes out over my dead mom, and I'm just off to do a bit more. No, it was just you dropped your Quilla was Cho. Harry felt the color rising in his face. Oh, right, sorry, he muttered, taking the cool back. Good luck on Tuesday, she said. I really hope you do well, which left Harry feeling extremely stupid. Hermione had come in for a fair share of unpleasantness too, but she hadn't yet started yelling at innocent bystanders. In fact, Harry was full of admiration for the way she was handling the situation. Stunningly pretty, her pansy Parkinson had shrieked the first time she had come face to face with Hermione after Rita's article had appeared. What? Was she judging against a chipmunk? Ignore it, Hermione said in a dignified voice, holding her head in the air and stalking past the sniggering, slithering girls as though she couldn't hear them. Just ignore it, Harry. But Harry couldn't ignore it. Ron hadn't spoken to him at all since he had told him about Snape's detentions. Harry had half hoped they would make things up during the 2 hours they were forced to pickle rats' brains in Snape's dungeon, but that had been the day Rita's article had appeared, which seemed to have confirmed Ron's belief that Harry was really enjoying all the attention. Hermione was furious with the pair of them. She went from one to the other, trying to force them to talk to each other, but Harry was adamant he would talk to Ron again only if Ron admitted that Harry hadn't put his name in the Goblet of Fire and apologized for calling him a liar. I didn't start this, Harry said stubbornly. It's his problem. You miss him, Hermione said impatiently. And I know he misses you, Miss him said. Harry, I don't miss him, but this was a downright lie. Harry liked Hermione very much, but she just wasn't the same as Ron. There was much less laughter and a lot more hanging around in the library when Hermione was your best friend. Harry still hadn't mastered summoning charms. He seemed to have developed something of a block about them, and Hermione insisted that learning the theory would help. They consequently spent a lot of time poring over books during their lunchtimes. Victor was in the library an awful lot too, and Harry wondered what he was up to. Was he studying, or was he looking for things to help him through the first task? Hermione often complained about Crumb being there, not that he ever bothered them, but because groups of giggling girls often turned up to spy on him from behind bookshelves, and Hermione found the noise distracting. He's not even good looking, she muttered, angrily glaring at Crumb's sharp profile. They only like him because he's famous. They wouldn't look twice at him if he couldn't do that wonky feint thing. Wronski feint, said Harry through gritted teeth, quite apart from liking to get Quidditch terms corrected. Caused him another pang to imagine Ron's expression if he could have heard Hermione talking about wonky feints. It is a strange thing, but when you're dreading something and would give anything to slow down time, it has a disobliging habit of speeding up the days until the first task seemed to slip by as though someone had fixed the clocks to work at double speed. Harry's feeling of barely controlled panic was with him wherever he went, as ever present. As the snide comments about the Daily Prophet article on the Saturday before the first task. All students in the 3rd year and above were permitted to visit the village of Hogsam. Hermione told Harry that it would do him good to get away from the castle for a bit, and Harry didn't need much persuasion. What about Ron, though? He said, don't you want to go with him? Oh, well, Hermione went slightly pink. I thought we might meet up with him in the 3 Broomsticks. No, said Harry flatly. Oh, Harry, this is so stupid. I'll come, but I'm not meeting Ron, and I'm wearing my invisibility cloak. Oh, all right, then, Hermione snapped, but I hate talking to you in the cloak. I never know if I'm looking at you or not. So Harry put on his invisibility cloak in the dormitory, went back downstairs, and together he and Hermione set off for Hogsam. Harry felt wonderfully free under the cloak. He watched other students walking past them as they entered the village, most of them sporting support Cedric Diggory badges, but no horrible remarks came his way for a change, and nobody was quoting that stupid article. People keep looking at me now, said Hermione grumpily as they came out of Honeyduke's sweet shop later, eating Large cream-filled chocolates. They think I'm talking to myself. Don't move your lips so much, then come on, please just take off your cloak for a bit. No one's going to bother you here. Oh, yeah, said Harry. Look behind you. Rita Skeeter and her photographer friend had just emerged from the Three Broomsticks pub, talking in low voices. They passed right by Hermione without looking at her. Harry backed into the wall of Hunyuks to stop Rita Skeeter from hitting him with her crocodile skin handbag. When they were gone, Harry said, "She's staying in the village. I bet she's coming to watch the first task." As he said it, his stomach flooded with a wave of molten panic. He didn't mention this. He and Hermione hadn't discussed what was coming in the first task much. He had the feeling she didn't want to think about it. "She's gone," said Hermione, looking right through Harry toward the end of the street. "Why don't we go and have a butterbeer in the Three Broomsticks? It's a bit cold, isn't it? You don't have to talk to Ron," she added, irritably, correctly interpreting his silence. The Three Broomsticks was packed mainly with Hogwarts students enjoying their free afternoon, but also with a variety of magical people Harry rarely saw anywhere else. Harry supposed that as Hogsam was the only all-wizard village in Britain, it was a bit of a haven for creatures like hags who were not as adept as wizards at disguising themselves. It was very hard to move through crowds in the invisibility cloak in case you accidentally trod on someone, which tended to lead to awkward questions. Harry edged slowly toward a spare table in the corner while Hermione went to buy drinks. On his way through the pub, Harry spotted Ron, who was sitting with Fred, George, and Lee Jordan, resisting the urge to give Ron a good hard poke in the back of the head. He finally reached the table and sat down at it. Hermione joined him a moment later and slipped him a butterbeer under his cloak. "I look like such an idiot sitting here on my own," she muttered. "Lucky I brought something to do." And she pulled out a notebook in which he had been keeping a record of SPEW members. Harry saw his and Ron's names at the top of the very short list. It seemed a long time ago that they had sat making up those predictions together, and Hermione had turned up and appointed them secretary and treasurer. Maybe I should try and get some of the villagers involved in Spur," Hermione said, thoughtfully looking around the pub. "Yeah, right," said Harry. He took a swig of butterbeer under his cloak. "Hermione, when are you going to give up on this SPEW stuff when house elves have decent wages and working conditions?" She hissed back, "I'm starting to think it's time for more direct action. I wonder how you get into the school kitchens." "No idea. Ask Fred and George," said Harry. Hermione lapsed into thoughtful silence while Harry drank his butterbeer, watching the people in the pub. All of them looked cheerful and relaxed. Ernie Macmillan and Hannah Abbott were swapping chocolate frog cards at a nearby table, both of them sporting support Cedric Diggory badges on their cloaks. Right over by the door, he saw Cho and a large group of her Ravenclaw friends. She wasn't wearing a Cedric badge, though. This cheered up Harry very slightly. What wouldn't he have given to be one of these people sitting around laughing and talking with nothing to worry about but homework? He imagined how it would have felt to be here if his name hadn't come out of the goblet of fire. He wouldn't be wearing invisibility cloak for one thing. Ron would be sitting with him. The three of them would probably be happily imagining what deadly dangerous task the school champions would be facing on Tuesday. He'd have been really looking forward to it, watching them do whatever it was, cheering on Cedric with everyone else safe in a seat at the back of the stands. He wondered how the other champions were feeling every time he had seen Cedric lately. He had been surrounded by admirers and looking nervous but excited Harry glimpsed Fleur. Delice her from time to time in the corridors, she looked exactly as she always did, hoardy and unruffled in rum. Just sat in the library poring over books Harry thought of Sirius and the tight. Tense knot in his chest seemed to ease slightly. He would be speaking to him in just over 12 hours for tonight. Was the night they were meeting at the common room, fire assuming nothing went wrong, as everything else had done lately. Look, it's Hagrid, said Hermione. The back of Hagrid's enormous shaggy head he had mercifully abandoned. His bunches emerged over the crowd. Harry wondered why he hadn't spotted him at once, as Hagrid was so large, but standing up carefully he saw that Hagrid had been leaning low talking to Professor Moody. Hagrid had his usual enormous tankard in front of him, but Moody was drinking from his hip flask. Madame Rosa, the pretty landlady, didn't seem to think much of this. She was looking askance at Moody as she collected glasses from tables around them. Perhaps she thought it was an insult to her mold me, but Harry knew better. Moody had told them all during their last defense against the dark arts lesson that he preferred to prepare his own food and drink at all times, as it was so easy for dark wizards to poison an unattended cup. As Harry watched, he saw Hagrid and Moody get up to leave. He waved, then remembered that Hagrid couldn't see him. Moody, however, paused his magical eye on the corner where Harry was standing. He tapped Hagrid in the small of the back, being unable to reach his shoulder, muttered something to him, and then the pair of them made their way back across the pub toward Harry and Hermione's table. "All right, Hermione," said Hagrid. Loudly, "Hello," said Hermione, smiling back. Moody limped around the table and bent down. Harry thought he was reading the Spew notebook until he muttered, "Nice cloak, Potter." Harry stared at him in amazement. The large chunk missing from Moody's nose was particularly obvious at a few inches distance. Moody grinned. Can you? You can see through invisibility. Cloaks, Moody said quietly, and it's come in useful at times, I can tell you. Hagrid was beaming down at Harry. Harry knew Hagrid couldn't see him, but Moody had obviously told Hagrid he was there. Hagrid now bent down on the pretext of reading the Spew notebook as well, and said in a whisper so low that only Harry could hear it, "Harry, meet me tonight at midnight at me cabin, wear that cloak." Straightening up, Hagrid said loudly, "Nice to see you." Hermione winked and departed. Moody followed him. "Why does Hagrid want me to meet him at midnight?" Harry said, very surprised. "Does he?" said Hermione, looking startled. "I wonder what he's up to." "I don't know whether you should go, Harry." She looked nervously around and hissed, "It might make you late for Sirius." It was true that going down to Hagrid's at midnight would mean cutting his meeting with Sirius. Very fine indeed. Hermione suggested sending Hedwig down to Hagrid's to tell him he couldn't go, always assuming she would consent to take the note. Of course, Harry, however, thought it better just to be quick at whatever Hagrid wanted him, for he was very curious to know what this might be. Hagrid had never asked Harry to visit him so late at night at 11 that evening. Harry, who had pretended to go up to bed early, pulled the invisibility cloak back over himself and crept back downstairs. Through the common room, quite a few people were still in there. The Creevy brothers had managed to get hold of a stack of support Cedric Diggory badges and were trying to bewitch them to make them say support Harry Potter instead. So far, however, all they had managed to do was get the badges stuck on Potter's stinks. Harry crept past them to the portrait hole and waited for a minute or so, keeping an eye on his watch. Then Hermione opened the fat lady for him. From outside, as they had planned, he slipped past her with a whispered thanks and set off through the castle. The grounds were very dark. Harry walked down the lawn toward the lights shining in Hagrid's cabin, the inside of. The enormous Bobbatten carriage was also lit up. Harry could hear Madame Maxim talking inside it as he knocked on Hagrid's front door. You there, Harry?" Hagrid whispered, opening the door and looking around. "Yeah," said Harry, slipping inside the cabin and pulling the cloak down off his head. "What's up?" "Got something to show." "You," said Hagrid. There was an air of enormous excitement about Hagrid. He was wearing a flower that resembled an oversized artichoke in his buttonhole. It looked as though he had abandoned the use of axle grease, but he had certainly attempted to comb his hair. Harry could see the comb's broken teeth tangled in it. "What are you showing me?" Harry said wearily, wondering if the screws had laid eggs or Hagrid had managed to buy another giant three-headed dog off a stranger in a pub. "Come with me, keep quiet, and keep yourself covered with that cloak," said Hagrid. "We won't take Fong, he won't like it." "Listen, Hagrid, I can't stay long. I've got to be back up at the castle by 1 o'clock. But Hagrid wasn't listening. He was opening the cabin door and striding off into the night. Harry hurried to follow and found to his great surprise that Hagrid was leading him to the Botan carriage. "Hagrid, what S.H. said Hagrid, and he knocked 3 times on the door bearing the cross golden wands. Madame Maxim opened it. She was wearing a silk shawl wrapped around her massive shoulders. She smiled when she saw Hagrid. Hagrid at his time." "Bongs," said Hagrid, beaming at her and holding out a hand to help her down the golden steps. Madame Maxim closed the door behind her. Hagrid offered her his arm, and they set off around the edge of the paddock containing Madame Maxim's giant winged horses, with Harry totally bewildered, running to keep up with them. Had Hagrid wanted to show him Madame Maxim, he could see her any old time he wanted. She wasn't exactly hard to miss, but it seemed that Madame Maxim was in for the same treat as Harry, because after a while she said playfully, "Where is it you are taking me, Hagrid?" "You'll enjoy this," said Hagrid gruffly. "Worth seeing, trust me. Only don't go telling anyone I showed you, right? You're not supposed to know." "Of course not," said Madame Maxim, fluttering her long black eyelashes, and still they walked, Harry getting more and more irritated as he jogged along in their wake, checking his watch every now and then. Hagrid had some harebrained scheme in hand, which might make him miss Sirius if they didn't get there soon. He was going to turn around, go straight back to the castle, and leave Hagrid to enjoy his moonlit stroll with Madame Maxim. But then when they had walked so far around the perimeter of the forest that the castle and the lake were out of sight, Harry heard something men were shouting up ahead. Then came a deafening, ear-splitting roar. Hagrid led Madame Maxim around a clump of trees and came to a halt. Harry hurried up alongside them. For a split second, he thought he was seeing bonfires and men darting around them, and then his mouth fell open. Dragons, 4 fully grown, enormous, vicious-looking dragons were rearing onto their hind legs inside an enclosure fenced with thick planks of wood. Roaring and snorting torrents of fire were shooting into the dark sky from their open fanged mouths 50 feet above the ground. On their outstretched necks there was a silvery blue one with long pointed horns, snapping and snarling at the wizards. On the ground a smooth scale green one, which was writhing and stamping with all its might. A red one with an odd fringe of fine gold spikes around its face which was shooting mushroom-shaped fire clouds into the air and a gigantic black. One more lizard-like than the others, which was nearest to them, at least 30 wizards, 7 or 8. To each dragon were attempting to control them, pulling on the chains connected to heavy leather straps around. Their necks and legs mesmerized Harry looked up high above him and saw the eyes of the black dragon with vertical pupils like a cat's bulging with either fear or rage, he couldn't tell which it was, making a horrible, noisy, yowling, screeching scream. "Keep back there." "Hagrid!" yelled a wizard near the fence, straining on the chain he was holding. They can shoot fire at a range of 20 feet. "You know, I've seen this horntail do 40. Isn't it beautiful?" said Hagrid. "Softly, it's no good," yelled another wizard, stunning spells on the count of 3. Harry saw each of the dragon keepers pull out his wand, stupefy. They shouted in unison, and the stunning spells shot into the darkness like fiery rockets bursting in showers of stars on the dragon's scaly hides. Harry watched the dragon nearest to them teeter dangerously on its back legs, its jaws stretched wide in a silent howl. Its nostrils were suddenly devoid of flame, though still smoking. Then very slowly it fell several tons of sinewy, scaly black. "First task, and it's dragon Sirius, and I'm a goner." Finished, desperately. Sirius looked at him, eyes full of concern, eyes that had not yet lost the look that Azkaban had given them, that deadened, haunted look. He had let Harry talk himself into silence without interruption, but now he said, "Dragons we can deal with, Harry, but we'll get to that in a minute. I haven't got long here. I've broken into a wizarding house to use the fire, but they could be back at any time. There are things I need to warn you about." "What's said?" Harry, feeling his spirits slip a further few notches. "Surely there could be nothing worse than dragons coming." "Kakarov," said Sirius. Harry, he was a Death Eater. You know what Death Eaters are, don't you?" "Yes, he was caught. He was in Azkaban with me. But he got released. I'd bet everything that's why Dumbledore wanted an aura at Hogwarts this year to keep an eye on him. Moody caught Kakarov, put him in Azkaban in the first place." "Kakarov got released," Harry said. Slowly his brain seemed to be struggling to absorb yet another piece of shocking information. "Why did they release him?" "He did a deal with the Ministry of Magic," said Sirius bitterly. "He said he'd seen the error of his ways, and then he named names. He put a load of other people in Azkaban in his place. He's not very popular in there, I can tell you, and since he got out, for what I can tell, he's been teaching the dark arts to every student who passes through that school of his, so watch out for the Durmstrang champion ass." "Well, okay," said Harry slowly, "but are you saying Kakarov put my name in the goblet? Because if he did, he's a really good actor. He seemed furious about it. He wanted to stop me from competing." "We know he's a good actor," said Sirius, "because he convinced the Ministry of Magic to set him free, didn't he now?" "I've been keeping an eye on the Daily Prophet, Harry, you and the rest of the world," said Harry bitterly, in reading between the lines of that SK woman's article last month. Moody was attacked the night before he started at Hogwarts. "Yes, I know. She says it was another false alarm," Sirius said, hastily, seeing Harry about to speak. "But I don't think so. Somehow I think someone tried to stop him from getting to Hogwarts. I think someone knew their job would be a lot more difficult with him around, and no one's going to look into it too closely. Mad eyes heard intruders a bit too often. But that doesn't mean he can't still spot the real thing. Moody was the best aura the Ministry ever had, so what are you saying?" said Harry slowly. "Kakarov trying to kill me, but why?" Sirius Hesitated. I've been hearing some very strange things, he said slowly. The Death Eaters seem to be a bit more active than usual lately. They showed themselves at the Quidditch World Cup. Didn't they? Someone set off the dark mark. And then, did you hear about that Ministry of Magic, which who's gone missing? Bertha Jawkins said Harry. Exactly. She disappeared in Albania, and that's definitely where Voldemort was rumored to be last, and she would have known the Wizard tournament was coming up, wouldn't she? Yeah, but it's not very likely she'd have walked straight into Voldemort, is it? Said Harry. Listen, I knew Bertha Jawkins, said Sirius grimly. She was at Hogwarts when I was a few years above your dad and me, and she was an idiot, very nosy, but no brains, none at all. It's not a good combination, Harry, I'd say. She'd be very easy to lure into a trap. So Voldemort could have found out about the tournament, said Harry. Is that what you mean? You think Kakarov might be here on his orders? I don't know, said Sirius slowly. I just don't know. Kakarov doesn't strike me as the type who'd go back to Voldemort unless he knew Voldemort was powerful enough to protect him. But whoever put your name in that goblet did it for a reason, and I can't help thinking the tournament would be a very good way to attack you and make it look like an accident.